Okay, go ahead, please.
Bom dia,
Good
para
morning from the ones from Latin America. Good afternoon for the one that are in other time zones. I'm Paulo Santoro. We are starting third day of urban feminist struggles, and I'm going to make some remember some notice. You agree with the sharing of your image online. We'll have a simultaneous translation. For the ones that are in the Zoom meeting, you can go to the globe on the bottle and change English or Portuguese. The ones that are in YouTube, we had a problem in the reproduction of the language. So we are going to reproduce in the original language. So I'll leave my contact information, and then if you wanted to get in touch, we are going to do that right now. So that's it. I'm very happy to have here today to mediate this morning table, Larissa Lacerda. She's a fellow of this team of several research. I mentioned her at the beginning of the seminar. She has a doctorship in sociology by the University of São Paulo. She's in a work group linked to social labs in this university, was a researcher from a lab in FAUSP, University in São Paulo too, which I coordinate with other professors, has a master's in urban planning by the Rio de Janeiro University Institute, and developed a lot of research around this theme. So recently she did some papers regarding dispossessions. Enter in this role of intersectional gender roles. I'm so happy that you accept our invitation, so you have the floor. And I forgot to comment, and the ones that are in the room now, please turn off your cameras and your mics while the presentation are happening, because we have to broadcast. So thank you very much, and the organizers, this opportunity and the privilege. And it's such powerful days. This is the third day. So I'm going to go straight to the presentation. We have so many interesting things to discuss. So I'm going to open the session today. So good morning, good afternoon to all of you. Our session has a theme, transversal the care. So we'll have 7 works that will be presented. We start a little late and we have another table following. So I'd like to require to the presenters to do not forget about the time, because you just only have 10 minutes and we'll need some time for discussion. So I'm going to be here controlling the time. When you got 2 minutes left, I will open my mic to warn you, and then we can control the time. And after the presentations, we will open to questions, Q&A session here in Zoom. So the ones who want to comment will have like 2 minutes, and then we are going to answer some YouTube question. And now I'll call the presenters. And okay. I will follow the order of the agenda. The first work, Irish Joy del Campo. Are you here?
Não, acho que não. Podemos pular.
So let's start with the second one because he's not here. I'll call Ana Carolina Brito Brandão from the Rio de Janeiro University, and her presentation is Cleaning Ladies Uber, Paid Domestic Work in Smarter Cities. Ana, you have the floor, 10 minutes. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Can you see my screen now?
Sim, mas estamos vendo seus slides também, Ana. Aí, agora foi.
Okay. The slides are in English because I didn't know about the simultaneous translation. I'm going to present in Portuguese because it's easier for me. So the name of the work is Uber for Maid, Paid Domestic Work in Smart Cities. So my background, I graduated in law, and today I'm doing a postdoctorship by UERJ. But besides study law, I always did this primary research, and probably you're going to see that on my presentation. This is the first opportunity that I got to present a partial results of this research. And the overview of this research is understand the gender relations in class and race that support the smart cities. They do not show often when we talk about smart cities, we imagine technological solutions from a conception of creative cities, and we don't discuss these labor relations that also support the cities. And to that, I use as investigation object the emergence of apps of paid cleaning jobs, and I do an analysis by the theory of the social reproduction. So the maids, it appears in some news, and Uber is the app that make popular this concept of work. And putting that job in the platform means the trends of the contemporary work, and they modify the management and control regarding the work, and has its main characteristic the fact that those companies put itself as technology companies, and it's a bridge between the customer and the ones that are offering the jobs. So this way of technology don't have any relation, any work labor relation, and they say that they don't intervene in this relationship between the customer and the professional. But researchers done in these fields showed that they make some control in these relations than what these companies would like to be identified. So I start from the reproduction, social reproduction theory about the pay work in this smart city construction. This theory approaches several people works and institutions, and that are involved in the maintenance, regeneration, and reproduction of the workforce in the capitalism. Historically, this reproductive work is associated to the volunteer domestic work made by women in their own homes, and it's invisible, but also cannot in this state of social reproduction, we're talking about a more wide situation, and the market itself in the production of the conditions of the production of life that's transformed in workforce. That's the main piece to produce value inside the capitalism. And in this theory, I associate to a view with the unitary theory because it makes a reading of so this research wants to articulate an analysis that's cultural and economic. We seek through this particular reading under the gender role, bring reading of these global aspects, how this model of city works. In the social reproduction theory, while we have this contradictory relationship that the capitalists always need the workforce, but at the same time explore them and reduce their capacity, it always have cities under this control of social reproduction. So in these relationships that interfere in the gender oppression, and then where I made my research, why smart cities? These authors, Bria and Morozov, they have a look on their smart city and put work on platforms that do not create a new condition, but intensifies relationships that already exist. And the smart city sells itself as a modern proposal to bring technology and creative solutions for city problems, but in a conception of flexible accumulation of the urban production that has been commented since the 70s. And the research, Margaret van den Berg made a research in Rotterdam City in which she shows the founding to the gender equality enters as a creative solution and smart solution to drive a strategy, an economic strategy to the city. So her research shows how to invest in women is a smart strategy, quote unquote, to drive new investments to Rotterdam City. And those investments in women goes through a sale of livelihood plans and try to facilitate the reproductive work and productive work, offering facilities to have access to those activities in a mercantilized way. And in her analysis, reinforced the idea that for those women that are attracted to the city and try to conciliate aspects of the reproduction and production, for you to read this pattern of consumption of social reproduction, you need to be part of a family of an average class And in the other hand, those reproductive activities are offered thanks to the workforce, in this case, the case of Rotterdam, the migrants, non-white, exploited, and precary. Anna, I'm sorry. You have 1 minute, okay? So they bring this question, who are benefited by this smart city? So a parcel of my research, which I investigate one app called Parafuso, which is the most popular app in Brazil of maid offer, and I try to understand what are the modifications of the workforce inside the app. So it's a part of my global research, and it's an investigation about this program, Café com Profissionais, with every other witch program that offer these services. And then I made a cohort that I think that's important for us to understand how this app functions. First one, it's a professional that comment saying, in the past, we did only cleaning, and currently the maids are seeking for knowledge, and then we make sanitization of the places with the right products. I put that sentence because there is a trend in those apps to try to direct ways of self-investment of those professionals in their own images and support a kind of activities that I think drives the entrepreneurship. So I'll leave my conclusion to the comments. And the other sentence, there is a break time in this program which is very linear, and there is a person that question. I don't understand why they are talking about this product. So basically, they call commercial partners to present products and service to improve the techniques of the professionals and help them to get professional and qualify themselves. So there is a moment of break on this program because they say they don't understand why they're bringing this program. And her answer of the presenter of the program, that I thought it was very representative of these new ways of work, that I'm going to read very quickly. He is ironic. We brought them in a partners, right? Partners who came here to bring tips for you to differentiate yourself using appropriate products or materials. If you want to be a differentiated professional, and not just one more, because you got several professionals on the market, the customer won't remember you, right? If you want to be just another one in these and other lives, are you for you to become professionals, to qualify yourself? You'll be the right equipment, you'll have quality of life. You'll be prepared to receive 2-3 services on the same day, more daily rates per week without having to suffer a back pain or or you have some health issues or putting your life on risk. So the tips are about this for you to improve quality of your service and I can have quality of life. You have to close. Yes, I understand, ladies. So in fact, I can comment that in the discussion, but what I did in this research is to show an attempt to show those companies to improve the image of those professionals. And if you got Brazil's background, the homework remembers the mucamba in the slavery times. So the housework always affects those relations which are very complicated relationships that in a very few time can make the maids domestic works equal to the other workers. So they try to give another image as a autonomous professional, freelancer, and manage their potentialities. That's what I want to present furtherly in the discussions. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ana Carolina. I'm sorry.
E a gente poder conversar um pouquinho depois. Então, eu vou passar já rapidamente. A Iris entrou, então...
So I'll now pass the floor to Iris Joy Del Campo from the University of Philippines, and her work is entitled Community Care as Resistance, an analysis of the Community Pantry Initiative in the Philippines during the COVID-19 crisis. Iris, you have 10 Iris, you have 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. How do I access my presentation?
Iris, can you please?
You can share screen.
Share from your computer. If you're not ready, Iris, tell us, and maybe Larissa can invite the next one, and then you come after.
No,
If
it's
you're
okay.
not-
I can share my screen now.
Okay.
All right. Sorry, my Wi-Fi is bad, so I can go after the next. Sorry for that.
Tá bom. Tá. Então, a gente...
Okay, so we will pass the floor to the next one while Irish is sorting things out. I'll invite Simone Rego from Academia Carolinas, Luana Vanucci from Vanesp, Luciana Mendes Barbosa from Lancaster University, Patrícia Maria de Jesus from UFABC to present the work Carolina's Academy, talk about and listen to the struggles of women in the hyperperiphery of Cidade Tiradentes. I don't know who will be the presenter. Hi, I would start us off by introducing the authors, but you already did that, so I'll skip that to give us more time. But I just wanted to say that our proposal was an alternative that was given as a non-strictly academic proposal. So the format is a conversation that happened. We came together, myself, Simone, Luciane, and Patricia, in a field work in the city of Tiradentes. And this presentation is a little bit about our dialogues and the things that moved us at the time. So Simone Rego is a municipal network teacher. She's a mediator at the Intercommunity Academy, and she had been showing the work she was carrying out. And me, Luciana, and Patricia were in several research projects and were very interested in Simone's and talk to her. And today we won't reproduce the conversation exactly, but we will invite Simone to talk about the Carolinas Academy, and I'll pass the floor to her.
Bom dia a
Good
todas.
morning, everybody.
Feliz e nervosa
I'm very happy and nervous
aqui, mas
to be here, but I'm very happy to hear from so many other people from so many other places talking about such an important theme, which is the struggles of women everywhere. I am currently in the city of Tiradentes, and I asked her to show the map where we're located. So we are at the extreme east of the city of São Paulo. It's practically the last neighborhood. It's one of the most populous neighborhoods of the region. It's the biggest housing complex in Latin America. We have a pretty big housing complex.
350 mil habitantes.
And we currently calculate that we have over 350,000 inhabitants. And in 2020, when we had the pandemic, I, as a professor, as a teacher of the municipal education network, I tried to find out where my students actually lived, and I found many favelas, many inappropriate conditions, and a lot of public abandonment in this neighborhood, very close to the city of São Paulo, where the life expectancy of an inhabitant is 20 years lesser than an inhabitant of a neighborhood of Moema. So we're talking about children, elderly, youth who are deprived access to education, public transportation, health, leisure, culture, because we are in the extreme periphery where there aren't many opportunities, and this reminds us of the idea that living in the periphery is still that place where you send everything that you don't want to see at the center of the city. So Maria Carolina was the community leader that inspired all of these women in the place where I currently work. And in 2020, during the pandemic, I started mapping the most vulnerable families and contacting Comuzan, and I went to the Souza Ramos favela, where we currently have our Carolinas Academy project. As soon as I get to that favela, that slum, a series of houses caught fire, and it has happened two other times during the pandemic. And in the first instance, 3 houses, in the second instance, 10 houses. About 70 people were left without a house, because it's about 4 to 5 people who live in each of these very precarious houses. So many women, elderly, children, and I start seeing how much the public power was lacking in that region when we start contacting the social services, and they only give people blankets, some food, and a mattress. And at that time, we started building a solidarity network online with friends, teachers, and other people who started helping. And that was the origin of the Carolinas Academy within this chaos of the sanitary crisis that we went through. And I observed that in that place, there was no access to the internet, basic sanitation, appropriate electricity availability, and that the children were completely prevented from studying during the pandemic. So I created a library, um, and within the construction of the houses that we started rebuilding, we also built an makeshift library where I could teach the kids, and I started doing some readings of the book Quarto do Despejo by Carolina Maria de Jesus with the women. And this region is at the banks of a creek that's very polluted and it creates a lot of problems. And there's no bridge over it. Very recently, we just built a bridge, and women start listening to the story of author Carolina Maria de Jesus, and they get very angry because it reminds them of their lives. And I say, Carolina is your voice. It's the voice that gave all of you a voice, and we're not here to be victims. We're here to change that story. Carolina is someone who talked about it and that says that us who are in these precarious conditions will have a voice. And then we started a new story with the children, with the women, and I start creating a very strong debate with the city hall, with the services, trying to look, to ask them to look at this place, at this favela that doesn't even have a zip code, doesn't have basic sanitation, there's no waste collection, and how can we change that reality? And in the Souza Ramos community or favela, whatever you want to call it, it has about 2,000 inhabitants. And during the pandemic, we saw uh, the region growing with a lot of precarious housing. I currently work with 100 children and adolescents. We also do some work with the women today. And in 2021, we were able to have a space, a fixed space within the favela. And I started going around this region every day and I started listening to the women. And then we decided and we understood that delivering some food baskets was not enough to combat hunger. But if we were to cook meals, we could become closer to those people. And then we had several partnerships to promote healthy diets, but the women didn't really know what to do with that food, so it went bad a lot of the time. And partnerships like Frente Alimento, the landless movement, start this partnership with the Carolinas Academy, and we start doing the work of listening to the women, therapy, reading books, training them in cooking and on how to use the food. And we started talking to them about the possibility to create products that they could sell. So we created a small co-op with them, and we divided these women among a group of women who cooks for all of the projects, the children at school, the theater, and the women who are trained to produce vegan products with the green banana, and they started having a voice. So they start talking about their problems. They start understanding that they are not just numbers. They currently understand, like Luisa, who we see here in one of those pictures. She came up to us and she said, well, I used to think I couldn't do anything. I thought I should just wait for help from the government because I can't do anything else. But currently, I want to work. I want to make my own livelihood. So we have a lot of struggles there as well. We have a fight for housing because 80% of the houses are still very precarious, and we still need to uh, have the land titles issued. We have drug trafficking, we have child labor, prostitution, drug addiction, and that's where we're at. We're in that neighborhood trying to make a difference with these women, working with them in terms of training, but also citizenship, solidarity economy. We work with them through this entire process, and we have a lot of crises because they're always in this transformative process, questioning many things. But what's shocking to us when we have in our meetings is that we see the lack of representativeness of these women. Who represents periphery women currently? So when we talk to Aluanda, to Patricia about urban injustice and gender and collective care, I think Carolina's uh, brings that very strongly. How can we minimize all of that injustice and violence that us here in the periphery uh, live through? The lack of access to culture, leisure, quality education, health. We don't have a community agent, for example, a high rate of domestic violence. So we have been doing this work to help women understand themselves and engage in that fight. And here we also work with self-care. And I'm sorry, Simone, if you could please conclude because you're out of time. Okay, so when we think about self-care, collective empowerment, we think about a work that we also do with the children, planting the seeds, and talking about this entire process of where we're at and where we're going to go. And the women, in the sense of uh, rebuilding their affection for their children and engage them, make them understand themselves as political bodies, as people who can have political representation, and that we can do that together and work like that. This is a group of women who graduated, the first group of women who graduated in September in the training, and it was a wonderful experience. Tomorrow, they will be presenting actually in an event uh, the short film that they made about the experience. And well, I'm very grateful for the experience to introduce you to this project. And I end with a quote by Carolina Maria de Jesus. With me, the world is going to change because I don't like it as it is. And that's what we try to show the women. They need to be the extension of Carolina's voice. Thank you very much, Simone. I speak for everybody that we could listen to you forever. Unfortunately, we don't have the time. So I'll pass the floor to the next paper. We will now invite Letícia Costa de Oliveira Santos and Vanessa Lucena Pinotti from the Federal University of the ABC with the paper Territorializing Care in the Community Garden Care Juncal, São Paulo East Zone. Perfect. Go ahead. Thank you. Good morning, Larissa. Good morning, everybody. Just a second. Okay. Like Larissa said, I will present this work entitled Territorialization of Care at the Gera Juncal Community Garden, and it is part of my doctorate research under the guidance of Professor Vanessa Pinotti, who's also here with us, at the Federal University of ABC, and in the Planning and Territory Research Group. Okay. And very briefly, I'll give some context for my research. We start with a definition that's very classic, a definition of care by Berenice Feature. That care is the daily effort to maintain and continue and repair our world so that we can have well-being. And based on that basic definition and dialoguing with feminist urban theories, We are building what we understand as communities of care, this collective, this network that's articulated based on the management of capacities and needs related to the perpetuation of life, which is constantly being negotiated and reformulated. So, in that, we're also talking about doing together and building community, this continuous negotiation of belonging and coexistence of the diverse within a political and ecological community, which is also related to the discussion about the common space. And the goal of the research is how to territorialize care in the Juncal community garden and how the care relationships are established in the gardening project. In talking about the Jara Juncal Community Garden, it is located in the east zone of São Paulo, and it is a community garden that was initiated in 2021. It's very recent, and it's part of, it's inserted in the land of the Massugias project, which is a popular housing project initiated by an NGO here in São Paulo. And it's interesting to see how this community garden raises a flag of food sovereignty within a housing discussion that was strengthened during the pandemic in 2020, and also as a strategy to occupy the land itself, because this land used to be occupied, but now it is the property of this project, this housing project that is receiving support from a municipal incentive for the building of popular housing. But it's interesting how the community garden is articulated with several parts of the movement. The current garden is maintained by 30 people, and most of those people are women from the northeast of Brazil, which gives a very interesting character to the dynamics of the order of the garden. And some of the analysis that I'm going to present start with the observation that I started in February of this year, between February and July, but actually I'm still doing this observation. And just to illustrate the discussion about the formation of territoriality, I will introduce three aspects that I highlight in these observations. The first is about the crops, and something that seems interesting to me is how the negotiation about what's going to be planted happens. So a lot is defined uh, by the choices done by the leaders of the garden, and the market, the more marketable crops, many things come up related to the exchanges and the donations. So many things happen due to the presence of new people at the garden, bringing new knowledge about planting, and also it's related to the rescuing of memories. So there's a recent case of the father of one of the members of the garden who came to São Paulo and brought a seedling of a palm tree, which was something that didn't used to be planted there and started to be planted there. So some of the crops are more disputed, like cilantro, which has a higher price here in São Paulo, but it's very common for cooking in the people that uh, are members of the garden, and many things are built very slowly. This culture of consumption, like the peixinho plant, is not very valued there, but it's starting to grow. Something else which is very interesting is building legitimacy about what's part of the greenhouse and what's not. Um, so, what is a part of the greenhouse and what is not? And this ability to differentiate between what is a plant and what is just grass. So this gives someone authority to define what needs to be planted and what not will not be planted.
Com irrigação. Então, existe uma necessidade muito clara, principalmente por conta das próprias necessidades
There
do
is a very clear
mas
necessity
também por conta de mudanças
because of irrigation and the
ano,
variation of the seasons during the year. So this demand from water says what's the rhythm of the garden. Some strategy that they were able to do to make the life easier. It's a field that has more capability of storage, and it still is not enough. So many things is still on this manual irrigation because it's a work that's very heavy. So it demands a lot of time and goes to the people that are more available to do that, and also people that are closer to that. And that generates some conflicts and arranges in a daily basis. And at the same time, it's very interesting how the women recognize that the necessity of the garden to be irrigated need to get balance with their own capacity. When it's very sunny, it needs more water, but at the same time, they had a hard time because of the physical work. So they always need to re-irrigate and thinking about their body limitations. That's something that calls my attention in that sense. And the difficulty because they cannot implant the irrigation. I always say the refer to women because sometimes they don't feel they are capable to implant that system. It's something that's very seen in this garden because the activity seems like they are for men. So like to build the fence, the irrigation, so it depends on the man and they are organized regarding the garden. So they need this daily basis arrangement to irrigate the garden. 1 minute. So finishing regarding the soil, to have ground, fertilize the soil. They have now composters, what gives an autonomy to the original source of ground. And they have the time difficulty and do this transportation of the material. They identify that they need to have more autonomy regarding the quality of the ground. So that's more strong in the last months because it reflects on the quality of the food. So they have more control about what they are planning. And also is an activity that are related to the kitchen activities. So it closes the cycles and this discussion about what's garbage and what's organic matter. So it's a matter of understanding what they have to do. Some final considerations. I think that this time in the garden, I was able to see the daily work and how they made the arrangements and strategies around the necessities and the capacities that are available, how they define the legitimacy regarding the belonging to the community, who contribute, who doesn't, what's part of the garden, what is not, how they are guiding the production of these plants, and the limitations of autonomy, because they define what's part and what they want to disconnect from systems, because it got a level of maturity. This is regular system. It's not this word, and how interesting this farming are mediators to these relations. So with that, I finish. I'm open to questions and thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Letícia. It's very good to see your work. Now I'm going to get back to Irish. Irish de Campo, that's going to present Community Care of Resistance.
In the Philippines during the COVID-19 crisis.
Irish, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you, Larissa. Thank you for your patience. So, as she said, I'm going to talk about care as resistance. So this is the story of a case study that was done during the height of the corona crisis, specifically in the Philippines. So, so before that, I'd like to talk first about the general discourse that surround the crisis management of COVID-19 globally and also nationally in our country, in the Philippines. So typically, crisis management are typified by utilitarian logistics, with a belief that crisis
Ela travou, será?
deaths, the rate of infection, or how many countries are already in the top 20 of first cases. And so there were also different border interventions and quarantines and distancing. So if you notice that the language of crisis management is predominantly masculine, almost militaristic, particularly in our country, because at that time we had a populist president and who would often invoke aggressive and masculine tones when talking about the state of the country. So some of the words that were usually used in the news had to do with not going out or strict lockdown. And so, in fact, in a certain month, the president then, Duterte, ordered a shoot to kill for those who violated lockdown procedures. So you can see also several military personnel around the city. And so that was the predominant image or vision of what the crisis looked like 3 years ago. Uh, and so in the midst of this crisis, this small cart of food supplies that included canned goods and some vegetables and a plastic bag of rice popped up in the middle of one of the most popular cities in Manila, Quezon City. And you can see that there is a sign here that says, magbigay ayon sa kakayahan, kumuha batay sa pangangailangan. So roughly translated, that's close to Mark's quote for to each his own need, for each to his ability. So this was a card that just popped out of nowhere, but this was actually set up by Patreng Non. So she's a resident in the village, and so she used excess relief goods that were given as ayuda or donation by the local government. And so she said that anybody could get from the pantry or from the cart. They didn't have to leave any payment, and if they also wanted to donate to the cart and they wanted to add to that, they're also free to do so. And so this particular occurrence, this particular space that was occupied by the cart is a clear material translation or departure from the militaristic police center management of the corona crisis in the city. So I present to you here in this today that this community pantry is a translation of feminist crisis management centered on values of care and community. So I'd like to first talk about the difference between the rationalist approach and the more feminist approach. This was conceptualized by Laila Branicki. And so she claims or proposes that in a feminist crisis management, we look at the crisis as more dynamic. And so they look at boundaries as something that is already related to several crises, while the rational only looks at a crisis in an isolated context. We look at time also intertemporality, whereas again, rational just looks at the current system or the current status quo. There is also always a central authority. In this case, it's often the state as the center of authority, but the feminist crisis management values more webs of interconnections. And so because of that, they also put primacy to the relationships. And more importantly, and this is also what I want to highlight, is that they view people also as dynamic. So it's not binary where one group has more agency and the other is just purely vulnerable. And I think the previous presentations from our speakers also kind of demonstrated that. So Branicki proposes that in a feminist perspective, people are have varying abilities to receive and give care. And so using that into the analysis of the community pantry, I see how it is a form of, possibly a form of radical care that cuts across the self and in the person of Patrengnon, the community and the social world, and a way of critical survival strategy when institutions fail or fall. So because the community pantry facilitate a community of anonymous others, so you don't really know who is donating or who is giving, then there is a vision of feminist crisis management and community care at work here. So I'll just show you some photos taken from the community pantry, but some of these pantries also were replicated in other cities. So as you can see, there is no reciprocity or no obligation. So let's say you give 5 pieces of bananas, you don't need to take 5 pieces of bananas back or 5 pieces of maybe tomatoes. If you don't need anything, you can just leave the goods. If you also cannot give anything, that's also okay. You can just take any. You also don't know who is the donor and recipient, so that binary relationship that is also hierarchical does not exist in this setup. There is no clear donor and recipient. And this is all the more evident because of the way that it is curated. So the design of the community pantry itself is can foster also care. So you see here, this in the picture with the man giving a bag, that's usually how the local government provides ayuda or alms during times of crisis. So it is really clear who is being given and who is giving. But in the community pantry here, the photo, it is a pantry. So you can get whatever you want. You have the autonomy to choose, and the goods are not curated and not curated as gifts from someone. And so we see here from this setup how solidarity also emerged. There are non-hierarchical and non-binary relationships and mechanisms at play in the pantries and highlight collective action rather than reliance on institutions. There is also free cooperation in the form of volunteerism. So the people who would usually take charge of the pantry, they are in a voluntary basis, and they are also not seen just as purely vulnerable or just recipients, but they can also provide their own resources through the form of labor. And
Iris,
so
I'm sorry, you
we
have
can
2
see
minutes,
here
okay?
how the pantries also create webs of connections and a space to exercise community care that expands the meanings of community and boundaries. So, for example, there are some goods that come from like faraway cities and they give it to another pantry from another city. And so the bounds of belonging and memberships to what community is blurred. And so interdependence is also further amplified. So here, for example, in the photo, this is Patreng. She received all of these pumpkin from farmers from a different city, from a different province, and they wanted to give it to the community pantries. So although there is non-hierarchical aim, there is also the possibility of vertical solidarity and coalition. So this sacks of rice, I think, came from a private corporation, but they gave it also as a donation, and so this was also made available in the pantry. So it's rather than looking out only for those in your same social positions, coalitions also inspire people to work together across class, race, ethnicity, religious, and state boundaries toward a common cause. And so while these seem so nice and warm, this structure did not come without challenges and possibilities. So one of which is, although there is no clear authority, the central figure of the community pantry, like Patreng, was also honest in sharing through social media that she was undergoing burnout and there was emotional labor, particularly because this is unpaid labor. She was called on to 24/7, especially at the height of the popularity of the pantries. At the same time, some groups actually took advantage of the community pantry to amplify their calls against the repressive and unjust lockdown measures by the national government. And so they also had some placards there that you can see freedom from hunger. But this was then weaponized against them. And so state surveillance on the pantries became worse. And so they were also tagged as like enemies of the state or causing fiction during the time of a crisis. And so more solidarity bonds were asked around people in the community to protect those who are working with the community pantries and to protect them from state surveillance at that time. There is actually a book, a children's book that came out also inspired by the collective care and action that the community pantries in the cities fostered. And so to end this presentation, so I would like you, I hope that this presentation you are able to appreciate how this setup that can be replicable and is, I think, the way other care actions are structured anyway, and is a viable and concrete model that enables a feminist practice of crisis management rooted in care and solidarity. And it fosters an inspiring and compelling case for collective, critical, and creative approach to the crises that our communities currently face. Thank you for your time and looking forward to your questions.
Muito obrigado, Iris.
Thank you very much, Irish. It was very interesting. I really liked your presentation. And I represent.
Então, para o próximo trabalho, que vou chamar a Nargis Vazundara, da Delhi University, para apresentar.
I will now pass the floor to Nargis Vazundara from Delhi University to present her paper. You have 10 minutes.
I'll just start sharing my screen. Is that visible, I hope?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Okay, good morning or good evening to everybody. So the title of my paper is Narratives of Resilience, Negotiating Paid Domesticity in Urban India. So the evolution of paid domestic work and the idea of servitude has become increasingly attached with the modern Indian elite over the last few decades. In urban or metropolitan centers of India, female domestic workers are largely impoverished migrants from rural areas who have migrated with their families or alone as cities become spaces for their gainful employment. Their present-day figure stands large at 90 million within the unorganized and informal Indian labor markets. The aggressive manners in which the city presents itself to migrants relocating necessarily leads them to forego their familiar and accustomed lives in the villages and to grasp the unfamiliar and competitive prevalent urban economies. Migrant women turn to paid domestic work in cities cannot only be seen working in their employers' enclosed and unfamiliar homes, even though it may be their site of employment. So, with the introduction of care work as a commodified service, there is a shift from care as unpaid labor within the family home to paid labor in urban markets. Migration has resulted in the creation of urban slums, squatter settlements, and camps surrounding middle and upper class residential areas where these migrants relocate themselves for work, which, at an analytical level, has been considered as a shifting or the transferring of poverty from rural to urban areas. For the female domestic worker, the process of migration is not a seamless transition from her village to city slums and finally into urban homes for employment. So my paper derives its focus from the dislocated rural lives of the migrant by her shift into the urban diaspora, which leads not just to a physical relocation, but a mental and emotional readjustment to her newer environments. So in this study of part-time live-out domestic workers, the women workers recount their initial employment encounters in urban homes. I collected data over 14 months at an urban slum or a working class neighborhood, also known as a basti, which was located within an affluent colony in South Delhi, where I engaged in oral histories and visual ethnographies as qualitative research methods. Oral history as a methodological tool has allowed the study to account for upheavals and changes experienced in social lives and interpret local histories of women workers. In-depth interviews, focus group discussions, and open-ended surveys with the women have facilitated in revealing subjectivities encountered in their lived realities. This research is also supplemented by a visual ethnography, where I incorporate visual images and photographs which I took during my field visit at the Basti. I interweave oral narratives and texts with visual images in an attempt to present a comprehensive exploration of Jeevan Lal Basti. So the employers and domestic workers comprise two separate, distinct, and detached classes residing in the city. So the intersection of their lives occurs only and strictly in relation to the latter working in the former's home. This encounter of the domestic worker in the employer's home is ridden with elements suggestive of hierarchical traits relating to the domestic worker's sex, labor, migrant status, illiteracy, and class, amongst others. There exists an asymmetrical relationship between the basti and the site of work for the domestic workers. So I'll share a few images alongside my presentation where I also share a few vignettes from the interviews with the domestic workers. So the deliberate and conscious retraining of the women workers into gendered roles by urban employers is vividly recounted by Beena in her narrative. Beena, who was in her mid-50s and belonged to Uttar Pradesh, that is a state of India, had been working as a domestic help since the age of 25. Beena's initial month of work began with childcare. She was assigned to oil and massage the baby, that is the employer's grandchild, which she agreed upon, as she did not want to clean dishes or the home. However, that began changing, as after a few months, her employer slowly began involving her in household activities. Beena was not able to resist much. Her employer began teaching her how to soap and rinse the dishes, a situation which was very alien to her. So Beena says, क्योंकि गांव में इतना नहीं होता है, गांव में तो खेती बाड़ी होती थी और रात को मिट्टी से धो लिया बर्तन, मांज लिए और कुछ तो बर्तन के ही होते थे, है ना? तो ज्यादा मांझने का नहीं होता था। तो यहाँ देखा कि कितने बर्तन हैं. I'll translate to English and I'll quote from Beena. Because there is not so much to do in the village, right? Farming happens in the village. And at night, one clean the utensils using mud, scrub them. And then some utensils are made of mud itself, right? So there is not much to wash. And here I saw that there were so many utensils. Unquote. So, in an attempt to relate the kitchen space of the urban household to her home in the village, Beena exclaimed that she had been astonished to see the large quantity of dirty utensils. Adjusting her beliefs into the understanding of what an urban kitchen looked like began as a hard challenge, which she was made to internalize by accepting. She began learning and picking up the new skills involved in conducting housework in urban homes, which, although she had been familiarized since an early age back in her village, nonetheless required a learning of a different kind. Thus, at one level, the training of a migrant woman into a domestic worker creates a deliberate delinking of her naturally acquired traits, be it of housework or her grounded cultural norms. Now, like Beena, Padma was another worker who voiced similar sentiments of bewilderment and disorientation on experiencing the city and urban homes. Padma was in her early 40s and distinctly recounts that she came to Delhi in 1983. She was 15, married, and had accompanied her husband for better income prospects to the city. She was around 17 or 18 years of age when she began working as a domestic help. So I'll quote from her and I'll go straight to the English translation. Padma, she says, I quote, "When I went to wash dishes for the first time, that time dalda was used. Dalda is for cooking food, a kind of oil. So that used to be stuck to the dirty dishes. I would get a strong stink from the dishes, so I used to quickly wrap my sari over my mouth. A sari is a traditional Indian clothing. My sister-in-law used to tell me, when the madam or the female employer comes, remove the sari from your mouth, because otherwise she will say, my utensils smell bad to you. I said, no, I won't remove it from my mouth. I am getting a strong stink. If the madam or the female employer makes me remove it, then I might vomit into her dishes. So after that, the smell kept coming. And she, that is the employer, asked, Padma, why have you covered your mouth? So then I replied and said that, Auntie, I am getting a very bad smell from the dishes. So then she asked me, have you never washed dishes before? So I said, no, Auntie, I have come from the village where we used to have utensils made from bronze. So we used to clean them with ash. In our house, we never had such smelly dishes. In our house, we would eat in one plate and we would rub or clean them with ash that time itself. Unquote. So Padma's telling account of her first employment in an urban Delhi household is insightful. She compared the urban kitchen to the kitchen back in her village, which she said were worlds apart. Confronted with an unfamiliar setting, that of a sink and many utensils that lay in it to clean, demanded her to mentally disassociate from the familiar kitchen in her village and at the basti. Through this particular narrative, Padma reflects upon the unfortunate situation and mannerisms through which she felt compelled to resort to. The tying of the sari over her mouth and nose as exercising her agency, and the subtle act of defying her sister-in-law's advice to remove it in the presence of the employer are both coping mechanisms that the unfamiliar city had forced her into doing. The struggle of initiating...
Nargis, 1 minute, okay?
I'll quickly conclude. The struggle of initiating oneself into the desired image of an ideal domestic worker was hard for Padma. So I'll conclude now. So rural migrants and the women bring with them different attitudes and techniques to the work that they perform in cities. Narratives of women workers recounting their initial employment in urban homes are insightful in recognizing and situating their subjective migratory experiences. Unfamiliar and daunting at first, she is familiarized into doing tasks by urban employers. This familiarization, however, at an ideological level, seems to rhetorically question female domesticity as she is retrained into roles that society has historically believed to be hers. Since domestic work has commonly been understood as extensions of housework, being trained to do household tasks by and for her employers deliberately obliterates the fact that these women are homemakers of their own homes. Thus, this very act of derecognition of a woman's own experience as homemakers and an equally deliberate training, or rather a retraining of the same kinds of work, sets up a series of disjunctures between experience and learned work for the domestic worker. As an analysis of one's status becomes apparent in an urban setting, class distinctions and social segregations are deliberate in a hierarchically stratified society. So the focus of my paper lay in highlighting the resilience affirmed by female domestic workers as a community, as they symbolize the interconnectedness of specific local cultures to that of urban or cosmopolitan cultures by attaching meanings to migration, occupation, and gendered labor. Thank you. Let's stop here. And I look forward to questions and comments.
Muito obrigado, Nargis.
Thank you so much, Nargis. I will immediately pass the floor to the next presenter. So I will now invite Ahmad Kori Henanda.
Okay, hello.
Indonesia.
Hello. Yes.
From the University of Barajaya to present the paper Resilience of Brown Women, Strategies for Japanese Women. You have 10 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let me share screen first. Okay. Can you see in the our presentation?
Yes.
Okay. I will start.
Yes.
Thank you very much, everyone. Today I'm Yayu Indarti and my friend Ahmad Chori will present our paper titled Resilience of Brown Women, Strategies for Japanese Women as Household Dairy Farmers. Wait. Okay. In Indonesia, Japanese women are stereotyped as being attached to domestic roles, which is referred to as konco-winking, or a friend who takes a position behind men. The role of household care is established as if it were taken for granted within the context of masak, manak, and macak, or cooking, giving birth, and dressing up. Domestic work is regarded as invisible and undervalued, and it is frequently avoided by men who tend to dominate the public sector spaces. So what happens when women enter the public sector? The question becomes more intriguing when considering the women of Dusun Brau or Brau village in East Java, Indonesia, who also work in the public sector as dairy farmers. The involvement of Brau women in the dairy farming is frequently related to family survival strategies. A woman's decision to participate in the production of goat's milk is determined by a negotiation process with the man in the household. Social stratification, on the other hand, influences the resilience of women dairy farmers in Brau village. So who is responsible for the household role while Brau women work as dairy farmers? This concern will lead to the description of a strategy of Brau women who were initially constructed to do household work before transitioning to the public sector. So this paper will answer two important questions. First, how is the division of labor between men and women in the dairy farmers' household in the Brau village? And second, what is the Brau woman strategy in dealing with the division of labor in the dairy farming household? So to answer this question, I refer to John Newbery, Japanese family framework, and also Ravitch and Shedd about resilience concept. First, Newbery explained the division of the traditional roles in the Japanese family. He differentiates between productive and reproductive labor. Productive work is creative and value-adding, while reproductive work is repetitive and value-conserving, has had a dramatic effect on how domestic work typically performed by women is valued. Women's strategy for dealing with unequal work distribution are closely linked to their resilience. So in explaining brown women's resilience, I also refer to Ravitch and said, so there are 7 abilities that form resilience. It starts from emotion regulation, impulse control, optimism, causal analysis, where individual can identify their problems, and next, empathy, self-efficacy, and the last one is reaching out. So resilience is defined as an individual's ability to achieve positive aspect of life after misfortune strikes. So this is also related to Japanese philosophy of self-acceptance or narimo in pandum. So next, Ahmad Chori will elaborate on this concept in further detail. So Ahmad Chori, time is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Ayu. I will explain about social status and Brau. Okay, Brau village is predominantly populated by dairy farmers, providing the setting for our narrative. We gain in-depth insight into the local life and culture through interview with representative we call the Bu Entin, Mati, and Majun. The act of marriage bring about significant change in women's social standing. Life after marriage, women in Brau are primarily tasked with reproductive roles and responsibilities. They are charged with managing the household, caring for the children, and upholding the family honor. In addition to their immediate duties, they are expected to support their husband by offering advice and engaging in meaningful discussion. Moreover, in certain situations, they actively contribute to the family financial stability through the involvement in the negotiation process. Okay, I will explain more about role negotiation. Not all women have equal influence in their household, which means bargaining power can vary significantly. The division of gender roles involve negotiation between men and women, leading to some flexibility in these roles. The roles are not fixed and can be adapted based on discussion. This negotiation process evolves through expressing wishes, open discussion, and serious conversation among family members. It's a process that requires understanding and open communication. Women in Brau bear a dual burden. They not only manage household chores but also work as dairy farmer, demonstrating their contribution in both private and public sector. In the public sector, their responsibility include milking cows, running the dairy farm, taking care of livestock health, and sometimes even delivering milk to the village unit cooperative. The negotiation of this dual responsibility showcase the resilience of Brau women and their ability to reshape traditionally rigid gender roles within their community. This highlights their strengths and adaptability in balancing multiple roles. Okay, the resilience begins in the family. The family serves as the starting point for fostering adaptability and strength. Despite carrying a dual burden, women of Brau exhibit exceptionally adaptability. They manage both of household chores and working as dairy farmers with grace and resilience. The resilience journey embodies the principle of Nrimo ing Pandum, a Javanese philosophy implying acceptance of one's life circumstances. They accept their roles and circumstances with grace and strength. In this context, resilience becomes the adaptive strategy employed by Brau women when dealing with their dual burden. This self-acceptance not only help them navigate the responsibilities, but also sustain the image of good Javanese woman. From the explanation, we take 5 conclusions. First, the construction of Javanese women as kancha winking, defined solely by their placement in the domestic sphere, needs to be reconsidered. Brau women are involved to work alongside men in public work as dairy farmer as a result of family institution negotiation. However, economic and social stratification have an impact on the negotiation process and the resilience of Brau women. Brau women perceive a dual function as self-acceptance concept known as Nrimo ing Pandum. This is a consequence of the negotiation process in the public sector and family rules. Considering their marginalized status, Brau women finally embody high resilience. Thank you. I will give back to my friend, Yayu.
Okay, I think this is our last presentation. Thank you very much.
Obrigada, Armada e Yayu. Vocês ainda teriam 3 minutinhos, se quiserem usar falar mais
You still
alguma
have 3 minutes if you want to talk anything else. Otherwise, we can go to the last presentation and maybe we can have some time for debate.
Yes, probably we can continue to the next presentation so we can have a lot of time to discuss.
Perfect. Thank you. Eu vou chamar, então, o
I'm going to call now the last presentation to present.
Peltier, da University.
Emma Peltier, Eiffel Gustavo University. Are you there?
O trabalho intitulado
Hello, hello everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
O trabalho se intitula
Thank you for.
So,
Sorry.
she's introduced you. Okay, so she's going to, okay, go ahead, go ahead. Your turn. Okay, 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for this wonderful panel. I'm delighted to present my PhD research I prepared at Université Gustave Eiffel in Paris. It focuses on the mobility of Romanian Roma women or identified as Roma living in shantytowns in the Paris region. This presentation explored the relationship between care and domestic space based on the situation of residential vulnerability experienced by women situated at the intersection of gender and anti-Roma racism. I developed two aspects of care that unfold in domestic space: interior arrangement and hospitality. Anti-Roma racism is a systemic racism that oppresses Roma people or those identified as such. It takes the form of both occasional aggression and violence, as well as fundamental inequalities. It affects several aspects of people's lives: access to work, health, education, and housing. This presentation is based on an ethnographic study. Over 30 months, I met some 15 women aged between 12 and 45 in various living environments: shantytowns, social hostel, apartments, and prefabricated accommodation. Women of the survey are discriminated against on the job market.
I'm sorry, Emma.
Yes.
Sorry. Do you have any presentation? Because we are not seeing.
No, I don't.
No. Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Just checking. Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. Women of the survey are discriminated against on the job market and in access to rights due to anti-Roma racism. Their income is based on economic activities carried out in the public space. On top of that, they live in shantytowns. These are self-built living quarters in city margins without water or electricity, which are regularly evacuated. Following evictions, people are sometimes housed in temporary accommodation, and very rarely an apartment is provided. As a result, they have to adapt to different domestic spaces with different levels of comfort. Women evolve in margins. In Marion Tilleux's words, a space both located in the periphery and being sidelined. As we shall see, the margins are also the political space of minoritized people who develop their own practices and knowledge that enable them to confront social norms and domination. Women's domestic spaces are subject to strong external constraints. Whatever the status, they are built by men, evacuated by public authorities, or allocated by social services. On the same time, domestic space constitutes a place where, surrounded by their loved ones, external hostility is kept at bay. In this context, care can be seen as a response to the vulnerability generated by the sexist and racist system. As philosopher Sarah Ahmed says, self-care is not about one's own happiness. It is about finding ways to exist in a world that is diminishing. I will first consider domestic space as an object of care through homemaking, and then domestic space as a support of care through hospitality practices. For philosopher Iris Marion Young, homemaking involves arranging objects to facilitate body routines in space, giving them meaning and preserve them over time. From this perspective, Iris Myron-Young rejects the systematic devaluation of domestic activities. She is thus in the line with Bell Hooks, who argues that for all minoritized people, home has a political meaning, even if it's on the margins. Let's take Maria's example. The several huts Maria occupies are not all laid out in the same way. In shanty towns, which were evacuated shortly after they were built, she has no time to fit out her space. The interior is completely undecorated. It has bare walls and ceilings. In another, where she stayed for over a year, she treated different parts of the shack according to their use. A washing up area at the entrance, consisting of a basin filled with dirty dishes, a beauty area consisting of a tall cabinet with a drawer on which a mirror and cosmetics are placed, and a clothes area and a lounge area consisting of a sofa, a coffee table, and an armchair. Now let's compare with the situation in apartments. Rehousing puts an end to repeated unplanned evacuations and opens the door to the certainty of being able to stay at home. Living rooms are overflowing with decorative objects. Carved wooden furniture is used to display porcelain sets, vases, knickknacks, doilies, and plastic flower bouquets. In the abundance of decorative objects, we can read the assurance of no longer being evicted and the sensation of having found a stable anchorage point. Not all living spaces offer the same opportunity to create a home. However, as we shall see, the domestic space is one of the few places where they can take care of themselves and others. Let's continue by looking at the conditions of hospitality. The shanty town provides accommodation for family members in transit across Europe, but also for other visitors. Myself, I was invited to stay overnight. When night fell, the woman worried about my return journey and offered to me up for the night, for example. In the hotel I visited, visits were forbidden. By contrast, the family home in Romania is more welcoming. This domestic space plays a central role in women's sociability and in the construction of bonds between them. This is the case of Marina. In July 2019, she invited me to spend a week in Peripheral, the village where she grew up in Romania. At the time, Marina had no home of her own. She spends the summer at her sister's place next door to her parents' place. The house brings together all those who usually live in different countries in Europe, England, Germany, etc. I witnessed a scene that expresses the women's solidarity. Gathered in the courtyard of the family home, they are in communication with Miyohara's ex-husband. Having left with another woman without giving any news for a year, he now wants to regain custody of his son. Faced with the threat of losing custody of a child, the women unite and vilify the man from a distance, leaving him speechless. This scene illustrates the strength of female unity. If Miyohara had been alone, she wouldn't have been so convincing. Despite residential vulnerabilities, domestic space proves to be a support for self-care and care between women. Dressing up, putting on makeup, doing one's hair, chatting and supporting one another are all activities that take place in the domestic space, helping to overcome the daily hardships generated by sexist and racist oppression. I've come to the end of my presentation and I will now conclude. Stories of homemaking reveal how women appropriate their domestic space. Taking an interest in the ways in which domestic space is appropriated allows us to understand the constraints and the possibilities of the inhabitants, but also to take the measure of what matters to them. The care given to the interior space is designed to make it pleasant and welcoming for visitors. Changing the sofa, pulling back the bedspread to remove a crease, sweeping the floor, putting things away in a cupboard. These are all trivial gestures that reflect the desire to transform a space, however precarious, into a place for meeting and discussion. As it makes exchange, discussion, and sharing possible, the home is a modality of agency. Its scope is not just individual, it is collective. The ethic of care invites us to go beyond the a priori superficial or banal structure of everyday practices and to detect agency despite living conditions structured by the intersection of several dominations. We end with the words of Audre Lorde and Sarah Ahmed. They say, caring for myself is not self-indulgence, it is self-preservation, and that is an act of political warfare. Thank you. I finished.
Muito obrigada, Emma.
Thank you very much, Emma. Thank you to you all that presented here a panel, very wide and very diverse. Paula, Priscilla, do we have a minute to discuss? So we have 10 minutes to discuss.
Vamos lá, Larissa, se você quiser amarrar tudo e apresentar.
If you want to wrap up and present, or if you want to open to one people. We got some minutes, so it's open. If you want to open your cameras to make questions, and the ones that presented, if you want to bring some questions
Apresentadoras e apresentadores.
to other presented, you can have some discussion on that. Would like maybe, okay, Paula, go ahead. I thank those wonderful presentations, and maybe the most international table that we got and regional table that we got, because it involved migration, immigration. And I would like to ask two questions just to hear you and provoke you. One, in the previous events of this seminar, we had the care theme as political. We saw in Irish presentation very clearly the care being mobilized, a lot of care mobilized to face the politics, the government directly. We can see in other works the mobilization of care as a resistance. I would like to ask if you see care, how do you see care? Because differently from some Latin American theses where care is seen as something that should be paid, and the strike of house care could take us to this payment. You show sharing care as politics in another direction. So I would like to hear you in this big question. There is, do you think care is political, and how it is political? It's a provocation for us to start. Larissa? I think that maybe I can bring a question, and if we don't have any other comments, we can go on for everybody to have time to react. In fact, I thought all the discussions through all those days that we had, and I think that we have been seeing that the social reproduction activities and the care are in the center of the debate of the feminist agenda. We purpose several of the tables, seeing the importance of the care tasks, and Faranak talked about that in a very beautiful way. The care practice as radical care, as resistance. We saw some devastated territories, and also many talks in this sense and presentation showing the reproduction of life and care emerging as a very aggressive frontier as expansion of the market. And Veronica Gago talked about it in her speech on Monday. And an expansion of the market of the finances, giving several experiences of care that appears as a response in this relation, and then it's under this hyper mercantilized practice. So it's a permanent tension of the reproduction, social reproduction of the care, and the work that Open shows Ana Carolina, was shown in Ana Carolina work. And I would like to hear you if it makes sense around the care, if it shows in your work, how to deal with that. That were my thoughts, these discussions through the days that we had. Do you think that we don't have any other question? We could pass on because we have just a short time. Anyone who wants to share a comment can open the mic. Larissa, can I start following the order of the presentation? I think that it on the agenda, the care is political. I agree with that. And I think that this land of the social protection always have public policies and attempts of the market to change. We show the cultural transformations inside the social reproduction. So we understand that this production and reproduction is something that moves, and the fight for space, it's something that's very strong. You see several attempts to make institutionalizations in the social reproduction in several moments of the capitalism. We live a moment of reinforce of privatization in the social reproduction that one hand counts on the unqualified work and not well paid, and women non-white, and the market and the state doesn't have a solution in this more equal social reproduction. And the recent entrance of women in space, in job positions that are more competitive and more well-paid incentives, more the mercantilization. And then
I also think this is a breeding ground to create circuits in this system. So today's presentations and Farinak's lectures yesterday emphasized this, that there are strategies of care that can be resistance, and there are also appropriations and remodelations of these actions. So in my doctorate thesis, I work with data from the World Bank that also shows this outlook on the community work done by women, the solidarity that they promote as an attempt to uh, stabilize the social reproduction model during financial crisis, and how the international organizations look at this with a perspective of appropriating that work, since they don't have an universal solution for the social reproduction, considering the dismantling of social policies. So there's also this movement of appropriation that occurs from the international organizations. I'll stop here to pass the floor to everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Simone, Luana. I wanted to talk about care related to women from the peripheries because when I got there, I saw the absence of any form of care and the excess of violation of rights with the women, with children, with the elderly, and all of the population living in that slum. So we try to understand that in this time that I have worked there in the 3 years. And this word, care, uh, it's not really related to their daily context because care, when we talk about care for children and adolescents, for example, we receive calls every day. There are children that go to the NGO to say that they want to go to a shelter because they don't want to be with their families. There are women who yell out silence for the love of God. Uh, and when we say care is political, yes, it's political, but at what level is that care happening with people who are so distant from all public policies? Because there are public policies, like for example, we have one female shelter for all of the city. Can it encompass all of the demands of all of these women? We don't have specific care for adolescents who get pregnant when they're 12, when they're 13. So what type of care are we talking about? Sometimes us, the third sector, so to speak, because I'm just joining the third sector, we see this distance of public policies, which are policies that are done for many people, but they are not considered at a micro perspective. How can I actually understand that population and do something that gets to them in the territory? So care, political care, and also self-care, and this care shared among women through networks of solidarity, we are currently learning that in practice. And in the time that I have been there, they have learned to gain confidence first in someone who's coming from outside, who is that woman, and now it's someone who is there every day and moving forward with them. But I'm just one person. When we transform this into a document and send it to the authorities, we wonder who is going to read, who is going to be there, and who will try to make that happen. Thank you, Simone. Letitia, if you want to take the floor for a couple of minutes to conclude. A wonderful session. Thank you, Larissa and Paula, for the questions. And I think this raises a very interesting aspect about what is care. And there is an expression that I take from the political ecology literature that talks about the daily and extraordinary revolutions. And Silvia Federici points to this contradiction of social reproduction that, on the one hand, can imprison, especially women and racialized people, within certain structures that prevent political participation, that prevent empowerment, but at the same time, it puts this in a very strategic place to think about politics and on how to change reality. And this is also very strong in Latin American literature. We need to talk about our struggles and conflict, but we also need to be alive to do that. So actually, in our daily lives, we are always engaging, and it's always fundamental. It's always an opportunity in a laboratory for transformation. We cannot discuss care without thinking about this contradiction. It's not about thinking of care as something positive or as something that imprisons her, but in its ambivalence. And yes, that's what I had to share. Thank you. Thank you, Letitia. Irish? Irish? I don't know if
Yeah,
you're
thank you for, yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Well, I think that was a thought-provoking question, and I also thank my other presenters weighing in. Well, to me, particularly because of the case study that I presented, I do think I mean I care is political. I think based on two things. Like first, it is political because of the power inequalities. Meaning, I think it's clear from all the presentations that um, asymmetrical relations are reproduced sometimes in the process of caring. Like there are more groups that receive more care, and for you to access more care, you also have to come from a particular positionality, identity, and often those who give care are those also who are in the periphery or who are marginalized. And at the same time, I also see how, for example, in the community pantry, how care is weaponized by the state. So they justify state neglect because other people will care anyway. So somehow for the possibility that radical care provides, it's a double-edged sword. Like for example, in the pandemic, because it was highlighted and amplified, the state became invisible. And in the Philippines, this is also true when there are natural calamities. Like there are private organizations or people's organizations that mobilize to help communities devastated by the typhoons. And so the state or the national government is hands off, and nobody is looking for the government anymore because there are already groups caring. And so I think that's why it's also political somehow, because it is exploited in that way. But the second level for me on why it is political is because it is also a position. And I think for feminists, for people who organize communities, at least in my experience as well, I also see caring for each other when the world is falling apart as, it's radical. It is difficult. It is difficult because our states make it difficult. But I also think that it's political because it is a position that we um manage to choose every day, I think, in the romantic sense of the word, but also as a woman who has also straddling different identities. So I think that's how I appreciate um how care is political. And yes, I think Priscilla also said it's multidimensional. So I think that's why I like also how feminists talk about care, because they don't talk about it in like the fluffy or in all nice and warm, but it's nuanced to the everyday realities that all of us face. So yeah, I hope that captures what I wanted to share today.
Perfeito, obrigada, Iris.
perfect. Thank you so much, Irish. Final minutes. They started construction just outside my window, so I apologize. I'll invite Nargis now. Nargis?
Yeah. So thank you for inviting me to this very interesting panel. And many of the themes and issues discussed in all the papers have such interesting and overlapping contextual and theoretical issues that I thought, were very thought-provoking when we talk about hierarchies and the asymmetrical relationship in social structures in societies. And I found it particularly interesting when we look at an embodied perspective, or when we try to understand care work, emotional work. These are themes that were in many of our papers. So an embodied perspective implies how the woman is bringing out the work in the various activities that she is undertaking. And how is her perspective, her agency, her thinking leading her to enact the various roles and identities that she is encompassing. So I think it's very relevant if we try to understand the embodied perspective. And of course, these were very interesting stories and examples of marginalized women in different contexts. And it's also interesting to understand the various categories of women that itself we were discussing. And I feel that there is a differentiation when we talk about the categories of women, when we look at upper class women, lower class women, and middle class women, and how, of course, caste, class, race, ethnicity, and all become very pronounced, and they become very important when we also need to place a woman and try to understand her subjectivities. And I think I found many of the papers very enlightening and interesting. These regards. Yeah, so I think I want to conclude with that. Thank you.
Obrigada.
Thank you. Ahmad and Yayu.
Okay, so based on our representation, we thought that care is culturally constructed. So it's also represented in the brown woman, where women also constructed as agent to do the household care. So it is a divided about reproductive and productive work between men and also women. So in brown women, they put they face like a dual burden, like a dual function. So they have to do like domestic work and also productive work. So it also culturally constructed, even put them in a marginalized status. And why do we say that care also culturally constructed? So we also say about the Japanese philosophy, narimo impandum, or self-acceptance. So we might, if we think in a rational construction, like why women have to face like a dual function. But for the brown woman, for the Japanese woman, they face it like grace, like from the God, as if it would function defined from the God. So we think like care is a cost. So we think that care is culturally constructed. I think that's from us. I give back to you, Larissa. Thank you.
Obrigada, Yayu. Emma, para fechar.
Thank you, Yayu. Emma, to close.
Yeah, can you hear me? Okay. Thank you. It's very fruitful to hear all these experience all over the world. And I feel really very interested by all this presentation. And yeah, for me, care is political because it allows to confront and to face vulnerability. And I think the ethic of care are very useful and fruitful to understand the situation of women in the world, because on the both sides it is a way of patriarchy. The reason it's a way that permit a patriarchal system to continue, because women are assigned to do the daily work, but on the same time it is something that maintain life and allow women to educate the children and to maintain life of their community. And ethic of care invite us to look to different and details of the daily life and to analyze the discrete skills of women in the daily life. So I think it's both an ethic and a practice of daily life. Yeah, it's my only contribution. Thank you very much for all of you.
Perfeito, obrigada, Emma. Bom,
Perfect. Thank you, Emma. Well, I think so we conclude this panel in this session that was amazing. It put care into a global dialogue that really widened our perspective. I would like to thank all of the panelists. I would like to thank the interpreters who created the bridge for our global conversation, and also everyone responsible for organizing this event because it's a lot of work. And thank you so much. See you soon at 10:30 when we will talk about street vendors, migrants, infrastructure, and water. Thank you. See you all very soon.
Very beautiful presentations.
If you want to stay in the call, just close your microphone and camera, and we'll be back in 12 minutes.
And Elinorata Imbuya that will start the three abstracts about infrastructure and water. So hi, Elinorata.
Hello, Priscilla. Hello, Paula.
Hello.
How are you?
Hello, presenters. I'm fine, and you?
Fine, thank you. Paula, I'm sorry, I was distracted here. We are going to start with Ariadna, right?
Yes, please.
Yes, we will start with her. She has classes and she's very anxious because she has to go. I'm just waiting for Bruna that will do the mediation. Let us see what's happening. Bruna is having problems with the Zoom.
And then Clara will not join, and everybody else. Ana Pia is here.
No.
Or should I go? Let me ask Noma.
No, nor Clara Camargo, nor Ana Pia. And Bruna is having problems to come in Zoom, so we're waiting for her for a while. Maybe we could start while we could start with Elinorata, but Ariadna has to be the first because she will teach, and so maybe
Paula, Ariadna is from water. She is in the water and infrastructure segment of the presentation. We just put her up because she...
Okay, we can do the inversion. We start by water and infrastructure. So Priscilla, you should start. I think we are live. I'm seeing it here. So maybe you should start.
Yeah, we are live. So welcome everybody to the second session of our third day of the Feminizing Urban Struggle seminar. Just for those of you, if anyone wasn't here in the morning, by being here, we assume that you agree to have your image shared on YouTube. We now start the second session. I see the recording stopped. Okay, it's recording. The second session of today, it's actually we're combining backyards, gardens, and agriculture, and infrastructure and water. And we have Dr. Elinorata Imbuya, my colleague at RD University, in Tanzania, moderating the session on infrastructure and water. Elinorata and I were together in Tanzania a few years ago. She's research fellow at the Institute of Human Settlement Studies that co-hosts this event, and Elinorata, maybe you want to introduce yourself a little bit more, and then please take over your session. So Elinorata, since we are switching to water and infrastructure first, after Ariadna, it will be Clara, who is not coming, so it will be Veridiana and Vanessa Pinotti with o corpo como parte da infraestrutura. To you, over to you, Elinorata.
Okay, thank you, Priscilla. Good day to you all, and welcome to this session. The second session has already, Priscilla has already said. Some few reminders is that we have 10 minutes for each presenter, which we are kindly asking you to comply with. I'll be checking up with you at 8 minutes. I hope I'll be able to. Then I just welcome Ariadna to start with a presentation. Please welcome.
Thank you so much, Elinorata. I don't know if the slides are visible for people in YouTube, or I have to share my screen.
Please share.
Please share.
Yeah. Perfect. Okay. Okay, so this is a bucket of water. This is something that people use to carry water. And this is something that a lot of people is super familiarized, but some people have never seen in their lives because they didn't have the need to. My name is Ariadna Romans. I am a researcher and consultant and trainer in climate change related topics, especially water and vulnerable communities. And I will now present you what I was investigating from January on. So these were the queues in Cape Town, in the capital of the Republic of South Africa, that people have to do and still have to do nowadays to get water. Since it's a region that is water stressed, and due to management, climate change, infrastructure, and other social causes, there's not enough water for everyone, and the redistribution of this resource is not sometimes very just. This is not a situation that only countries in Southern Africa are facing. There are also a lot of regions in the world that are facing this exact same problematica, but Cape Town was a case study, a very relevant case study some years ago for how they overcome the drought. And with my research, what I wanted to know is, first, how did they overcome this drought? Second, was this really an overcoming of the drought? And third, what can other case studies of water-stressed cities, but also regions, can learn from it? I'm originally from Barcelona, and there we have a really big drought at the moment. And I wanted to also know, what can we learn from this case study? So finally, my research was based on how low-income women's lived experience are shaped by the slow water disaster in Cape Town. So yeah, low-income women are the most vulnerable groups to water shortages. This is something that lots of institutions around the world have proven with other research, and especially in regards to topics like health, hygiene, sanitation, and especially care tasks. This research investigates the life experience of these low-income women in Cape Town by using two main theoretical frameworks: intersectionality and feminist political ecology approach. And this is all done also understanding water as a slow disaster. So not as a resource, a mere thing that exists in our landscape, but as a problem that has been going on for years and that finally came to the form that it's showing today. So this investigation analyzes the everyday realities narrated by these low-income women's stories and tries to identify the opportunities and barriers to mainstream their experiences into local water policies. This is, as you can see, the research game that came up with the question of my research. How do low-income women in Cape Town experience the water disaster, and how do they relate to the current institutional responses that the city have already offered them? So in order to develop this research project, I wanted to listen first to low-income women's voices, which was something that previous literature showed that it was not always done, not only in the context of Cape Town, but also in other contexts of water disasters. And I managed to talk to 14 low-income women from the townships of Langa, Athlone, Elsie's River, Mitchell's Plain, Heidelberg, Kailicha, and Bountiful, which for those who are not familiar with the geography of the city of Cape Town, the townships are the peripheral areas to the city where low-income residents mostly reside. So when I was delivering all the questions, and when I was talking to the interviewed woman, they told me some inspiring things that I was grasping from the interviews in a qualitative perspective. Nobantu asked, there's a question why the water is brown. Some other women claimed that to them God was water, and that's why it was connecting everything. Sometimes also other women claimed that there was a situation of uncertainty in their life experiences, so that made it very difficult for them to plan on their water availability and use. And other women felt very frustrated by the fact that they didn't feel listened by policymakers. Also, other people showed they're anxious. What are we going to do tomorrow if there's no water? For them, it was a constant thought, and they claimed it was a very difficult situation to live with because they didn't have the security or the certainty of having water. So it's a constant struggle. And they also claimed other issues like a big worry for sanitation and for clean water, a big worry for if there's going to be enough for taking care of their children, taking care of their families, taking care of themselves, so related to care tasks. And also there was other woman who said that it was a very difficult challenge for them because it was directly related to like the redistribution that they as women had to do about the resource. After delivering these interviews, I also talked with 14 experts conducting the same research, the qualitative research, and I could understand a bit broader the situation of the city. And finally, I analyzed first our shared water future, which is the Cape Town water strategy, but also two efforts that were done by academia and activists to grasp and to collect all the learnings in different efforts that were done by either the collaboration of some companies and academia, either by the initiative of collective academic and governmental councils. So with this, the main conclusions that I found during this research is that first, inequality is a big shaper of how water struggles and low-income women struggles intersect. Second, the relationship between low-income women and water challenges needs to be further explored. I understand this is a very small sample in a very concrete country, but the intersection between these two issues is very, very high, and I found a lot of ideas that need to further be explored. And finally, in a society and in a context like everywhere in the world where the roles and stereotypation of genders is very high, water struggles ultimately develop into care struggles for most women. But if we want to be a bit more concrete, water cannot be understood in isolation from other the people and the environment that surrounds and inhabits it. So this was also a conclusion that came up from this research. History plays an important role, especially if we understand water not as something that pops up all of a sudden, we don't have water, but as something that slowly permeates into the geography of a city. Climate change.
Sorry, Adriana, it's 8 minutes now. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Climate change is not the only cause to blame when we are thinking about a natural disaster or a resource disaster. And South Africa's main policy, despite its very progressive policy, and it's one of the countries that are more advanced in terms of policy, it's still finding difficulties to grasp and to collect all these ideas and all these claims that low-income women were making in the interview. And I would also be very interested in if this is something that only happens in Cape Town and in the Republic of South Africa, or this is also a thing that happens in other countries, either from the region or in the world. So as a conclusion and to finish my exhibition, I would say that a more connected and strongly related policy across scales needs to be implemented with the mainstreaming of low-income women's lived experiences and associated to the needs to transform their vulnerability into empowerment and improve water resilience for all population groups in Cape Town. These are some of the recommendations that I made in my research in the final piece that we are now converting into a paper. And my goal with this is to be able to stop speaking about buckets and start speaking about redistribution, about how to limit the access of some and improve the access of others, to be able to control more efficiently and more harmoniously water struggles for protecting most vulnerable communities. This is some of the bibliography I used, and thank you very much for giving me this floor.
Thank you, Ariadna. Thank you for keeping up with the time. Since Ariadna, you are leaving to go, I don't know if we should right now allow 2 minutes to give her some comments or ask a question before she leaves.
Yeah, I'm sorry for having to be absent. I just have my my students waiting, so that's
okay. Thank you. Okay, we are sorry we won't have you during the discussion, but it's okay.
Yes, we can do the discussion. Don't worry. But
yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I now welcome let me see. Sorry. I welcome Veridiana and Vanessa for the presentation. You are welcome, please.
Oi, gente.
Are you ready? Okay.
Yes, hello.
Okay. Hello. Please proceed.
Deixa eu só ver como apresenta aqui, peraí. Achei.
Tá ótimo. Veridiana, você vai pôr em apresentação?
Veridiana, you can put on presentation mode, and then we can start. Okay.
A tela cheia para mim.
A tela cheia para você, Paula?
Tá.
Tá certo. Então tá.
Foi? Agora?
Okay, I'm going to start.
Agora mais cheia ainda.
Então tá bom. Então tá certo, gente. Agora ficou
Okay, all right. Everything okay?
Tá bom, então. Vou começar.
I'm going to start. Good morning. It's a pleasure, Veridiana Godoy. I'm an architect, and I just delivered my master's in planning of the territory in the program of UFGT. My professor was Vanessa Pinotti, and this work is that is presented in this seminar is a part of my master's research in the part of the methodology and data analysis. I did by narratives, and one of the narratives is the body as part of the infrastructure. So I talked about that and the experience of the women that live in a neighborhood called Mangueirinhas in São Paulo. As I mentioned, it's part of my master's dissertation. And the title of that is The Relationships of Dangers in Precarium Settlements and the Hydrical Unsecurity. So I have to analyze the territorial planning feminist on this urban space. So basically, to understand by the gender construction how it's to conciliate what or how they are divided by gender. And what are the responsible one and how it impacts the body, the routines, the emotion of the subjects, and how the trajectories that everyone surround us and how they execute this text and what are the elements. For example, the tools, the social circle, and etc. So the theoretical part of understanding that water is the interaction between, it's not only the material thing, and involves all the relationships that it's going to do access the water.
And that is a context of water insecurity, and I see the lack of water within the context of water insecurity. So when you look and say, we're lacking water here, that is a process where you can recognize the dynamics of power in the practices of the lack of water and what you have to do to get water in that context. So the water insecurity context brings a new scale of analysis, which is the household. So I will look at the daily practices and social relations. So when we think about the household as a territory for the analysis of territorial planning, we put at stake the political dimension of the house, which is very important for the feminist theory. And in this narrative of the body, I focus the body on the body as a scale of analysis that's even more specific in the smaller scale of analysis, and we look at the power relations that uphold inequality relations at a bigger scale. So looking at the self as an expression of inequalities that operate at a larger scale. So we have a logic from the intimate to the global. And when we look at these bodily practices and how the body happens in these practices to access water, we understand the embodied subjectivities of the subjects, and all of that within the political feminist ecology, which is the great theoretical umbrella. The methodology of the work was qualitative with a case study, the Mangueirinha community in the eastern zone of São Paulo, and I adopted feminist methodological practices, and the subjects of the research were the inhabitants, and the objects of study were the embodied experiences to access water of the inhabitants. I did semi-structured interviews, simple observation, and a field diary. All of the drawings are made by me. This is an illustration of the Mangueirinha community. It's a community where most houses are made of wood. The floor is dirt, and there's no basic sanitation. So they either have septic tanks or they throw the or they dispose of the waste in the creeks that run through the territory. And some houses have wells for water, and some other houses are connected to this piping to the informal piping network, which is an informal network, and Sabesp is the water supply company that liberated a point so that the inhabitants could install pipes so that these people could have access to water. And these pipes are not underground, they are in the air. And I say in my narrative that they're kind of flying together with the electric network. And now focusing on the narrative of the body as part of the infrastructure, I bring the speech of one of the interviewees, which is pipes don't come into my house. We have to get everything with a bucket. And this quote is by Ana Carolina, one of the inhabitants that I interviewed. And in her case, her house, she lives in a wooden house that was built by the Teto NGO behind a plot of land above a creek, and the house, her neighbor's house, is more structured. She doesn't have any water points in her house, and she gets water from her neighbor's house. So what happens is her body becomes part of the infrastructure. So her body is like a pipe. Every day she needs to get out of her house and go get water at the neighbor's house, walk to her house. Then she goes inside the home, washes the dishes in a basin. So her body also becomes a faucet. And then she takes the water that has been used and throws it in the toilet. And once again, her water becomes a pipe to take the dirty water away, and the water used to wash dishes. And the only part that is more structured in her house is the bathroom that was subsequently built by her son. And they don't have water supply, and it's just the toilet that can that is connected to the creek. In the case of Jasmine, she has a well, but a well doesn't have a pump. So every day she needs to get a bucket and a rope and take the water inside her house with the bucket. So her body becomes the pump that gets the water, and then a pipe to take the water home. And with that bucket, she's able to supply her gallons of water, and so she can carry out her domestic activities. In the case
Verdiana,
of
it's
Luisa,
8 minutes, please. You have 2 minutes.
Ok, thank you.
Yep.
Na casa da Luísa,
and this is Luisa's house, where she also doesn't have water supply, but she does have a sink, but she doesn't have the pipes connected to the sink, both to the sewer and for water supply. And she accesses water in the bathroom in her backyard that she shares with her neighbor, her brother. So her body becomes a pipe, and she brings that water with a bucket inside the home. She becomes a faucet to wash the dishes, and then she becomes pipe again to uh, take the water used away. And in Luisa's case, she also says that she warms the water for showering with a mug. And in the case of Luisa, her bathroom is connected to the piping network, her backyard bathroom. And lastly, I bring Anna, an inhabitant that has all of the infrastructure that is connected to the pipes, but the structure of the community doesn't have enough pipes. So she has a water tank in her garage. And even though she has all of the infrastructure, all of the pipes, her body becomes part of the infrastructure because the water doesn't have enough pressure to go up to the water tank. And final considerations, water is more than a resource. It mediates social relationships, builds cultural practices, territorial dynamics, and embodied experiences. I also say the woman's body becomes part of the infrastructure to supply the inadequations of the territory, be it lack of infrastructure or an infrastructure that's not appropriate, like in the case of Anna, where the water doesn't have enough pressure. These bodily transformations are the materialization of this inequality and of the violence, and the naturalization of inequality and violence in the urban daily life of these inhabitants. And through this analysis done via narratives and drawings, I employ a feminist research accompanied by creativity beyond the writing of the academic test, and also putting at stake the embodiment, the ability to have agency, and also the discomfort, because you have a drawing that expresses other feelings that are not accessed when through academic writing. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Veridiana. Thank you very much for the presentation. I will now welcome Gabriela and Marina from the Federal University of Bahia in Brazil. Are you here, Gabriela and Marina?
Sim, olá. Hi, good morning.
Okay, you're welcome.
Yes, hello.
Vamos falar português a partir daqui.
We'll be speaking Portuguese, okay?
It's okay.
Can we share the screen?
Yes, please proceed.
Ok. Conseguem ver a tela?
Can you see the screen?
Ok.
Yes.
Okay.
Vamos começar. Segundo.
Okay, I'll begin. Just a second. We no longer see it in full screen. It's no longer in full screen. Okay, I'm back. Hello, good morning. My name is Marina Novaes. I am a master's student at the University of Bahia in the Bodies, Discourse, and Territory group, and I'm part of that group with Gabriela Suzati, who will introduce herself. And today we are going to share some reflections that we had in an event that we produced and organized with this group, coordinated by Professor Gabriela Leandro Pereira, and how these discussions relate to our individual and collective researchers and also our daily life in the city. And I am
Urbanista também pela UFBA e a minha pesquisa vai
I student in urbanism, and my research will think about the city based on female and women's practices. I'm Gabriela. I'm an urbanist with UNEB, and now I'm in the Master's of Architecture in Urbanism by the University of Bahia, and I research water supply in Salvador in the 19th century. Mari, can you continue? Okay, so we will talk about, well, this presentation actually started with an event by the name of Partilhas Transatlânticas by the Body Discourse and Territory Group. And the first day of the event, we had a lot of short films and 3 short films that we're going to talk about and share the reflections that we had based on them. And the short films are The Cleaning Ladies at Rio Cabaraú, a 2022 film, the Pachu film, a hybrid film by Guido Mota, and the network researchers from Camboa de Baixo from the Trama Collective 2022. These films are located in 3 different territories. One of them starts with the Acaraú River that starts in Ceará and specific to the city of Sobral, which is also where this movie is located. We have 2 points in Salvador, in Pernambués, and the other one is Gamboa de Baixo.
Para falar um pouco mais. Hã? Pode falar. Para falar um pouco mais sobre esse processo e como
To talk a little bit more about this process, and this movie deals with the group of Colmin and other people who are part of this movie, with the mothers who were clothes washers in the banks of the river. And many things that will be related to this river, not only as an element. And here we highlight this discourse, which is very strong, which is the water sustains. And they bring this film as an element that's very strong and something that we brought in this discussion, how the water sustains beyond being a chemical element.
E é super curioso como o Columinhaçu, ele resgata e mergulha nessas
Well,
memórias.
and it's very curious how Colomiaçu rescues and dives into those living memories through bathing, washing clothes, and it also reaffirms this gesture as something collective, both in this doing, and it's very curious in the short film how we always have 3 people in the scene doing collective gestures, but when we exhibited the film, it awakened a series of collective memories that other women identified with in their childhood and previous generations. This was directly connected to the women who are in the film. They were present in the day of the event, and they said they were very reminded of their relationship with the sea. So changing a little bit of the context, but this very strong relationship with water. And also specificity about the movie, it also reenacts this memory through illustrations and constellations, as we called it, which are these diagrams and these illustrations that seem very subconscious. And it's a very intimate film. It was produced during the pandemic. It's also kind of a performance, and it's very interesting. And now a little bit about the film. And all of the images that we show are of the films, and the films were made available by the directors and for the event and now for this presentation here. So these are the words that are related to this film. This direct relationship with the context of the washing ladies and the performance. And you also mix that with the scenes of the film and scenes of public archives that relive other times in the city. And going over to Pacho, Pacho is a mixture between water and guerra flour, which is a flour specific to Bahia, used to prepare oatmeal. And this Pacho is used for healing and has several healing properties. And in the film, it talks about this relationship. It divides the film into two parties, into two parts. The first part is water, the second part is war. And war is this place as resistance and as fight, as combat. And this also leads us to the film about the fisherwomen, because they're also in a place of resistance and permanence. So even if these films were filmed in different places and at different points, they're still connected by this factor, which is water, that unites all of these films as a conducting thread of fight of permanence, history, and memory. And something else which is
Sorry, I'm
interesting
saying
for us to
8 minutes
realize.
on, Gabriela.
Certo, obrigada. A gente tem uma coisa interessante de perceber que é que
And it's interesting to realize that we start with the river, we go over to the land, and we're talking about a neighborhood. This film was created through the pandemic, and the neighborhood is going through a drought, but they also had issues related to there being wells and rivers that were suppressed by urban infrastructure.
Can we finish? Yet, Eliana. E por fim, é o filme
And
do...
lastly, we have the network Fisher's film, and our time is up, but it's interesting for us to relive these very impactful quotes that appear in the film that talks about the lives of the fisher women at Gamboja Baixo, a community in the city of Salvador, in a territory that is being disputed and that has the ocean as the main place for leisure, for livelihood, and to maintain history. And this is reported through the interviews with fisherwomen in this territory. And lastly, we have a territorial issue that's very strong that happens when a road is built in the 60s in the city of Salvador and places this community at the margins at the city center and at the margins from a series of rights and accesses. And this is related by Ana Caminha, the protagonist of this combat, this fight, struggle in the city of Salvador, and she also appears in the film as an interviewee. I think our time is up. We thank you for the opportunity. Okay.
Thank you very much, Gabriela and Marina. I now welcome other two presenters, namely Anapia and Bekele. These are from the Institute of Geography, University of Bonn in Germany. Are you present already?
Hello, I'm
Okay,
here.
hello. Yeah,
Hi, how are
please
you?
proceed with sharing the screen
Yes.
and the presentation.
I'm going to share. I hope you're able to see my screen now. Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be able to present today on our research on agriculture, marginalization, and informality in Addis Ababa. I'm also in Ethiopia right now in Addis, and we are facing a bit of electricity shortage. So let's hope that it will stay stable. So let me start with the study context. Here in Addis, as you can also see in the pictures, urban vegetable farming, which we are focusing on vegetables, is actually widespread, but it's not well documented. So it's rather a hidden practice. Although it's an integral part of the city's vegetable food supply. So urban food production has only recently gained political attention due to strong inflation and also value chain disruption, especially due to the COVID-19 crisis. And now we see that there is a stronger focus on innovative and modern urban farming practices, such as vertical farming, but not so much attention, especially policy attention, towards the agriculture that is already there along the rivers, as you can see in the pictures. But those rivers have gained attention recently because of river development plans, as you can see here on the left side. So there are really big river development infrastructure projects going on, which is possibly also threatening the urban agriculture practices. So moving on to the methodology and conceptual framework, which I left out due to time shortage. So what we are doing is an ethnographic approach in our research. So we are following the rivers to explore the larger food system in the city of Addis, especially the inner city of Addis. And so we are not only along the rivers, but also beyond this. Yeah, so it's really a point of departure. And we're using ethnographic methods, including observation, photo documentation, and also interviews. So far, we have interviewed more than 50 female and male vegetable producers, traders, vendors, who are all working along the rivers, but also at markets and dispersed throughout the city of Addis. Here in the picture, you also see micro-selling practices. Yeah, so you can imagine a little bit how it looks like here. Let me move on to the results. Due to the time, I want to focus on 3 major parts of this research. First of all, who is actually farming and selling vegetables here in the city? As I said, it's a rather unexplored topic. So first of all, we wanted to know who is actually farming in this city. You see it everywhere, but who are these people? And we see that this practice is actually, while it has a deep history here in the city, it is mainly a practice done by the so-called urban poor, often people who have migrated to the city from rural areas, who have brought their knowledge about agriculture to the city. From those rural areas. Some have migrated recently, some a longer time ago. And as you could already see in the pictures, it's mainly done along the rivers, but the land security is increasingly threatened by those big infrastructure projects. So when interviewing people, you could really feel a city, but we also see that a lot of land is fenced now and that there's big infrastructure projects going on. So you feel that something is changing and people, especially those who are practicing agriculture, don't really know what is going on right now. Then also with those infrastructure projects, you see that while many people use irrigation or use the water from the rivers to irrigate their fields, they also are unsure, are we able to access the rivers in the future? Because a lot of areas are fenced up right now. There's also, as I mentioned before, a bit of low or very low political awareness of the farm and irrigation practices that are already there for quite a long time. So you see the urban agriculture that is promoted is rather focused on new, like, vertical farming practices, which are kind of taking place in government plots and experimental plots, but not really along those fields that are already there. Moving to the gender perspective, we see that agriculture here in Addis is highly gendered. So as you can see here in the picture on the right side, this is a female day laborer whose work is very precarious. And those ladies work on bigger fields and are employed on a daily basis with a lot of insecurity if they're going to get a job on the next day. We also see that women are often kind of commissioned by their families to guard fields. Yeah, so they don't really work on the field, but they live on the field and in a little hut that is built for them, and they are guarding the cultivated fields. So moving on to the role of informality and marginality in the urban food system. So vegetable is omnipresent here. It's also used strongly in the cuisine of Ethiopia. So it has a huge role for a lot of households. But on the bigger markets, which is one here, you can see the vegetable that is presented in the picture, in the above picture. On those large markets, there are very strict rules to follow. Only a few vendors are allowed, which excludes a lot of farmers and also especially those who are selling only small amounts of vegetables. So this leads to a lot of informal practices, which I can't go into in detail right now, but to make a few examples, especially women, which you can see here also in the picture, they just walk on busy streets, put down their vegetables and sell it, and they are very often harassed by the police, a kind of special police that is between security and police, and they are coming and harassing and chasing the women away very often. And we have also heard from a lot of women that they have actually faced police violence before. It seems like the situation is getting better with regarding to violence, but still a lot of women are harassed and chased away. And of course, those who rely on those informal channels face a lot of marketing uncertainties and very highly volatile market prices. And then I want to go in the last seconds I have, I want to show you a bit of another site. So we found—
And sorry, it's 8 minutes done already.
Yes. So I just wanted to show you very shortly that agriculture is also used as a practice of survival here in informal settlements, as you can see in the pictures, or very small plots claimed by people in poor neighborhoods. So you can read through the take-home messages yourself, or you're very welcome also to contact me with the email address that you can see below in the presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Anapia, and for also keeping the time and for a nice presentation.
Almost, at least.
Yeah. Okay. We now have Bruna Mendes taking over the moderation. So I'm requesting Professor Paula to kindly introduce Bruna to the group.
Hi, thank you, Eleonorata.
Thank you.
Eu pergunto se a Gabriela já apresentou. Já? I think she...
Gabriela presented already, or is she?
A Gabriela Neves de Lima. Gabriela Suzatti
Não, tem
apresentou.
uma... Se você olhar no programa, Priscila,
If you
virando...
take a look at the agenda, when you turn the page, we have other one. Maybe I'm wrong, I'm not sure. Yeah, Gabriela did present it. The one we invert the order, but Gabriela and Marina already presented.
Tô com a Marina na cabeça. Well, I'm sorry. Eu vou apresentar então nessa mesa.
Now I'm going to introduce in this table the second mediator, which Bruna Mendes. She's part of a group
que fez seminário
in University of UBC. She was in a seminar previous to ours. So about body territory, she's a professor in ABC University. She coordinates a nucleus of studies about gender. She has a post-graduation in social and human science, and is a research called WEF ABC Queer. And I'm going to put the definition, I'm sorry, the spelling in the chat box. So with the floor, Bruna, thank you very much for coming. Paula and Priscilla, it's a pleasure. It's very good to be here. As Paula mentioned, they were with us in this event called Territory and Gender, to the Body to the Space. It was very important. I would like to congratulate you for this event and thanking this invitation to be here today. I'm sorry because I was late. I had a technical problem, but here we are. Just checking with you, Paula and Priscila. From my understanding, we are going to follow the presentation from Gabriela Neves, Haley, and Clara. Clara said sorry, but she wouldn't be able to come. So just these two that are comment. So let's go on with those two presentations. I would like to invite Gabriela Neres de Lima, that's going to present the work Occupy Resistant Plant and Farming.
De uma ocupação urbana em uma metrópole do Sudeste brasileiro. Gabriela, você tem 10 minutinhos. Quando der 8 minutinhos, eu te dou um aviso, aí você tem 2 para...
When you got 2 minutes, 80 minutes, I'll give you our aware, and then you can... I'm not being able to share my screen for some reason. Do you have the option share screen?
Mas não aparece a opção de compartilhar. Será que a gente poderia inverter a ordem para eu tentar consertar isso?
Can we invert the order for me to try?
Hi, sorry.
If you can send by email, I can present for you. So let's go to the next one while she can solve her technical problem. So I'd like to invite Haile Abrahams. Is that right? Are you there to present Beyond the Defense Agrees?
Yes.
Hello. Você consegue apresentar?
Can you share your screen?
Pronto. Então tá. Tô começando a contar aqui seu tempo, eu te aviso.
Okay, you can go ahead and I'll give you a warning when you have passed 8 minutes.
Okay. Thank you so much, and good afternoon, esteemed scholars, and welcome to my presentation. I am Hailey Abrams, and I'm from South Africa. I'm currently an intern at the Human Science Research Council while completing my master's degree at the University of Cape Town. Today, I'm excited to share with you a portion of my research which centers on the lived experience of women living in backyard dwellings. So, as many as 1 in 7 urban households live in backyard structures. Backyard housing has been a long feature of the South African housing landscape, and it's a rapidly growing sector meeting the needs of a large number of people. But regardless of existing as part of the housing environment for many years, backyarding has always been invisible and remained overlooked and neglected by policy and research. It has only been receiving more attention from government institutions, organizations, and academia in more recent years. And one of the biggest challenges that many of these backyard houses face is the access to services such as water and electricity, municipal refuse removal, and sanitation. Many of these tenants don't have access to these services, or they are only granted access via their landlords. And these evident injustices in service delivery is a manifestation of unequal citizenship status, many of which remain existent today, regardless of some significant improvements. So the primary objective of my study was to investigate the lived experience of individuals with a particular focus on women who reside in the areas with limited infrastructure and services. So my literature broadly focused on backyard housing in South Africa, and it revealed a significant gap in understanding the different challenges women face in these settings. So the existing studies acknowledge their presence, but they don't really dig deep enough into their unique circumstances and how they navigate these environments. I therefore lean on the lens of
Infrastructural Citizenship by Charlotte Lemansky from a gendered perspective. And this concept of infrastructural citizenship prompts me to consider how people embody and experience infrastructure, particularly concerning gender. So my study was conducted between November 2022 and January 2023 in an area about 40 kilometers from the Cape Town CBD. And this area is predominantly inhabited by people of color, such as the colored and the Black community, and they face significant challenges. So the houses in this area is about 27 meters square, with 1 bedroom, an open plan kitchen, a bathroom with running water and electricity. And many households have spacious yards, making backyard dwellings a common addition to accommodate extra family members or to rent it out for some income. For my data collection, I made use of a local school's walking bus system whereby a group of women accompany children home from school to collect participants. I then carried out 15 in-depth interviews, as well as a focus group discussion and non-participant observation. So one of the main things that emerged while compiling the results was the embodied experience of infrastructure. The backyard tenants in these communities face complex rules about accessing basic services. They, along with their landlords, share the services informally in very close quarters, leading to unique practices to unfold. For example, the women need to adjust their cooking time to avoid peak electricity usage. They also need to coordinate with their landlord to stagger domestic tasks like washing to conserve water. And in the conversations had with these women, this everyday planning and everyday scheduling has several challenges and impacts on them. Also, in the low-income neighborhoods in Cape Town, gender stereotypes play a significant role in job assignments. And the women who I interviewed often bear the responsibility of finding and preparing waste disposal sites, which reinforces those traditional gender roles and expectations. And labeling waste as a woman's job perpetuates gender stereotypes and the belief that women should primarily handle family care, household duties, and this expectation places physical and emotional burdens on the woman, impacting their well-being, impacting the opportunities for success. Some of these women also face health and safety risks when managing waste. Making them vulnerable to accidents, harassments, and attacks. And they need to coordinate certain times to collect water with containers and buckets because of the insufficient water supply and the water infrastructure available to them. And all of these challenges affect how gender and class identities interact and intersect in the city. Women in this community are faced with different levels of physical labor, public shame, gender-specific hardships, and it's all influenced by their roles in their families and in their communities. So according to all of those things that I mentioned, it is quite evident that inadequate infrastructure and backyard housing disproportionately impacts women due to the caregiving and the domestic responsibilities. And this emphasizes the urgent necessity of addressing this gender-specific vulnerability. And, this argument matters because it brings attention to crucial issues related to unique housing and infrastructure needs for a specific group, which is women. And by highlighting these concerns, the argument can contribute to ongoing discussions And recognizing this neglect is a crucial step for advocating for policy changes and research initiatives that can address this group and their vulnerabilities. Yeah, that's all from my side, and thank you for listening and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Holly. Thank you for sticking to the time. Parabéns pela apresentação.
Congratulations for your presentation. I will now pass the floor to Gabriela again. Were you able to do it? Yes, thank you, Paula, for sharing the screen with my presentation. So my name is Gabriela. I am a doctorate student in urban geography with LEC in the UK, and it's a huge pleasure to be here to share a small part of my doctorate research. More specifically, I will work with the space of backyards, the backyard in modes of resistance performed by women in an urban occupation located in the Isidora region in the city of Belo Horizonte. We can see your presentation in full screen. Paula, we see the PPT structure.
Porque acho que ela...
Perdão, eu entrei como...
I apologize. I shared the presentation as a PowerPoint directly, but I will set it for full screen because then it goes to the presentation. Let's try. Do you see it? Yes, now we see it. Thank you. Well, so my study is based in 8 months of ethnographic research that started in March this year, and it's still ongoing. And this period coincides with the development of the community counterproposal to the official urbanization plan developed by the prefecture together with UN agencies that are their partners. And during this period, I realized that planting is a very common practice in the occupation and that the backyards are a central object in local disputes. And I will present an initial attempt at data analysis. So I'm really looking forward to your comments, suggestions, and also criticism about the ideas that are presented. Next. And to understand, can you go to the next slide, Paula, please? Sorry. To understand why the backyard is so important, it's necessary to understand the context of urbanization in this region. And the Isidora region is going through 2 moments in urban planning. First, it was unoccupied and commonly described as the last great green area in Belo Horizonte, and it's a private property, so the City Hall tried to create an urban operation, and this is an argument that's very related to sustainable urbanism, which is very related to environmental concerns with a neoliberal agenda. It doesn't move forward because we have the occupations in 2013, and even though there was a very violent process for negotiation, the occupations were finally recognized as social interest areas, and then the City Hall starts building a urban plan for the area. And in this current context, I argue that the type of urbanization proposed is a part of the paradigm that Joshua Long describes as climate urbanism. And what are the characteristics of climate urbanism? It has as its central aspect the development of infrastructure that is resilient to climate change. In this infrastructure, it can be what Ashley Cars describes as something that seems like a natural unit, but it's actually politically constructed. And the occupation project of these occupations is within a bigger project written to the World Bank to receive funding to manage a basin in the Isidoro River. And this basin is composed by very different territories. So my argument is that the urbanization project has a bigger objective, which is the mitigation of the risk of floods. And that's why permeability became very important in the urbanization project of the City Hall. There are also very specific characteristics like a new institutional arrangement. I mentioned that this was an attempt at funding from the World Bank that didn't work, but that's how the project was originated, a partnership with UN agencies to develop the urban plan, and a different institutional arrangement in the City Hall that I can't discuss right now, but I can go deeper into during the discussion. And continuing that slide, please, just because I had a few things left. Climate urbanism has serious consequences for the participatory planning process, for access to rights, when at a moment where the project has not been implemented, and it also legitimates practices that are more related to surveillance and securitization. Now, next slide, explaining more what happens in these occupations. The urbanization project process is very much characterized by something that the local government refers to as integrated environmental management, but it's actually the continuous drone monitoring to identify new points of construction and regular inspection patrols at the municipal level. There is also limited participation because the patrolling of inspections in the territory creates a lot of mistrust. The inhabitants feel excluded from the participatory process because there is an emphasis on technical environmental studies. So this is not based in the lived experiences in the territory, and they cannot contribute for an interesting environmental management. And also the local practices that are recognized, they are instrumentalized for the purposes of the urbanization process, which was like, for example, the creation of an urban farm and the emptying of a currently occupied area for the generation of income. And as I will explain, the generation of income is not one of the main characteristics of the agricultural practices in the territory right now. So there's a gap between current practices and the proposal of an urban farm. And lastly, as a part of this process to attempt to control expansion, there are also delays in the installing of public electricity, water, and sanitation infrastructure. Next one. So the central objective of this presentation are the meanings of growing in backyard gardens to understand their importance. And I identify two main categories, and I have a lot of empirical data, a lot of wonderful testimonies from my interviewees in the territory, but right now I will only present the main categories. First, planting as occupying, and more specifically, sustainable occupation. And we see this in the discourse that planting in the occupation gives a social function to a territory that used to be useless or underused. And the perspective of embodied practices, we see a continued presence and a work of the bodies to maintain these crops in the backyards. And another category that I use is the reproduction of social life, and I based my interpretation in the work of Rodica Weissman who works with agricultural practices in the peripheries of Rio de Janeiro. And she says, and this has a lot to do with the occupation that I study, that planting is for maintenance of livelihood, but also for exchanges. The women who plant are part of a network of exchanging seedlings, plants, food, and also information that contributes to the construction and territorialization of social ties in the territory. And consequently, it causes a sense of rootedness in the territory. At the same time, the backyards are a source of misunderstandings and betrayals, and I won't have time to go into that, but it's also a complex space. You have 2 minutes, Gabriela. Okay, now moving on to the next slide, please, Paula. So we see individual and collective modes of resistance in the backyards. We see this through the direct confrontation of municipal inspection officials and guards. We also see this in the refusal of appraisal visits for failing to account for backyard gardens in compensation calculation, because this appraisal does not contemplate the backyards and what was planted throughout time and all of that value, and also pushback against proposals through counter proposals by the inhabitants. So they use a little bit of the discourse of the local discourse, the local government discourse, which is the backyard as units of permeability. So they propose a community environmental reserve with street level community land trusts. And with that, they want to preserve the garden and to have the collectivization of areas and adjacent water courses. And with that, with other solutions, they also want to change the need for there being a gray infrastructure, like a contention basin within the territory, and try to relocate this outside of the territory. And they also promote the extinction of the urban farm and the compensation, considering the entire price of the plot, considering the backyards in cases where it's not possible to keep the plots of land there. And their objective is to do something which is the hardest part of environmental management, which would be a shared environmental management that involves the inhabitants, because they are there on the daily basis. And just to conclude, I understand the backyard as an extension of the house and therefore essential in the dispute for housing. And the backyard is a quote unquote private space, but it is socially constructed and it has social consequences, as we saw in the proposals by the inhabitants. And the backyard can also be understood as biographical objects telling the stories of each one who's planting in their backyard. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Obrigada, Gabriela. Parabéns pela apresentação.
Thank you, Gabriela. Congratulations for your presentation. And I understand that we have gone through all of the presentations, right? And the idea now is to be able to talk a little bit based on the papers. You can all turn your cameras back on. How long do we have? We have until 12:15, about half an hour. Maybe we can divide the questions into blocks. I don't know if Bruna can start, and meanwhile, I'll check YouTube to see if we have any questions there. Okay, I'll begin the discussion. Well, first, I'd like to congratulate all of the presenters. It was wonderful to hear from you and to be able to think and see the reflections. And it's interesting that it's an international event. It's interesting to see the effects of that in such different territories. And perhaps the reflection that I have is a bit marked because I joined the room when Veridiana was presenting her work, and she makes a provocation about looking at the body as part of the infrastructure. And in this path of reflecting about the body territory, I had already seen and thought about the body as a territory or the territory as a body, a lot of those disputes, but I thought it was very interesting to think about the body as part of that infrastructure. And that was very interesting to me. And I adopted that perspective in the other works that were presented as well. So the body as infrastructure also appeared in the other works. Napia's work, Haley also talked about this in the houses and how the women deal with water, with infrastructure, and the use of the female body to try and blockade the lacking infrastructure is something that has happened for a long time. It's very present. And I was also thinking, based on Gabriella's presentation about the backyards, and I also thought that we have a question about the body, which is a body that is explored to be an infrastructure and a body that is mobilized for the care of the self-territory. So why is it that women planting as a mechanism to sustain their communities and to build policies in their own lives is also a part of it? So I thought that this is also a place where we're always going through and thinking about the realities of these women, and also the race issue was brought forth in all of the presentations. All of that is present. So when we are looking and thinking and acting in these territories, it's also always a challenge that's posed between thinking about the processes of precarity and the announcements that happen in the territory where the life is being lived somehow. And in the works presented, this is very common. We're talking about precariousness, but also about places where the bodies are mobilized and through this infrastructure, and thinking about paths through which the bodies are related to this territory, as is the case of the work presented by Gabriela, which is one that is related to this. How does the community effectively respond by proposing public policies? And then the films were also very interesting. The three films that you analyzed, I haven't watched. I was very interested in getting to know more, but I think they mentioned this continuity throughout time of these precariousness processes in the way that female bodies have been mobilized as an instrument that keeps us feeding into life, water as a bond of stories. I was thinking about that, the water as a bond of stories and also of struggles. So in a scenario of bodies being overexploited, it is also a possibility of continuing to resist. So I think that's it. I think that's my first provocation. I don't think I'll ask specific questions about the works. I'll just, perhaps just the two that I was attributed, so to speak. I'd like to ask Gabriela and know a bit more about her political involvement, the political involvement of women with this community proposal for the public policies, and perhaps Halle, for her to talk a little bit more about her work. I was also interested in knowing if the work that she's doing, if we have proposals, concrete proposals by these women who she's working with to interfere with public policies and the political organization in the community. And I will leave the floor open for Eleonorata. I don't know if she wants to say something or should we start the round?
Thank you, Bruna. I think you have said pretty much about the whole coverage. But I wanted to also thank all the researchers, the presenters, for the good informative presentations. I see that the way I see it, they have put forward good arguments, which all strongly, as we discussed, we see they are strongly influencing the dynamics around the subject of feminism. And certainly we hope for a huge transformation based on what, like you asked, you'd like to know what are the recommendations or the proposals from the women that some of them are working with. Also, the issue that came up, which is most are common to all our countries in the global south, the issues of water supply, water availability, the struggles. But I also wanted to point out on the issues of women in urban agriculture, where the presenters mentioned the harassment by the police. So I'm asking, or I would like us to go deeper. Is it the police or is it the system that fails to appreciate the equal roles, the equal gender roles, or the strength that the women have, or the roles? So like I see the police as just tools or instruments that are used by the system. But also you already said that I appreciate the artistic input in the use of the body to represent the water infrastructure. So as the strength in the presentation or research tools. And also appreciating the use of ethnography, which has come across most of the studies as a good research method for feminism studies, where the researchers can go down to the ground and have real-time experiences and more reality on the ground compared to if it was other research methods. I would like to know more from Gabriela and Marina on the issue they mentioned about the fisherwomen multi-use of the river, refreshing, recreation, fishing, and so forth. But they mentioned about the territorial issues of a road being built in the city, I think the city of El Salvador. So I didn't get it well. What is it really with the provision of an infrastructure being an issue or a concern to these women? So that's pretty much for now what I have. Yeah, thank you. So,
Wow.
yeah. Please proceed.
Já. Bom, enfim, não domino tanto o inglês, não estava ouvindo a tradução.
I was hearing the translation, but if someone can help me, your question was linked to the resources of women regarding the territory that there are in El Salvador in the documentary.
Elinor, você explicar um pouquinho de como essas mulheres.
For you to explain how those women use the river in different ways. What are the different ways that they use the river? This sentence that's very strong. The sea is our main space of entertainment, of history, surviving, reveals a lot about this relationship with water. And the movies also shows this relation as something that they need to survive for those territories and those narratives. In the case of Gamboa de Baixo and the women fisherwoman, they mention how in their childhood the water were so important for the plains. In Gamboa, children mention that they learn how to swim while they are learning how to walk. So it's a very close relation with the sea. And in the documentary itself, one of the Black fisherwomen says how religious and how spiritual is the sea. Every time she gets into the sea, she asks for protection, and all of them says something about this relation. And regarding this movie, we are talking about where you can find these movies. All of them are in some festivals, and it's available in the Zap local app of movies, Global Play. And I don't know if I answered, but I share what I think it was good. Can I make a comment? Just interrupting the next one. To Marina. Mariana, in other session, brought a very strong affirmation from Ana Caminha, like the body fish, how we cannot dissociate that from the nature, understood as the sea and the body. And we talked about a little bit this research agenda, the question that's division, human being and nature, rational, all of that showed up in other session. I bring in here for you to think about this concept of body fish. Thank you, Paula. I remember that Anna talks about how the fishing is important to stay in the land in the city, because through the fishing, the community is able to define itself as a historical territory and belonging to Salvador. Because of that, they can honor this land according to research, and that's ensure for them to stay there. Then the public branch can see that. Bruna, Elinorata, can I make a very short comment? I think how amazing is our exchange of experiences around the world. And it's so important for us to have more longer presentations. All of that are necessary. We would like to include everyone, but we need to understand more about the cities and the other places like Cape Town, Salvador, Bahia, to bring that Paula felt in the other session. We need another time to explore those work. That's why we need to keep going on. But I think that's it, Priscilla. We always suffer with that in the meetings, because we hope this is the first moment of so many meetings that we will have. Anyone else would like to comment something, the presenters? Can I answer the question that you did, Bruno, that I talked about how women are in the backyards doing the social relation through the backyards, and you question what's the engagement in the political process in a counter proposal. And the majority of the meetings that we join are made in the backyard of the women. So they mobilize and do these meetings and they exchange knowledge, political knowledge, and politics, and a counter proposal, and about they exchange plants and seeds. In the occupation, a lot of women discover a plant called Ora por Nobis. So it's a very important information that they can exchange. And so they are able to find new plants and new knowledge, and those are interconnected from the place that they gather. I would like to make Bruna.
Que eu quero Ora pro Nobis já, que se espalharam. Eu quero ele sim.
I want one of those plants, Ora pro Nobis.
Eu quero fazer contar
I would like to tell a personal thing. Once I went to Mozambique, this livelihood politics, it's linked to the first tables of the seminar about livelihood, thinking that homes are not the space where people live. And it has a strong relation with the surrounding. And the backyard, it has to be read as, to be understood as part of the homes. When I first know this machamba idea as a lot of Mozambique, in which is big, because the miri are under the trees, so the trees are required to have the sociability. And then I visit Gabriela projects, European projects of building, and they did those homes to allocate people that had a kitchen, and they cook with coal. So it's not a real European kitchen. The cook needs to be outside the building. And it's different from the European models. So they ignored the built house and did in the backyard the house and the sociability. And I think that they are work bounds with this idea how the livelihood needs to be read, not only where I sleep, where I stay, but it needs to be read from the ways of life, sociability. And then the joke that I made when I remember this story is that they put the TV on the sink because they think it was a very good place to put the TV, and the kitchen wasn't to cook. So as we can't bring colonial models in the process of rebuilding of the homes that you brought in your debate so beautifully, and I would like to link that to the previous sessions. Okay, I'm going to come back to English.
And also to Anapia, because I don't know if you use this notion of the contradiction in your research, looking at the experiences of women as contradictory. But I wanted to, but I saw that Paula Meth, who is one of she was a moderator, but she writes about the outcomes of housing and urban projects in the lives of women as contradictory. And I wanted to see if you're looking at that, but also to discuss, if you could discuss this work of women in guaranteeing water in the backyards, in the case that Haley was talking about, and working towards food security by occupying the rivers in terms of contradiction. This contradiction of women as protagonists, at the same time they're oppressed by the work that by what they're trying to provide to their communities. Maybe we start with Haley. I don't know if you understood the question, Haley.
Is she still here?
Haley, are you there? Haley, you can share your comments.
I see Haley. Maybe she's not listening. And
Napia is also here, right?
Napia, are you here?
Yes. Hi, I am here. I'm sorry, I have to leave out my video because I'm breastfeeding right now. Yes, thank you so much for asking. So that yes, we looked into or we are actually looking into those contradictions that you mentioned, especially in informal settlements. That was the part of the presentation that I couldn't go into too much. But when I was talking about those practices of survival practices, so when we move into more informal settlements, then we see a lot of especially women who are occupying land. For example, in the case that you saw in the picture, it was actually church land that this woman occupied for her agriculture, and she was like almost daily. Also during the interview, some men came and asked her like, what is going on here, and why is this? Why are you interviewed? And she was telling me that, or telling us that she's almost daily somebody comes and asks her why she's actually doing this agriculture, and she's kind of sorry she's really resisting and keeping on to farm on her land and to go to the street and sell her vegetables almost on a daily basis, and also using it to provide for her family. She was a single mom in this case. So we see this contradiction. In Ethiopia, agriculture is very male dominated. So especially on those bigger fields that you see along the river, the farming is done by, or is controlled by men. And then you see how women are in the role of guards and in the role of micro sellers, but not so much in the, or it seems like they don't have the power to control the agriculture. But actually, if you really look into it, you do see that they especially through the informal practices, the informal selling, the police violence that they are facing, they are actually the ones who are, while they are in a very vulnerable position, they are and not really controlling the resources, but still doing most of the work and doing most of the contributions to uphold the whole system, or the whole vegetable food system in the city. Sorry, I was a bit distracted during the answer, but I hope this is sufficient.
Yeah, we multitask.
Exactly. Yeah.
And have to take care of our children.
Yeah, exactly. Multitasking.
Temos mais comentários, mais perguntas?
Do we have any more comments, more questions? Hallie, are you there?
Não sei, Paula, Priscila, acho que talvez seja.
I'm not sure, Paula, Priscilla, maybe that's it. Can you close? Can we finish? Yes. Let's finish 3 minutes early. I can see Adriana Allen here.
Hi, Adriana, welcome. Eu gostaria então de agradecer.
So I'd like to thank Eleonorata and Bruna for the mediation and all the presenters which were so enlightening. We don't have time. We don't have time in this multitask life that we got. Thank you very much. See you soon. at noon, 12:30 in Brazil, local time, and 5:30 p.m. in Africa. To Adriana Allen, presented as a keynote speaker. I will wait for you. If you just want to turn off your camera and sound, you can stay here. I would like to mention, because different from the previous sessions, we can still discussing in our next seminar next year. You can follow in the website of LabCidade and CUBES. And coming back in 60 minutes. Thank you very much.
Fechem seus microfones que a gente continua
Please
transmitindo.
close your mics and your cameras if you leave.
Hi. I don't know if the people, Tatiani, that's doing the translation, and who is the other Tatiana, please? Tatiane Pereira and
Ana Fernandes, não era?
Sim, obrigado. Eu passei para o Anthony o texto da Adriana Allen. Vocês receberam?
Ah, que bom.
Porque ela vai fazer uma leitura. Ah, obrigado, Tatiana.
Então vai ser
Good.
rapidinho.
Okay, just checking, Adriana, if they received your tests. And Priscila.
Eu vou. Bom, gente, agora a gente está no ar, mas eu preciso ver se eu consigo compartilhar. Isso. O texto.
But pay attention. We're live and recording, but we are 2 minutes in advance. So maybe we could just remember next steps at the seminar and waiting for a while to Adriana start really 12:30 in Brazil.
Uhum. Okay. So now we... PowerPoint. Okay. Cinco e meia, Paulo.
Let's go.
Can we start, Adriana? Okay. Can I go, Paulo? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, or good evening. I am so pleased. I'm Priscila Izar. I'm one of the organizers of the Feminizing Urban Struggle seminar. And finishing up our third day strong and with our last keynote speaker, Adriana Allen. We're so happy to have you, Adriana. Thank you very much. Adriana is the president of the Habitat International Coalition, or HIC as we call it, and a professor of development planning and urban sustainability at the Bartlett Development Planning Unit at UCL, University College London. And she is from Argentina, but she will be presenting in English to facilitate our translation. She's an academic and activist with over 35 years of international experience in research, pedagogy, advocacy, advisory, and capacity building in over 30 countries across the global south. And I interact with Adriana at HIC through CUBES in the Women in Habitat and Africa Working Group. And I'm delighted to invite you, Adriana, and thank you so much for making this work. Before I give the floor to you, I also wanted to thank you very much to HIC, to the incredible team of women working at HIC for hosting our event today, for making this broadcast, and for being here with us. Thank you so much. So with that, Adriana, I think we start with the film. Is that what you would like to do?
let me just say a few words. Perhaps we can start with the slides, the first slides, and then move into the film, if you're okay with that.
Okay.
But
Yes.
before anything else, well, just to say many thanks, Priscilla, and many thanks to all the organizers for this amazing conference. I'm really sorry I wasn't able to join the previous sessions, and it was due to a combination of health and traveling. But I'm really glad to be now with you today, and very much looking to the discussion that will follow. In order to keep to the time, which is not one of my strengths, I'm going to read a few notes that I put together for today's session, so that we can definitely have at least 20 minutes for discussion. So perhaps we can start. I just want to, just before we move into a film that we put together, I just want to say a few things about what I'm proposing to do. So what I would like to do with you is explore the struggles that marginalized women and girls face in the process of transforming their own territories by focusing on sanitation, that is on the management of bodily fluids, and more specifically on the experiences of those women, girls, men, and boys living off-grid across urban Africa. In doing so, if we move to the next slide, I'm going to draw from an action research project that I led over the last 4 years called Overdue, Tackling the Sanitation Taboo Across Urban Africa. And this is just to say that the project started back in 2020, and it initially brought together a number of amazing organizations, academic and non-academic organizations, working very closely with grassroots organizations in the cities of Beira in Mozambique, Freetown in Sierra Leone, and Mwanza in Tanzania. All of them with a very long trajectory in advancing sanitation for all, but not necessarily in deploying a feminist perspective. Soon after the beginning, and thanks to one of my colleagues, Claudie Houet, who is here with us today, we were joined by 4 further organizations that are all listed there. Feminist organizations from Abidjan in Ivory Coast, St. Louis in Senegal, Antananarivo in Madagascar, and Bukavu in DRC. And what was amazing was to have throughout these 7 cities and city teams an extraordinary exchange, not only in terms of knowledge, but very much in terms of really populating, if you wish, the perspective of each other. So what I'm going to share has a lot to do with that incredible energy that emerged from the 7 groups with whom we work. If we go to the next, just to give you a very brief overview of what the Overdue project was about. The project had a main purpose was threefold. On the one hand, our aim was to reframe sanitation across urban Africa from a feminist perspective, and to do so by unpacking the historical and colonial narratives that underpin the sanitation taboo. That was, in other words, to enable a 360-degree perspective on what equitable urban sanitation means, that is, what matters to whom and why, including an in-depth exploration of what sanitation infrastructure promises do and actually deliver across different colonial legacies and post-colonial conditions. In the second place, what we did, our aim was to produce also actionable knowledge, not just to know more for the sake of it, but to produce actionable knowledge based on a reevaluation of gender sanitation experience, practices, and investments across the continuum between the large-scale infrastructural interventions that focus typically on grid systems and the incremental practices and investments made by the urban poor collectively and individually to produce off-grid sanitation facilities and services. Last but not least, our aim was to take stock of ongoing experimentation towards what we call just sanitation, and to foster regional dialogue and exchange. And we did that by engaging with multiple women and men, girls and boys, who build use, run, and maintain off-grid sanitation systems. And in doing so, we aim to generate insights and co-learning experience across the 7 cities where we work. In a nutshell, our objective through the Overdue project was to peel off, if you wish, layer after layer, the multiple and deeply gendered taboos that inhabit sanitation, as well as many other critical lifelines across the urban global south, and to do that from a feminist perspective. We set up to do this by exploring the sanitation taboo and understanding that not just as a set of social and cultural norms regulating the flow of bodily fluids, basically poo, wee, and blood, but also by extending our gaze to the institutional and professional practices that reinforce gender taboos, while seeking to advance a human right to sanitation for all, a right that we have to remember was only enacted back in 2010 by the United Nations. If we move now to the next slide, what we see is there is a bit of a timeline of how sanitation has been approached over the years, or at least over the last few decades in international fora and regional fora. And what we can see is that despite the commitments expressed by African leaders through the NGOR declaration back in 2015, that was a commitment, a pledge to achieve universal access to adequate and sustainable sanitation and hygiene services and the elimination of open defecation by 2030. Let's remember again that all these commitments were later endorsed by the international community through the Sustainable Development Goals, and more specifically through the Sustainable Development Goal 6. What we see is that the sanitation crisis, or the so-called sanitation crisis, is still far from vanishing in African cities. As such, when we talk about the right to sanitation, we witness a massively prevailing violation of human rights, which is endured daily by at least 60%, and this is a very conservative figure of the urban population in Africa, and 2.4 billion people all over the world. While we know that sanitation supports urban life in all its forms, it continues to be invisibilized, instinctively avoided, systematically untackled, and at best, if you wish, reduced to a cultural, technical, or financial problem. In the rich historical interrogation of the global sanitation crisis, Black and Fawcett, in a book that I recommend, frame this crisis as a taboo and a spoken subject across almost every culture. In other words, they highlight that we talk, plan, and manage cities and urban life as if feces and urine were not part of them. And indeed, sanitation has been historically relegated to a taboo, an unpleasant topic rarely tackled in its own right and complexity, and pushed aside in favor of water-based sewage systems and water-intensive hygiene practices. And this is part of what we wanted to challenge through the project. Together with this, the emphasis of most pledges and interventions that we can see on the slide to advance sanitation over the years has been very much focused on physical and affordable access, underplaying not only the multiple roles that sanitation has in women's and girls' lives, but also their own role in sustaining the sanitation systems that keep a large portion of people alive across African cities, and more widely across the urban global south. In the time we have together, what I would like to do is to focus our gaze on 3 typically overlooked dimensions across the many disciplines and practices and professions that aim explicitly or implicitly to address sanitation injustices. Those sides are the sides of bodies, practices, and things. And I would like to start by sharing a short video kindly collated by another colleague present today, Nadine Coetze. Many thanks, Nadine, for doing that. What the video does is, again, to put together a number of testimonies and observations among many more that we have collected over the project. And I just want to use this It just takes about 10 minutes, a bit less than 10 minutes to kick off the discussion. Let's start with the video. So that was the previous one, Priscilla. And one before that. That's it.
Adriana, can I close this one and open the video directly?
Sure, do that. Yeah, absolutely.
It doesn't want to do that. It doesn't want to go from here.
No worries.
So just a second, please. I think I'm going to have to stop sharing and then share again.
Priscilla, I think that the sound is not working.
Voilà, et puis c'est pas sécurisé. Donc, si on peut faire pour spécialement pour les femmes dans notre
Quand une femme est dans les toilettes, on dit qu'on ne doit pas entendre de bruit de ce qu'elle est en train de faire dans les toilettes. Quand elle fait pipi, on ne doit pas entendre. Quand elle fait des gaz, ça ne doit pas être audible. Quand elle sort des toilettes, on ne doit pas sentir d'odeur.
Quand tu rentres, un homme peut te surprendre là-dessus. Voilà, et puis c'est pas sécurisé. Donc, si on peut faire pour spécialement pour les femmes. Dans notre école, là, il y a eu des bouchements de toilettes. Et ils ont fermé toutes les toilettes. Les gens partaient souvent se soulager dehors. J'ai eu mes règles en classe et ça m'a sali. Je n'ai pas de coin à me changer. Donc, je me suis rendue directement à la maison, aller me changer. Donc, le lendemain, je me suis gênée, je n'ai pas pu me rendre à l'école.
On a pris l'habitude de passer d'abord, puis après, elles pourront gérer comme nous, les hommes seront déjà passés.
Kaka me sert. Mon homme aussi est là. Ça m'a dit, selon moi, il doit me laisser rentrer parce que c'est pas facile.
Bon, c'est selon toi, mais qu'est-ce qui se fait? Dans les cours communes, on a tendance à dire que les hommes doivent passer avant que les femmes n'aient accès aux toilettes. Et après aussi, le passage des femmes, quand les hommes veulent rentrer dans les toilettes, ils disent que les toilettes sont sales, c'est pas bon, parce qu'une femme est passée avant eux. On dit si quelqu'un est dans la douche, si tu es déshabillé, si on t'appelle, on ne répond même pas. Même si quelque chose va gâter là, la personne va s'arrêter pour parler. Mais toi, tu es dedans, tu ne peux pas répondre.
Des fois, notre mari, quand ils font les fétiches là, quand tu as tes menstrues, tu ne dois pas t'approcher d'eux. Il ne doit pas voir le sang. D'autres refusent même de manger la nourriture de leurs femmes. Ils ne doivent pas dans le même lit avec les femmes. C'est les fétiches qui demandent ça.
Chez nous, les musulmans, tu ne dois pas toucher ton mari. Il te dit que tu es ça. Donc, brouillard, tu ne peux pas toucher le brouillard, tu ne peux pas prendre l'eau pour mettre dans le brouillard. C'est une autre personne qui ne voit pas ses menstrues. Tu peux prendre l'eau pour mettre dans le brouillard pour aller dans la douche. Mets l'eau dans le seau. Les nappes de prière, tu ne peux pas toucher aussi. On a tendance à dire, quand une dame est dans les toilettes, qu'elle ne doit pas parler parce que c'est pas un homme au dehors. C'est pas bon, c'est comme si elle trompait son mari avec lui, ou bien bon, d'autres aussi font tendance à la religion pour dire non, c'est pas bien, c'est comme si on voit ta nudité étant dans la toilette et puis tu t'adresses à quelqu'un du dehors, c'est comme si tu étais nu, bon, il sait pas. Il y a trop de trucs qui disent, quand tu t'en vas trop tôt dans les toilettes, ils ont des préjugés. Ils ont des préjugés. Ah, aujourd'hui, c'est là, tout est. Ou bien il y a quoi? Ou bien, en tout cas, il y a des préjugés. Chacun interprète ça de la manière qu'il veut.
Autrefois, nos parents nous disaient qu'une femme enceinte ne pouvait pas se laver dans la nuit. Un chasseur était allé en brousse tardivement dans la nuit pour chasser et a entendu une femme génie en train d'expliquer à son mari que l'enfant était tout le temps malade. On n'avait pas de remède, mais l'enfant ne meurt pas. Donc, il y a une dame au village qui se lave à tout moment pendant la nuit. Donc, elle va aller au village, trouver cette dame et changer l'enfant. Le mari, ayant entendu les propos, a couru à la maison. Arrivé à la maison, trouvé sa femme avec le seau d'eau. Donc, elle a renversé le seau d'eau et puis attrapé sa femme, aller à la maison, lui dit de ne pas se laver cette nuit. Donc, le lendemain matin, il a révélé le secret. C'est pourquoi, traditionnellement, on dit aux gens qu'il ne faut pas qu'une femme enceinte se lave pendant la nuit. Sinon, les génies viennent pour changer les bébés.
góor ki day taxal ku jigéen ki day taxal te ku doog ba pare ba jóg war nga mën a xëcc chaise bi bu fekkee am na chaise nga mu wàcc mu vidéo wala boog nga jël soo bi nga vidé ko mu dem.
non ñun suñu dëkk moom jigéen ñi defar xalaatuñu sax yàq ba defar wala dangay defar ñu ñëw yàq dem seen yoon.
suñu kër de góor ñi dañ ko defar certes bu fekkee kii bi bouché na kano bi bouché na mais ñu jigéen ñi ñoom ñoo koy defar.
Suñu kër toilette yi fi am mooy genre toilette moderne yi chaise anglaise chasse ak lavabo et tout famille la noonu nekkuma sama kër bopp famille la toilette yi xanaa ñun jigéen ñi ñoo koy defar.
jigéen moo war a xëy bale këram ba mu set ma fobee rek doog a jublu ci taalam añam ak yooyu sanga xale yi defar kër gi ba mu baax ku ñëw moom doo ko doon góor a ko war a def jigéen nga naa moo ko war a def léegi nag bu ko ci borom këram mënee jàppale wutal ko jànq ba tey baax na su fekkee doolem yeggu caatam yow mi nga xam ne yaa ne ci kër gi yaa ko war a seer yaa ko war a defar ba mu baax.
jigéen moo war a yow fajar teel bale kër gi ba mu set raxas duus yi mais nekkul jigéen kese ko war a def góor yàlla moom war na ko def ndax jigéen am na fu muy toll du attan doole bi du mën a liggéey yooyu quoi góor ko mën a dem.
jigéen ki moo ko war a seer mu wut ay liggéeykat yu koy defaral ñu koy financé waaye duus yi moom ngay bu oto moo koy nga ci suuf loolu suñu soog am kii koy gée yóbbu dex ga loolu mooy suñu jàng ay xale yi ñooy maas day boo xam ne ay taalibe fu la pompal nga fay ko góor ñi moo xëy dañuy liggéey dañuy amee kër gi fóot meeg paase meeg menace meeg togg léegi yëpp bu la nga xale yi jàpp ko man nga ko la ko jàppale mu defaree la kon bu simple la am ñu carré ndax bëgg na toog kay toog si kaw bëgg nañ ko waaye moyen bi ma amul amuñu moyen sama kër man da koy topp nag ndax xale bu ma fobee rek wala xale bu ma raxtaay am na kenn ñu ko fay ki ma fay rek dus bi fexem ko nga ngacce rek
xale yi ñooy raxas bis bi naa seen yaay raxas sama doom fa nekk samay doom daa fa nekk ak samay sët xale yi raxas saa wala seen yaay raxas.
mais bu fekkee comme Sénégal société bi ni mu tëddee woo jigéen lañ ko jagleel mais bu jëmee ci wàllu force nag góor ñi parce que ñoo am force bi. te fii nii booy xool ñoom dañu jël tâche ménagère yëpp daal di koy jagleel jigéen parce que nee nañu jigéen dafa war a nekk femme au foyer moo tax lu ñëw rek ci kawam lay daanu.
xam nga góor ñi rëy na rëy koo xam ne mën na dugg ci duus def nañ ci def waaye duñ raxas waaw moom dañu rëy si loolu lu jagleel xale yi nuy raxas dafa duus ba mu set daal nuy raxas duus ba mu set góor ñi moom kon ci raxasal duus man xamal naa ndax man maa lay raxasal duus waaw moom ay jigéen ñi fi nekk jigéen ñi defar.
may raxas duus yi toppatoo suñu kër parfois xam maa fi nekk samay rakk yi mun ñu liggéey affaire maa nekk fii bale tobee da yëkkati lu takk ma xool lu takk ma raxas duus yi toppatoo lu fi takk ma defar. waaw bu fekkee entretien la moom il faut nga dégager benn budget teg ko noonu à côté soit ci boutique bi nga koy teg wala nga jox ko kenn ci kër gi koo xamante ne loolu rek lay gérer pour ñu jënd li nga xamante ne nii moo koy entretenir les produits. ndax parfois dina am ay saltement yu fi ne nga bale ton defar madaar eau de javel ndox raxas kaw suuf après nga lenkani daal di demaat ci beneen bi raxas parce que fii ñaari douche la demee dem defar ndox omo eau de javel daal di dugg raxas génnaat.
ñun nag suñu kër moom dañoo ñeme raxas mais dinañ ko raxas au moins 2 fois par jour bu fekkee xale yi nekkuñu fa.
Parfois ma raxas fii ba pare xet bi day métti sama bopp.
So what I want to do is to draw on some of the things we saw, the things we heard in the video, and a few others, and build a few reflections on these 3 sides that I mentioned at the beginning: bodies, practices, and things. And in doing so, I want to depart from or remind ourselves of the notion of people as infrastructure, a notion coined by Malik Simon, which has changed, I would say, quite drastically the way in which we look at infrastructure. Let me remind us for a second how he defines this notion. He says people as infrastructure refers to the incessantly flexible, mobile, and provisional intersections of people that operate without clearly delineated notions of how the city is to be inhabited and used. And I want to depart from this notion, but make a more explicit feminist perspective and take on it than Simone. And in doing that, stop in those 3 sides: bodies, practices, and things. So if we go to the next one, Priscilla. Let me start by an exploration of how women and girls' bodies intersect the production of sanitation. And when I say that, I don't just mean biological bodies, but fundamentally social and political bodies. In dealing with their bodily fluids and those of others, most women and girls across urban Africa encounter all forms of violence on a daily basis. I'm talking about other forms of violence that those typically recognize in the field of sanitation, not just the violence of lacking access to improved facilities or adequate sanitation, the violence of being forced to defecate in the open if you lack the means to pay for a toilet as you go, or the violence of facing sexual harassment while releasing yourself. I'm talking about the violences and injustices produced and reproduced through the socially constructed norms that paradoxically are enforced to protect their bodies. One key feeling running throughout all the testimonies shared in the video and many others across the 7 cities where we work is that of women's bodies being disgusting. Control over women's bodily fluids extends to the disgust they face if they make noise or produce a smell as they release themselves, or give away their nakedness while being at the toilet. Women's bodies become dirty bodies, cheating bodies that should be controlled and regulated at all costs, without the chance to even escape social scrutiny in the privacy of a toilet. Women's bodies are not only offensive because of the gases, noises, and smell they produce when they poo and wee, but also because they menstruate. menstruation is one of the sites where control is exercised with utter violence, ruling the separation, as we saw throughout some of the testimonies, and isolation of menstruating bodies from others, even those in the most inner circles. As we talk to women in the field, we pursue the power of conscientization, aiming to trigger such process by breaking the feeling that what is happening to their bodies is an isolated experience. The journey from the individual to the collective experience is critical to resist and contest all forms of domination and violence, not just those that are recognized by others. In short, this marks a difference between others defining and controlling our bodies and us doing so. For instance, a toilet is not just a place to wee and poo. For women, it is also a place of privacy and intimacy, a place to look at yourself in a mirror, a place to care for yourself. One key insight from the testimonies we heard is that it is not just the diversity of sanitation practical needs of users that matters. While women are systematically seen at best as infrastructure users, they actually build, repair, run, and maintain the services they provide. In other words, they are not just sanitation users, they are sanitation providers. This means that what matters in the most is not what infrastructures and services are, but what they do or don't do for people. If we now move to the side of practices, through the multiple field encounters with women and girls, we found that dealing with sanitation involves not only heavy and risky tasks and long hours every day, but also a heavy mental workload, which is typically overlooked. Unfortunately, in the development field, sanitation is not just typically approached as a sector, but as a deeply masculinized sector or set of practices, in which, as mentioned before, women and girls are at best featured as users, with a reduced set of practical needs to be considered. Acknowledging the role they play as sanitation producers, and indeed as everyday city makers, involves unmasking their unpaid work, typically framed as care or duty, as a social construction reproduced not just through social and cultural norms, and I emphasize this, not just through social and cultural norms, but through development interventions and health campaigns. Looking at their everyday practices as sanitation producers reveals another side of marginalization and subordination that relegates women to support urban lives as their duty. The continuity of the confinement of women's work as reproductive work can be seen under different colonial and post-colonial eras, as wonderfully explained by Faranak yesterday. But it is also important to notice other marginalized and stigmatized bodies whose practices converge in the daily making of sanitation across urban Africa. One of the women in the video we watched talk about how, when possible, they seek the help of talibés. In many urban centers in Senegal and in other parts of West Africa, with large Muslim populations, it is common to use young boys begging in the streets, often young boys begging in the streets, often clutching empty tins in which they collect donations of money, food, and other items. These boys are often referred to as talibés, a Wolof term which, etymologically speaking, comes from the Arabic talib, meaning seeker of knowledge in the Quran. Colloquially, the term talibé is often used to refer to those who beg, despite recognition that many children studying the Quran do not beg, while children who are assumed not to be learning the Quran are frequently still labeled as talibés. Talibés who beg are differentiated from other boys on the basis of assumptions of criminality, while in reality, often work as an extension of women's bodies to deal with some of the most challenging tasks of removing sludge from manual pit latrines. Many other bodies perform similar tasks, such as those referred as the frogmen that we see on the slide here. And this is a term used across urban Tanzania and other parts of East Africa. While across the West, the term frogmen is used to describe those who are trained in scuba diving or swimming underwater. They swim underwater, often for military purposes. Across many African cities, frogmen or biura in Swahili are those who dive into pit latrines to empty them manually. Their show entails diving in pit latrines with buckets and a shovel as they dig out compacted fecal sludge by hand. While they perform a critical job in stopping feces from flooding with shit the homes of the majority of people living in the so-called informal or unplanned settlements, they are systematically criminalized and stigmatized. For this reason, they perform their job at night and under dehumanizing conditions. In Freetown, we found that frogmen go through a ritual of self-intoxication to perform their task, which involves consuming a number of alcohol sachets before, during, and after emptying a pit latrine. The job takes about 6 hours for a single latrine and requires a group of at least 3 men. In Tanzania, they risk imprisonment and also face fines equivalent to half of their collective earning, which again, in the case of Tanzania and centers like Dar es Salaam, comes to about $40 US. Like the majority of women and girls living in off-grid settlements, talibes and biuras are the de facto sanitation infrastructure of most African cities, while in doing so, encounter all forms of violence and physical and mental illness. Their bodies are the constant target of all forms of control. Finally, let me move into a reading of the things that bridge bodies and practices to produce sanitation. Infrastructure is typically seen as a vast physical and technical complex of things, pipes, toilets, treatment plants, and so on, that, in the case of sanitation, ensure the flow of fecal matter away from our bodies in a distance elsewhere, pushing the threat of disease away from our homes and neighborhoods somewhere else. But material infrastructure also encompasses the norms, techniques, practices, legal tools, and social relations that underpin sociability and political belonging. As seen as heard throughout the short video that I shared earlier, decisions about infrastructure do not only affect the built environment. Infrastructure also regulates bodies, behaviors, and people. Infrastructure actively gives rise to different individual and collective subjects and distributes highly differentiated life opportunities. By looking at things, I refer to the importance of looking at the material world. This means looking at the way in which bodies, practices, and things get entangled and co-produce each other to either constrain or expand people's spatial and political agency across the territories of a body, the house, the household, the neighborhood, and the city. As highlighted at the beginning, historically, there has been a significant bias in the sanitation sector towards certain things, that is, towards the modern network sewage systems that transport human waste from flush toilets into treatment plants, the grid sanitation systems that only serve a very small percentage of the population living across African cities. This disregard for the things, people, and practices that make the off-grid sanitation universe is not incidental. It follows a pattern of differentiation and segregation initiated across Africa during colonial times, which persists in the post-colonial era. Throughout the Overdue project, we trace infrastructure promises and investments over time, and found the systematic consolidation of the colonial distinction between what is called the cane city and the concrete city, that is, between the quarters of the city inhabited by those serving the site of the colonial occupants. Even today, the bulk of infrastructural investments go into the old cement city, now occupied by the elites, with trillions of dollars annually invested globally in all forms of infrastructure, what authors like Dodson have called the international infrastructural term. This term also has a qualitative dimension. the perceived completeness and effective functioning of modern infrastructure is frequently used as a symbol of prosperity, of vitality, and as a site of political leadership. The infrastructure term is fueling all forms of speculative urbanism, while pushing the majority of the urban poor across Africa into the so-called informal settlements, an expression of the processes of auto-construction by which ordinary women and men perform everyday city-making across the urban global south. Teresa Caldeira highlights three very important features of these processes. First, they are long-term, incremental, and perennially in the making. Second, they interact transversally with the dominant logics of state regulation, real estate finance, and commodity circulation. Third, through these processes, some, not all, some city makers become fluent in claiming and realizing the right to the city, and in doing so, in expanding their spatial and political agency. These processes are actively at play in the contemporary struggle for some form of sanitation that we see across urban Africa. Yet the things, the pit, the latrines, the buckets, the shovels, the bleach, and the sherry cans that sustain the sanitation systems of the poor are consistently overlooked by sanitation master plans and investments alike. To be clear, building sanitation infrastructure is one thing, but building, running, and maintaining sanitation systems is a different matter, a matter that marks a difference between a facility and a facility that provides a service, and furthermore, between a service as a commodity and one that is sustained through unpaid work and stigmatized bodies and practices. When it comes to women, the emphasis on the notion of safety reduces what sanitation facilities do for them to basic functions. A facility that is clean and where one will not contract diseases. A facility that can be locked and where one would not be sexually harassed or assaulted. A facility that is affordable, and so on. But together with cleanliness, proximity, density, and other desirable characteristics of what makes a facility a source of adequate access to safe sanitation, come other qualities that are usually ignored or overlooked. This means that the focusing on the physical dimension of infrastructure once built and the subsequent social effects it has does not necessarily illuminate the complex socio-technical, legal, spatial, and political economic processes that produce those facilities in the first place. Beyond these formal processes also lie, as we saw in the video, a host of informal and embodied practices of creation, use, and adaptation that comprise what we should call infrastructure. Looking at contemporary social movements, we can see the continuous efforts and role of grassroots women in advocating for, protecting, building, and maintaining infrastructural systems as fundamentally common systems. That is, not just as things that perform a function, but as a relational means of life support. This calls for reconceiving the material world, the things assumed to produce sanitation, as a feminist sociability of radical interdependence, while engaging with the deconstruction of the prevailing binaries that are perpetuated, mirroring the gender binary. I'm talking about the binaries of production and reproduction, public and private, and formal and informal. Now moving to the end, and just to conclude, the three interlinked sites that I briefly examined here open multiple possibilities for other ways of knowing and doing, of seeking sanitation justice and gender equality as one, of opening other imaginaries. Methodologically, it is critical to turn struggles that are experienced and perceived as private and individual into collective ones that live through and outside our bodies and minds. I'm talking here about thinking and practicing liberating methodologies as critical pedagogies, as means of conscientization, instead of awareness raising, education, or other forms of behavioral change so commonly advocated in the field of sanitation. Epistemologically, it is critical to extend our gaze beyond the treatment of disease and the infrastructures that are meant to prevent it, and to denounce how and why they rely on the social construction of deeply gendered sanitation and health inequalities, of systems that operate as machineries of stigmatization. What we can see throughout the fieldwork testimonies shared at the beginning, and also through an in-depth exploration of sanitation policies and campaigns, reveals the working of taboos and stigma as both a mechanism and a cause of illness. In other words, well-intentioned interventions and health programs can generate and reproduce stigma and many other unintended consequences for the same groups they aim to serve. For instance, many hygiene and sanitation projects generate social pressure and shame in the name of improved health, exacerbating gender and racial disparities within global health inequalities. I'm referring to programs such as the community-led total sanitation, which are designed for communities to build their own toilets, work by leveraging social pressure and expectations to generate shame, fear, and disgust when desirable prescribed hygiene norms are violated. As a result, individuals in communities, and particularly women, where this approach is implemented, face great stigma and the threat of identity and status devaluation. Put simply, those who cannot afford purchasing a toilet or who continue to practice traditional hygiene norms often receive harsh moral judgment and social and institutional punishment. Furthermore, hygiene stigmas can lead to the emergence not only of epidemics, but also depression and moral devastation, as well as financial strain and debt, when the ability to follow prescribed norms is beyond reach. This has a number of consequences that call for embracing the making and unmaking of deeply gendered sanitation stigmas and taboos. Sanitation and health interventions readily stigmatize their so-called beneficiary subjects, derailing ongoing public health efforts and invariably hurting people who are already at risk, not only physically and mentally, but also by undermining their agency. It is therefore critical to interrogate why infrastructural projects have the differential effects they have and why they often reproduce, amplify, or generate social inequalities. An intersectional approach and interrogation of gender equity and inequity in infrastructure provision, alongside the deployment of critiques of Eurocentric and colonial preferences and practices, has the potential to identify more just orientations for planning practices. In short, feminizing urban struggles involve recognizing stigma elimination as a necessary and core component of all global health and sanitation efforts, as well as developing the sensitivities and alertness to challenge the moral scrutiny and consequent inequalities tied to women's bodies and practices. Thinking through the gender production of sanitation, or we could extend this to housing, food, and many other critical urban lifelines, reveals that the fundamental dynamics of gender difference and hierarchy upon which urban societies are being built. Struggles over these lifelines are simultaneously a race struggle, a class struggle, a women's struggle, an age struggle, and more, all at once. To conclude, and I'm going just to finish, to listen to everyone and engage in the debate, I just want to share a call for action. Throughout the project, the Overdue project, we didn't only focus on producing actionable knowledge, but very much on co-learning, on mobilization and advocacy. And it is in this context that we co-produce a call for action that is called We Crave Sanitation for African Cities. And we invite you all in the link to have a look at the call for action, and if you agree with it, to also endorse it. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Adriana, for an incredible presentation. Really, really difficult topic, hard, some images hard to see and to think about what you're saying, especially about the men cleaning the chambers. but also enchanting, as we had with Veronica and Miraf having their own, each one of you in how you deal with the topic. We have this word in Portuguese, encantamento, and we also have another term in Portuguese that you bring from the notion of conscientização from Paulo Freire, but also to esperançar, which means that we don't wait for change, but we move towards it. So a gente esperança, we move towards it with hope. And it kept me thinking about it, not to be wishy-washy, but because that's the notion of the struggle as well. But I wanted Claudia if Claudia wants to comment on this work as well, to give the floor to you, if you want to come in. I don't know if she's ready.
Hello.
She's saying that she would rather wait for others if they have any comments or questions.
Okay.
I think Adriana said it all. I'd rather leave others.
Okay. Paula?
Perdão, eu tô com um delay, eu não sei se eu posso falar agora, eu tô com um delay da tradução
I
aqui.
apologize, I have a delay for the translation. Some comments. I have a comment in the chat by Claudie. You're here, Claudie. You could also make that comment. I think it would be nice. And we also have a comment that's thanking Adriana for the content, for the topic of the discussion, and talking about the inspiration for the presentation. Two observations, Adriana. First, thank you for your intervention. And it's impressive how do you bring this as an intersectional debate that shows that cleaning is an invisible work for women who clean, and you also bring the men, very precarious bodies, and there's an invisibility of who cleans the city, who cleans the urban spaces, the houses, and you bring an intersectional outlook, which is wonderful and also very impressive, very impressive. And I was thinking, and I wanted to bring you a question. In Brazil, currently, we have seen very strongly a debate about the creation of policy for housing improvement, a policy that thinks about the resources from the states to the companies that do renovations of bathrooms, for example, in the houses, in urbanized spaces. And there are two forms of reading these actions. And these companies are where the state can't reach. The state urbanizes a slum, but they don't take care of the inside of the household. So calling for the need for the state to get involved in the construction of bathrooms. On the other hand, there is a criticism, which is that these policies feed into financiarization processes of the family's debts, because these companies charge the families that already live in precarious places to build toilets, and then they sell that resource in a financial market. So they financialize that debt, of course, with social credit and things like that. But the major criticism is, well, the goal of these companies of obtaining income outside of the formal market, recognizing a sea of informality people who don't have access to that infrastructure, and on the other hand, an absence of the state, which doesn't take that infrastructure to those regions. So how can we avoid this mercantilization? Do you know processes of building infrastructures that are collective, that are not mercantile, that leave the resources in the precarious and informal markets and don't cause the bankarization. I'm sorry for going on for too long, but I had to explain the question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paula. I don't know if you want to take any more comments or observations, or I should go for it, or you tell me. Yeah.
Maybe because we have so little, we have. I'll make a few more comments.
Sure.
I'm gonna ask you. I'm gonna make a comment as well. So
maybe Claudia would like to do some comments. Do you?
Paula,
Claudia
said that she wanted to hear the comments. That Adriana said it all, and that she wanted to listen. Unless you've changed.
Okay, let's go.
Otherwise,
Let's
come
go,
in,
Adriana.
Claudia. Open the camera if you want to come in as well, please. Raquel Coutinho, who is here, she was saying it's more of a comment that it would be really interesting to make a comparison with the condition of the cities in Latin America. Claudia was saying really interesting because we were talking here about the precarity that the men are, the conditions of the men, but Claudia was saying that they are paid for this service and the women are not paid for those services. I wanted to say my empirical work is in Tanzania, working with women that build biofuel toilets, which is an alternative to the pit latrines. And those were in my while I was taking. So this is the delivery of a biofuel toilet that we helped the women from the Federation build as part of our action research. And I just wanted to show like this like very strong moment. And then another time in the same community where we were discussing with women, what else do we do besides the construction of the toilets? And I mentioned this in the first state that it's struggle, but it's also hope. But back to you, Adriana.
Sure. Let me just start, and I just mentioned, because we have Claudie, but also Nadine, who are both members of the team. I'm going to also make some time or keep a space for them also to chip in, because I'm sure they have much more to add to what I said. And just perhaps to add that actually I didn't share that today, but a large part of the project actually focused on doing things differently, including experimentation with toilets that can close the loop and making sure that women can regain control over things and their bodies through those new things and objects. So there is a lot that we could share, perhaps not today, but a lot to share on that front as well. So perhaps on two of the other points, the point that Paula was making in terms of housing and what we see increasingly as a process, even in the face of state-led housing, the process of course, just subsidizing the private sector, and to produce an affordable housing, a model that we see clearly all over the world and clearly as well in Latin America. I think that here, Paula, what is important to think about is about the difference, something that a very dear maestro who died recently, Sean Turner, used to say: housing is a verb, not a thing. And I think I was trying to do something similar with sanitation. Sanitation is a verb, not a thing, I would say. And this idea, I mean, clearly what this refers us to is to the fact that actually it's not about building a thing, building a roof. It's about the creation, the production of a dwelling, a space for dwelling, a space that performs not just a externally prescribed function of protecting us from, sheltering us from the rain and the bad weather and so on, but much more than that. I think that the the key answer to your question, Paula, lives in what we know and is very advanced everywhere, but particularly in the context of Latin America, which is the difference between housing as produced, public housing, social housing, as produced by the state or subsidized by the state and produced and constructed by the private sector on the basis, of course, of financial gains, vis-a-vis what we call the social production of habitat. And what we know is that the processes of the social production of habitat also have a critical key for that how do you call it, Priscilla? Building of hope, if you wish, building of agency. And this goes beyond the idea of self-help build housing, self-help build toilets, and so on. This is talking about processes by which grassroots women and men have control over the dwellings, over their housing, over their sanitation. This is something that in Latin America has been pushed for a long time through far more advanced policies. And actually right now there is a new generation of policies pushed by grassroots actors in Argentina, in Brazil, and in Venezuela that are precisely trying to make this a state policy. Yeah. So could, and it has happened in the past, to make the social production of habitat and the social production of housing not something that people do on their own, but a matter of state intervention, a matter of state financial deployment, and so on. And in a way, I think that we also need to think about sanitation exactly in the same way. There was you made a comment about intersectionality, Paula, and I think that also we didn't have time, but there are so many other dimensions, important dimensions to think about, like for instance, that of being a tenant. I didn't speak at all about that, but it's a systematically overlooked condition. It makes a big difference if you are a tenant, a woman and a tenant in an informal settlement, and if you are the landlord or the landlady, even if you don't have a deed or a title. Again, much more to say, but to keep on thinking about the multiple intersections that we need to keep unpacking. I'm going to stop here because I know that there is, I want to at least give a couple of minutes to Nadine and Claudie. And just to one of the comments on the chat, definitely the power of comparative research is enormous. And I think that is enormous in generating not of a comparison of like to like, but much more generative questions. Sometimes looking at things that look really radically different allows us to ask questions that we wouldn't ask otherwise. I leave a space also for Claudie and Nadine.
Claudie and Nadine, we are calling you to participate.
Can see that. I wanted to be quiet, but it's impossible.
Claudie, tell us more about the glossary, perhaps if you want.
Yeah, well, we're just finishing it. It's been a very, very interesting experience. Looking at all the concepts and the terminology that is being used to work on sanitation in Senegal, which is a very kind of, in terms of language, Wolof is the main language, but all the documentation, all the technical, all the political stuff is produced in French. And so it was really interesting during the research to identify those terms that people were using to really describe, their daily experience with sanitation and women in particular. So we've got a whole glossary. Well, it's a modest glossary. I think we've got about 19 or 20 entry points, and we worked on it with the University of Saint Louis, the linguistic department, and they were fascinated to get their students to work on that because it's a very unusual topic for them. So it's been really, really, really interesting because it's also a way of reframing the conversation, anchoring the conversation in the local, not just the local language, but the local experience, using the particular words that people use and particularly looking at the evolution of some of the terms that people are using to describe, and all the conversations that were happening, you know, between the various groups, the women, the younger one, the older one, you know, to put words on certain realities. And also there was quite a bit of an intersectional approach to that as well. So it's written in French, but maybe one day we'll find means to translate it into English. Why not? And we had a similar exercise in one of our co-learning session, and we actually gathered terms from not just Senegal, but from the 7 countries to describe, you know, exactly what Adriana has been talking about, you know, the bodies, the things, the practices. Yeah, it's been a very interesting project. I encourage all of you to look at the website, and we have so many interesting films. This was just a selection that Nadine put together, but we've got some very interesting testimonies from the 7 countries.
Thanks, Lodi. And indeed, actually, the glossary that we produced through the co-learning space that we ran in July adds many more beyond the 7 cities, because there were participants. I can't remember, Nadine, how many additional cities, but we went from the 7 cities into a much wider community of practice. And that community of practice is the one that crafted together this call for action. We crave just sanitation for African cities. So again, another call, an appeal to read it, and if you agree with it, to endorse it. We are trying to make a big noise and push it for the World Toilet Day on the 19th of November. I just thought also that it might be a good moment before we close, to invite you all to another co-learning space. Tomorrow we are starting a series of 4 sessions of a co-learning space, and when I say we, I mean HIC, the Habitat International Coalition, on the social production of habitat, where we are going to precisely be talking about many of the questions that particularly Paula raised, and talking to multiple people from social movements from every corner of the world, talking precisely about what the social production of habitat and of housing means, how it works, and how it's being pushed, and with what results. So you're almost welcome to join us, and perhaps I think that perhaps Felisa, or I don't know if Diana or anyone else from HIC can share on the chat how to join the sessions. I stop with all the advertising, sorry.
Share the link. I'm too afraid of opening anything because I'm hosting. But if anything, if you go to Housing International Coalition website, you can see the invitation. But I don't know if Nadine is here, Adriana. Maybe in one of the HIC.
Let me check. Nadine, are you here? Do you want to add anything? I think that we might have missed her.
Yeah, we're having.
Yeah, I don't see her either.
So unless if anyone has a burning question, but otherwise, I wanted to thank you so much, Adriana. Like I said, it's I see a new message here. I wanted to thank you so much. It was an incredibly powerful presentation, and as we said in the beginning, for our seminar series, this is the beginning of the discussion. We will continue. We'll have more debates, and thank you so much for inspiring us and enchanting us with such an incredibly complex and difficult topic.
Thanks to you and everyone else.
Thank you.
And congratulations again on just.
Thank you, Adriana. Thank you, and congratulations to all of you with their project. So I was going to say we will have an hour, 54-minute break, and we will come back for our last session. And it's going to be a bombastic, I don't know if that word exists in English, uma sessão bombástica with Naomi and Clea, facilitating a session with many papers and changing a little bit of the topic. The topic will be prostitution, queer, and art. So looking forward to seeing you in a little bit, in 54 minutes. Thank you, Adriana. Thank you, everyone from PIC. Bye, Claudie. Or stay in. And please don't leave. Those of you staying, don't leave. Just mute and come back in 54 minutes. Bye, Claudie.
Thank you all. Very good presentation, Adriana. I love it.
Thank you, Paula. To be continued.
Yes, to be continued.
Hi, how are you? Let's welcome back.
Hi, Paula.
I know.
I'm fine, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. How are you?
We are at the last session of a very,
Yes.
very good seminar. We are happy here.
Absolutely. It has been fantastic. I agree.
Yeah, it has been very good.
Yes.
Hi,
Let us see if
Naomi.
everyone is on the room.
Good to see your face at last.
Hi, good to see you, Naomi.
Hi.
I will
everyone.
come back in 10 seconds.
Okay.
E aí, tudo bem, Paula?
Gente, desculpe, tô com delay aqui.
Oi, Paula.
Vamos lá, vocês estão me ouvindo? Eu desliguei o português por um tempo que a gente está falando em português. Naomi, I will introduce you Paula Janovic, Isabela Leite, and Maíra Rossim. I think they will start with, with the prostitution.
Yes. Isabella is the first one on our program. All right. I'll wait for my cue from Priscilla to start.
Yeah, I'll introduce you, Naomi. E Paula, as nossas questões vêm no final, né?
I don't know. I'm reading myself talking. Are you? I'm listening. I'm completely crazy.
No, it's happening.
Maybe someone is reading. Is seeing the translation in Portuguese.
What?
Yeah.
It didn't happen before. Maybe
Not sure why.
okay. No, so Naomi, now everybody has the microphone closed. Seems that it's okay now. Hopefully.
Okay.
So I was eu vou pedir já, Naomi vai falar, mas eu também vou pedir para as apresentadoras ficarem nos 10 minutos, porque a gente tem bastante gente na sessão, mas a Paula e eu, a gente também queria encerrar com algumas mensagens finais e a gente precisa acabar no horário, porque aqui na África do Sul já está tarde e o nosso host também precisa fechar. Então, vou pedir isso para vocês, mas a Naomi vai falar isso também. Naomi, I'm reinforcing that for all the presenters to be within their time of 10 minutes because we wanted to finish 10 minutes before, maybe 8 minutes before to make some final announcements because that's the last session. So let's go, Paula. Vamos começar? So welcome everyone to the last session of our Feminizing Urban Struggles first virtual seminar. This will continue next year with on-site, face-to-face events. I'm so pleased to welcome Naomi and Claire, and you tell me if I'm saying that right, Naomi? Naomi is, as we say in American slang, she's a trooper. She joined us. She's from the language department at Wits University. She's a feminist scholar, but she's our transdisciplinary bridge in this seminar, and she's part of our scientific committee as well, and was so generous to come in this, it's already 7:30 for us here, to come and facilitate this session. She is a senior lecturer of English in the Division of Language, Literacies and Literature in the School of Education at the University of Witwatersrand here in Johannesburg. She teaches courses in Shakespearean drama, modern South African drama, and African feminist literature. And her research specializes in African feminism and critical pedagogies for English education. and she's the co-editor of the book Gender Violence and Human Rights in Black World Literature and Film, co-edited with distinguished Professor Obioma Maeka. Thank you so much. Welcome, Naomi.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Paula. Thank you so much, and thank you to you and the team for inviting me to be here. Colleagues, good evening if you are in Southern Africa, and a very good afternoon to you if you are in Brazil and other parts of the world. So we're very happy to have you in this session. It's the last session for the seminar. So how privileged are we, right? We're going to have several presentations, and we have a wonderful lineup. And I understand one or two people may not be here today, but we still have a jam-packed program. And therefore, like Paula says, we're going to try to stick to the time so that we can have very enriching conversations after the presentations, right? So thank you so much. I see Isabella is here, and you are our very first presenter. So while you are setting up, please, you can share your slides so that should be up. Then I can give you the go ahead. We're going to be very strict with the time. House rules, we know, keep your microphone off when someone is presenting. We want our presenters to have the maximum attention. So thank you, everyone. Isabel, are you ready? You ready? The floor is yours. And your topic is right there for the audience to see. I'm not going to try to read what you've got there. It's very clear. So thank you, Isabel. The floor is yours.
Boa tarde, todo mundo. Primeiro, eu gostaria
Good
de
afternoon, everybody. First, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present my work. My work's name is It's Night in the Augusta Street, Insertion of the Expulsion of Prostitution between 1970 and 2023. And this was my undergraduate work in the University of Architecture and Urbanism. So I'd like to begin with a quote by Monique Prada, an activist and a feminist hooker, that says, hooker, a feminine substantive profession, a woman who sells her own body to practice sex, adjective that is very angry, nervous person, stressed, very angry, annoyed. And taking literally, it's a woman who lives from prostitution. She is a hooker, a streetwalker, regardless of the term chosen. It can refer to a profession, but also to a curse word directed at women. So my research starts with this idea of the stigma of hookers in the public space in relation to the bodies of the women who prostitute themselves. So trying to understand the invisibilization, official or not, involving these bodies. And the Augusta Street is a way in which we can understand that question by studying urban issues present in the place having female prostitution as a conducting thread, understanding how prostitution is very important for the consolidation of the Augusta Street as an important point of the São Paulo nightlife. So this other quote by Gabriela Leite, also a prostitute and an activist, says prostitutes are always in areas that will be revitalized, and when revitalization comes, they are the first ones to be expelled. And this was a quote that motivated my work. So the idea was to study the Augusta Street up in the 70s. And that's where we found the first traces of production in the center side of the street, between the Paulista Avenue until the Martinho Prado Street. And at that time, we see the first types of prostitution with the relax centers, the saunas, and also the inauguration of the Belo Brumel Club, a club that was very famous in this center side of Augusta. And it's important to highlight that the first records of prostitution that I found were on the Jardim side, between Paulista and the Jardins neighborhood in the 60s. And I found that in the minutes of the municipal chamber, and there's an attempt to end this activity at the location, something which did not happen in the 70s in the center part of Augusta. So this is a map of the insertion of prostitution in Center Augusta, and Belo Brumel and the massage parlors are developed in the around the Roosevelt Square. And here are some points that may indicate a vector of insertion, which would be Boca do Lixo at Santa Efigênia, Boca do Luxo at Vila Buarque, the Roosevelt Square, the Martins Fontes Street. So all of these places that have prostitution records that date even before the 70s. Some articles that are advertisements for the massage houses. And this is the map of the saunas, masseuses, massage houses, relax centers, and in the Roosevelt region that went up to Paulista, and we start having a concentration around Rua Costa and Antônio de Queiroz, a concentration that is upheld throughout the years. In the 80s, we start having a new type of movement in the Augusta Street. A new music and culture scene starts entering that street. The underground appeal of the street that included prostitution and this nightlife that existed in the Augusta Street and was consolidated at the time attracts these young people, these new people who start creating spaces in that street. For example, the SP project depicted in this picture, where currently we have the Augusta Park and the Pirandello space. So this is referred to as the decadent charm that prostitution is also part of in people's imagination, and it brings a new movement into the street. In between the 90s and the 2000s, we see a shift, and the lower Augusta, which was the Augusta closer to the center part, becomes lower and lower Augusta, which is a place for nightclubs and these new environments. And this is still what we have in that street. In the 2000s, we had 22 prostitution houses working in that place, but more and more starting in the 90s and after the 2000s, actions against these places have been intensified in moralizing actions. A place that has reached 80 whorehouses, as they're called, was transformed. Prostitution at a first moment coexists with this new nightclub scene, and the Vegas nightclub from 2005 was located right here where we have the concentration of the nightclubs. Here we have the open nightclubs in purple. The pink ones are the ones that are already closed, and they coexisted with prostitution. But little by little, especially in the beginning of the 2000s, with the advance of the real estate speculation, the lower part of Augusta cannot survive. So the expulsion process that started with the prostitution houses starts expanding to the nightclubs that existed in this space. The most emblematic case is probably at this address here, where we see these small houses that the green one used to be a prostitution house, and currently we have this residential building. Previously, when Augusta was a more residential uh, place, we see that this building here existed in 1934, and in front of it is where we have these commercial stores. So here we see the change in the Augusta Street. And the Vira Virou nightclub, which was the prostitution nightclub, in 2010 became the Rocker Club, which was a nightclub. In 2014, it was all demolished to start construction on this new building. And to conclude, this is the last map of the universe of prostitution in the Augusta Street between Rua Antônio de Queiroz and Rua Costa, and we see that some sex shops were able to survive towards the Paulista Street. And today we have 5 prostitution houses in the center and another one in Jardins. So this presence or absence of the dissident bodies in the case of the prostitutes, it's like a thermometer to understand the interests of the market in that place. So we see that the expulsion happens when these interests of the market start increasing. But prostitution in the Augusta Street, as we saw, it resists both physically in the clubs that still exist and some few prostitutes that work there in the sidewalks and also in the imagination of the people from São Paulo throughout these years. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Isabella. You could win an award with your timing. Perfect timing. Thank you. Beautiful. All right. Thank you. Colleagues, keep those questions. We shall come to them at the end of the session. All right. So now we have Myra. I think, yes, there you are. Thank you so much for being here. All right. So we will give you the floor now. If you have something to share, please do that. For the presenters, please, if you see me turn on my camera, that's your cue to wrap up. Thank you. Myra, over to you.
Obrigada. Boa tarde a todas.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'll just try to put it in full screen. But can you, okay, you can see my screen, right? Okay. Good afternoon. So this is an unfolding of my doctorate thesis defended at FAUSP in 2021. I'm currently getting my postdoctorate in the Federal University of São Paulo, and I'm still studying criminal processes to understand the story of the woman and prostitution in the city of São Paulo. So, women in dealings with the law, the presence of places of prostitution in criminal records in the city of São Paulo, and also in other research sources, because I think it's very important to look to the past to understand the urban feminist struggle in the present. So this picture is prostitutes waiting for a client at a bar in a new form of prostitution. But to summarize, São Paulo went through several renovations in the beginning of the 20th century that unfold first in the mayor Antônio Prado in the beginning of the 1900s started demolishing some casinos, and the left side is preserved, making all of the prostitutes from small prostitution parlors that existed still be working. And as time went by, they are transferred to the Aurora, Victoria, and Timbiras Street. And in 1940, I think we have one of the most modernizer mayors with an idea of progress, between many quotations, Vinicius Prestes Maia, and with him, a plan for avenues, a large urban renovation plan that will really affect all of the aspects of the city. And with this discourse of modernity and that will bring not only the prostitutes, but all women to live in the spaces of the street, but in a city that was not inviting to the female body because it was very, it had a lot of urban construction that was hindering the female body from circulating. And
Públicos, elaborado pelo Mário de
with that, we
Andrade.
used that report that was drafted by Mário de Andrade while he was still the director of the culture department, which in 1938 mapped all of the prostitution houses in the city of São Paulo. So in red, we have, in green, we have the cabarets, in blue, we have the dancing halls, and in red, we have the prostitution houses. And Mário de Andrade uses this to map and say the prostitution is not part of the public leisure system. Prostitution is not a public leisure form, and it should not be considered one. And the plan of avenues will have some implications for the gender perspective because it uses the reports here drafted by Mário de Andrade to circle to limit some of these spaces. So when we think about the prostitution bodies, they are marginalized if in relation to the system, and there is a rhetoric that is associated to the urban remodeling of a city that is designed for the male body as the model. So it's a city that does not privilege in any way the female body. And the prostitution is further execrated from that city because it's part of an even more violent process, which is an exclusion process. And this map was drafted through the plan of avenues here in yellow and with the map below. So as we can see, is that in this plan of avenues where several demolitions and evictions need to happen for this urban construction, it will go through, it will evict several prostitution houses. It compensates the owners of the spaces for that eviction who were not directly connected to prostitution, and it will remove these people from that place. And of course, I'm always talking about the lower forms of prostitution, the higher forms of prostitution that is frequented even by these men, it will not be bothered. And Ayamelo, who later becomes the mayor of the city of São Paulo, in 1924, we have a process of him frequenting a brothel. So we can't believe that all of the environments of prostitution were removed. The higher prostitution and the higher end brothels are not involved in that.
Encontrei no processo crime uma das poucas maneiras de dar voz a essas mulheres prostitutas que existem porque é uma documentação que não existe. Elas não produzem documentação. Então, eu sou
They don't produce documents. So I graduated in history for a court that didn't want to release those documents, and we could have access to that documentation on the court. And so from that, we can give name, nationality, a lot of information of who they are in a way that to understand their ways of life, to think about the city from a criminal process is something innovative. We have just few researchers that do that, Monique Morim, André Santos, but it's to look to a city that's underground, because this is an official document produced by the police. It's going to bring many information, how they live, why, how, addresses. And then we are going to understand the Constitution and the crimes like gambling as an important part of the city. So in this kind of documents is where we can find documents like this one. This is a room of a prostitute photographed by police She was from Poland, from the European Western, and she was harassed by Pedro Dras. And police took a picture. It's one of the only images that left, or we can see that she lived in a very dangerous place. They didn't have any windows. It didn't have any windows, very small. And the police says that the only angle that we can shoot, because if you come over the bed, you have this small place. So the way of seeing these women are very impacting on those processes. It's just one example. I didn't even cut this image for you to see how preserved it is. It didn't have a good storage, and it needs to have a big incentive for other researchers to take a look at this space, because it's trying to bring important informations about the prostitution in Bom Retiro neighborhood that are boca do luxo, boca do lixo. When they leave this place, they were able to be established. So thank you very much. Good night, good afternoon.
Thank you so much, Myra. Excellent. Well done. Thank you. All right. So next up, oh, you were fast. You spoke with speed. You got it right with your timing. Excellent. Paula, I think you're up next. And I'm so pleased that you're right there. So please, over to you if you have something to share. Thank you, Paula.
Ai. Estão vendo?
Can you see? So I'd like to thank the invitation. This work, which I go through the old zone of confining of prostitution in the Bom Retiro neighborhood, as Maíra said, it comes exactly on the sequence of Maíra mentioned, this background of prostitution in São Paulo City. So I'm going to start to talk a little bit about this pathway that I made in this prostitution zone in the old São Paulo. This work was made through a the pathway that were a confining of prostitution between 1940 and 1953. But the origin of this pathway was always in another place that I understand as a confining and erasing place, the Butantã Cemetery, where almost 200 bodies remain without names since the 70s, when they came from another cemetery in São Paulo, from immigrants that were linked to the prostitution and put on this one, Butantã Cemetery. So the mission of name erase of the memory of this group, as you can see. So we can see the names. The names were put that in 2001. 2017, I left this research to rescue a place in the city that could show the history integrated to São Paulo history. So it starts with a proposal from Sesc Santana Institution. That's how it starts, the pathway of the low meretrice in this neighborhood. Since then, it happens only in this neighborhood where we got this confining of prostitutes. That's something so powerful that became not only in a way of share content, but also share a perspective of research that change and is change in the activation of the territory. So the pathway starts with a historical presentation. I open a map that speak and show this movement to the North Avenue. I deliver it to the participant this identity registration of foreigners. You can see at the left side. And with those identities of the ones that worked and lived there, we go through these pathways that have 8 to 10 stops that modifies according to the group or the teams that I talk about. It means that's different from a sightseeing because it's like ongoing research, because research starts in a way and then it changes through time. So we can see the first identifications that were done in 2017. We invent through the names on the graves, and then the research improved, and then we got something from reality. It's very important on the pathway get close to the reality of what happened in this territory and who was there. A little bit of the reality needs to be 100% according to the reality in the streets. So those are the 3 streets that are the prostitution street in the old times. So it's not similar to the past, it was erased. And how to activate the place, how to give visibility to what was erased. The past registers have this function for us to take a look at the select material, talk about those identification. A lot of people get so excited that take pictures of what they have. So the identification mediate our encounter with what we don't see at the street and create bounds with the place. As we got addresses where people live or work that are in the ID cards that they carry on, I ask to the person to take a picture and say who was the person. It's like it make a random composition with the shared identification. The same happens when the stores are open and we have the window shops. When we stop, we distribute little texts or memory registers, and this material talks about the streets and invites the participants to integrate the life of the street in a ludical way. This smile of this boy, of the picture, when he reads the text is something that's very common when we visit the place. Here we are seeing a stop of sexual diseases ambulatory. So we discussed the way that the medicine took the bodies and left the male bodies to come in and come out freely. And the procedures of the research are also exposed in the pathway. Is a text that had quotations, reflections, and opinions selected by myself. And when we share, it's also an open text, a draft that transforms because of the collective experience in this place. This sign on the phone cabin shows the interference of the groups in the territory. In one of the pathways, a local group brought some problems of the name of the street because it's called Professor Lombroso, because it changed the number, because changed the name because they changed the name. And this sign has a question asking where was Itaboca Street, because the name of the street was changed. And then they asked who was Cesare Lombroso. The sign was taken out of the book of Cesare Lombroso. In 2021, it was glued there, put there a blue sign. You can see the right picture of the Paulistano Memorial that indicates that it's the old region of prostitution, showing the power to bound a historical background on this street. This place don't have any material or registration. At the end of the pathway, we see a demonstration when they closed the streets in 1953. So every exclusion has an inclusion, and a network that's transformed itself in resistance and empowerment to keep the territory, to activate those academia research in the city, mainly in a stigmatized population, is also to transform the territory and being transformed by it, becoming more kind. And that, in fact, is to do gender on the street. At the end of the pathway, I distribute this postcard, and they take us souvenir from the memory of the street, Itaboca and Moraes, and on this side of the intervention of the group that transformed in postcards. Regarding the cemetery where I left, you can see how the dead ones can transform. In 2001, they were like this on the left side. In 2023, they have a yard that are integrated in the city of the dead. That's what I wish to all the stories that were silenced. More stories, more visibility strategies, and more voices that echoes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Paula. Wonderful. We can see colleagues, the three presentations on prostitution are speaking to each other. And so we're going to have that conversation at the end. Thank you so much, Paula. We are now transiting to the other topic, which is on queerness and gender. And we're very pleased that we also have two presentations there. So the next person up is Shrestha. Hope I got that right, forgive me. And she's going to talk to us about everyday resistance. So we are going to, is she here? Priscilla, is she here?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
You are there, awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. So please go ahead and share your, I think Paula needs to unshare.
Wait.
And then
oh my God.
Trista can share.
How can I close?
All right.
Here.
You stop sharing, Paula.
Great.
Wait.
All right. Now you can go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Naomi. I'll just share the screen in a moment. Is it visible to everyone? All right, so I'll begin with this. Okay. Greetings to everyone. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity and giving all of us this opportunity. I love the presentations, and hopefully this lives up to the expectations. Today I'll be talking about everyday resistance as an art of creating space and discourse and analysis of lived experiences of women and queer community. First off, I will be talking about understanding space, that is the concept of urban periphery, since periphery has been dealt with in different means altogether as something which not we understand in an everyday basis or how we understand from an urban studies perspective, but it's being used more symbolically. The concept of periphery has multiple meanings, but here the importance of urban peripheries and how they are reconstructed by gendered activism would be explored. The methodological interventions involve sociology of everyday and lived experiences, and this is based on secondary data analysis. Now, we all know that women and the queer communities living in such precarious conditions have a fight have a different battle of their own in order to fight poverty, accessibility, prejudice, and patriarchal privilege. Creating urban space which is inclusive, safe, and accessible is a very difficult process because public space is not gender neutral. Peripheries would be used as symbolic means of understanding how stereotypical marginalization pushes individuals to the margins of built environment, and therefore how activism is used to recover that position. In order to progress with it, first we need to understand the importance of everyday and studying the everyday. The problem is that everyday is overlooked and is hence sidelined in establishing narratives of pedagogies. The enlightenment is it exposes many hidden aspects of exclusion, discrimination, sexist norms, and heteropatriarchal influences on women and queer people. The action would be exploring narratives of women, queer people, and other marginalized voices to understand their lived experiences, to realize the varied means of resisting binaries or barriers which are presented by socio-cultural and socio-political stigmas. The main possible outcomes are how understanding how women negotiate spaces within the public and the private sphere to sharpen their agency and develop a sense of autonomy, a privilege which the society usually deprives them of. And further steps are developing active pedagogies of everyday resistance as a tool of understanding feminist social change and create safe spaces in epistemologies. I have focused on these four crucial elements of lived experiences, which would be used for understanding the examples of feminist urban struggles from the peripheries. They are varying perspectives, intersectionality, differential circumstances, and individual agency. Moving on, so I have conceptualized periphery in different terms, and these examples will be explaining how I have understood the periphery. So first is women using auto construction as a tool of resistance. This is an example from MGR Nagar, Chennai, where auto construction as a means of creating commons was used as a manifestation of community-driven acts of care and co-creation. So creating commons was a way of resisting the government's action of evicting them from illegal claiming of land. It was a means of providing childcare centers, which would establish a community-created element as well as autonomy, because we know informal settlements are bound to have negotiated relationships. Periphery is understood symbolically, which would be highlighting how living within the city creates space segregation, ghettoization, and gentrification, which thereby increases ethnic, racial, and caste-based segregation. Caste is a specific element to the Indian context. Peripheries are also symbolic means of categorizing the LGBTQIA community because they obviously live in the peripheral regions of the society, not physically but symbolically. Women living in precarious conditions, stricken with poverty, and yet they manage to develop strategies of developing economic agencies like home-based industries, or let's take the example of Vikasinis in Ahmedabad, who have established an urban civic voice by understanding the basics of urban planning with the help of Mahila Housing Trust in Ahmedabad, India, and have reclaimed their active voice in reshaping their means of livelihood and also basic infrastructures. Peripheries and not just locations being described as problematized and criminalized, because we have to go beyond the problematization of the periphery and understand how peripheries and people coming from there could resist the mainstream city centers that uproot them or sideline them or even marginalize them. As we have listened to three of the previous speakers and colleagues have spoken about prostitution, so I would be also including the example of peripheries as symbolic representation of sex workers and how their ways of living in precarious conditions and questionable health environments does not stop them from resisting against such stereotypes by continuing their profession. Moving on, there are certain intersecting elements of feminist resistance which I have taken into consideration and given examples of. That is, first is creating spaces of care through community, voicing one's opinion, and developing active agency. Resisting patriarchal influence is a part of voicing one's opinion, and that is explained through the farmers' movement in India, as well as the anti-CAA protests in Shaheen Bagh, which is also an example from India. So farmers movement basically gave the space for women to reclaim their identity as farmers, because the state even mocked their presence in the farmers movement, saying that they should be belonging within the household, that is the private space, or the domestic sphere, that is where they belong. And even Muslim women in burqa clad, who are basically supposed to be belonging behind the purda, that is a veil, which again determines the domestic sphere, have taken space within the public and also reclaiming their right to the city, to the nation as well, because anti-CAA was against the Citizen Amendment Act. Now, reinstating their right to the city is basically about developing active agency. Here we are understanding, as I previously mentioned, the example of Vikasinis in Ahmedabad. We will be also considering examples of migrant women who have faced forced evictions without proper rehabilitation, and about cultural stigmas faced by Rohingyas, who are basically refugees, but they have also reclaimed their right to the city by taking up menial jobs or domestic help jobs, without which our daily livelihood is incomplete. And removing agencies of urban poor women of slums from deciding the way their houses should be built. As I mentioned, the cities have taken away their right to inhabit impartially, sorry. And using art as a means of resistance would be the basic example of Pasinho and, if I'm pronouncing it right, and slam poetry from the peripheries, especially from Rio de Janeiro, helps in questioning and condemning racial, sexist, and colonial practices and establishing potentials of alternative narratives of creativity, cultural heterogeneity, and unity in community. We can also take the example of Godna art by Dalit Saad women, which is basically a type of art which was condemned from the society in order to reproduce it or even draw it on the walls of the Dalit households. But now what these women are doing is that not only reclaiming their right to their particular art, which is a part of their heritage, but also earning resistance. This is something which I wanted to delve deeper into. As you can see, this is the part of the youth, LGBTQIA youth belonging from Brazil, have presented this art, this wall art. This is a mural from Kolkata, which I'll be talking about. And peripheral experiences and situatedness could be understood with the help of realizing the belongingness of the LGBTQIA plus community within the society at large. Resistances could be carried out through art festivals, which becomes safe spaces of protest and exploring or expressing creativity, like Trans Art Festival in Rio de Janeiro. LGBTQ youth living in precarious and economically less developed areas have to resist cultural stigmas and physical violence like death threat even. Resistances could be expressed through claiming parts of mainstream places like wall murals or big buildings of the city center in Topshia, Kolkata, where a building wall was being painted by LGBTQIA plus artists to express and defy hypermasculinity by celebrating masculinity expressions. Even the law of the nation, as complex as India, fails to recognize the intersectionality and lived experiences within the LGBTQIA plus community, that is of the trans people specifically speaking, how differences in caste, class, and citizenship status of transgender individuals could not be controlled because they have means of resisting homogeneity by establishing oppositional narratives. An example, a very crucial example of lived experiences. Now, the instance of just being homosexual or queer could be an act of resistance in certain heteronormative cultural contexts like that of South Africa, where being a lesbian is not considered to be a part of native culture, and henceforth, in order to control them, they have to, they have to go through heinous crimes like that of corrective rape. This is the last slide where I talk about my own experiences of witnessing practices of everyday resistance. This is Baligan Station Market in Kolkata, where margins of hygienic spaces also becomes areas where women sell vegetables in markets, claiming space and resisting unfavorable circumstances, making sense for mixed space usage. Precarity doesn't stop people from margins to construct makeshift places, not only for their living, but also for commercial activities like setting up shops for selling purposes, selling of things, economic activities. Peripheries of tourist locations could give us fantastic offbeat examples of makeshift restaurants, which are also sustainable in nature, regulated and managed by fisherwomen who collect and cook fishes in these amazing, not so attractive, but cheap seaside eateries at Mandarmuni, West Bengal. And the last example is of women sitting in the threshold of a household, which are usually claimed by men at night time, and henceforth resisting the very act of, giving these spaces a masculine nature. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rishda. I was just so taken by a presentation. I didn't even watch my time. So we forgive you for going over time. It was beautiful. Thank you so much. Lovely.
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
No
Thank you.
problem. Excellent work. Thank you. All
Thank
right.
you.
So we're moving on. We have apologies from our next speakers because they are not here. Tamara and Alan are not here. So we're very sorry to miss that presentation, but we're going to move on straight to
Maria,
Diana.
Ellen não estão aqui, então vamos passar para... Oh,
Oh,
sorry.
no.
Apologize. Wrong channel.
Diana
No,
is
no.
right here. Okay. So we're going to give you the floor now, Diana. If you have slides to share, please do that. Over to you. Thank you.
Okay. Um, okay. Are you seeing my screen? All right. Bem, eu vou apresentar em português, tá? Antes de mais
I'll be
nada,
presenting in Portuguese. First and foremost, I'd like to thank everyone for the opportunity to participate in this event and say that my presentation will be in Portuguese, but my slides are in Portuguese and English. My name is Gianna Morim. I am an art historian, an architect, an urbanist, and I'm currently a doctorate student with the University of Rio de Janeiro. And my work is named Cartographies of Struggle, the making of symbolic landscapes through graffiti in the city of Rio de Janeiro. And I start with the principle of the urban landscape as a constantly changing landscape through graffitis that are constantly juxtaposed. And this brings a democratic constitution, and in theory, urban landscape could be built collectively with everyone who would like to access spaces and also manifest themselves. And women, in reality, find difficulties in accessing certain spaces and the opportunities for the certain space. And some authors, like the ones I am, will point to the fact that the idea that this reality comes from the capitalist patriarchal system that will be responsible for oppressing women. And this same system places some obstacles for women accessing their own democratic rights, and the system also sends women away from the cities. And this brings an overview of the complexity of the story between women and cities. And some authors, like Terezinha Gonzaga, says that considering the complexity of the history between women and the city, it brings episodes of feminine struggles, and women are more and more present through professional groups, and they are more and more present in the city. And seeing the landscape as a space for collaboration and thinking about the strategies that women could follow for protesting, my work is related to the group of graffiti. And my work is the artistic collective of art and expression for several people in several places of the world. And graffiti has
do registro histórico dele
a
através do
very
morador.
symbolic aspect through the morality of their participants. And as a majority group, graffiti has a number of participants that are male. And some other authors say that, in fact, there are some barriers to find documentary records of women in graffiti. And this relative absence of documents that will record the presence of women in graffiti does not necessarily mean that they were not there. And considering this research, I was able to research and find the name of several women in several places. For example, in the 60s, we have some graffiti artists like Eva 62, Barbara 62, as we can see in this mosaic here. And we also have in the 70s Lady Pink in the US. In the 80s, we have Claw Money and others, and we see the expansion of graffiti into other countries, and in the 90s and in the 2000s, and it still is very present. It has had a significant increase in the number of women who have participated. Many authors say that this increase is related to the dissemination through social networks and the popularization of social networks and the internet, especially in the 90s, and that this will gain a bigger reach. And it's interesting to think that in 1960, graffiti, when we talk about New York and these women who were participating, they are women who were in the beginning of the graffiti movement, as it's considered the great movement of expansion that originates as a strong group in the periphery neighborhoods of New York, especially through groups of youth, Black people, and Latin American people. So it's very interesting to see that women already existed in that movement. So with that, we can understand that popular graffiti can amplify the voices of citizens, and it is significant for the consolidation of cultures and identities. And thinking most of all for women, it's interesting that graffiti be not only a tool, but a behavior and a lifestyle that gives voice to the symbols of these women in the urban landscape. And when they put forth their graffiti in their public surfaces, we can interpret them as ways of women to resist and to uphold their memories. So, based on that context, the main question that guides the research is where are these graffitis made by women? And based on the question, I try to answer it through mapping. Thinking about work as an interdisciplinary and participatory intervention, it aims to map and analyze graffiti interventions carried out by women in the city of Rio de Janeiro from 2016 to 2023. And this timeline is related to a conversation with graffiti artists. As you can see on the left side here, some meetings, debates about the mapping, collaborative ways to do this, and these are kind of a ruler for us to collect more information. In Rio de Janeiro is the territory because Rio has an important chapter in the national graffiti as one of the main cities that absorbed graffiti and reprocessed it through the local culture. And one of the main goals of this research is to record these interventions through a data bank with the graffiti artists. And this would be a database that is constantly uh, being added to. And through this joint process, we idealize the idea of the cartography of the ephemeris, which would be a cartography that thinks about the ephemeral aspect of graffiti in public spaces. And we also think about the cartography of the resistance of these women. And to think about the landscape, I refer back to Dennis Cosgrove and Symbolic Landscape that thinks about the city as an envelope that allows the manifestation of cultures and their symbols. And Joy Till also thinks about the graphic landscape, which would be the landscape encompassing simultaneous graphic interventions in public spaces in urban life. So the manifestations of these women can be part of the building of the symbolic and graphic landscape, like we see here on the left side. Some interventions with ephemeral elements that during a year can be present, but we don't know how long they'll last. In the following year, as you can see, they had already been removed. And thinking about mapping these elements, it's important to question how to identify graffiti made by a woman. And as you can see in the right corner, there's a variety of graffiti styles and themes and colors and ways that this also brings the diversity of the uh, artists. And we can say that there is no universal style of female graffiti. The path is contact with the artists and their own non-transferable styles. Okay, so the style will be a main guiding point for this process because it's born with the awareness of the experience the limitations and techniques of the artists in the terms of the laws. And to guide my research and go into the practice of the mapping with the women, I wondered who are these women? What are their artistic processes and their styles? And where did they go through in the streets of Rio de Janeiro? So far we have this mapping here, this digital mapping, and we have over 400 graffiti artists recorded. And on the right side, we have the names of the artists and a concentration at the center of the city. However, each point has images and specific pieces of data to create a database and a recording of this relationship between the ephemeral and the power that this has. And to conclude, graffiti can be considered as a lifestyle for these women so that they can create networks of support, a form to access the city, and the map brings these women to, brings visibility to these women. It expands the space for female narratives, and it we can also say that these women are building the urban landscape. When a graffiti artist makes a drawing on a wall, she marks her existence in the world. It is an action that signals women as co-authors of the landscape, and it's a representation of the female fight for the right of the city. I'd like to thank my supervisor and especially the event. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Diana. Thank you so much. Great. All right. So we will now move on to our next speakers. It's Ana Clara. I see you. Great. And you with Marina Bay, or you doing the presentation? Great. Thank you. Over to you then.
Olá, pessoal. Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll share my screen then. Good morning or good afternoon. I'm very happy to be here today sharing my research with you and listening about your researches. My name is Ana Clara Vega. I'm a cultural producer and I have a master's in cultures and territorialities with the Federal Fluminense University. I'm presenting this work with my supervisor, Marina Friedberg. She is from the same university, and we bring you our work, which is part of our research, which talks about the contemporary disputes around feminism and the city that happen in the context of the carnival and the street blocks in Rio de Janeiro. So we start from this process of expansion of the street carnival in Rio de Janeiro, starting in the 2000s, which has been increasing the number of blocks, the participation of the citizens from Rio, the increase in tourism, both nationally and internationally, and this great expansion that started in the 2000s. And this causes a lot of financial movement in the city. And starting in 2009, the City Hall, through Eduardo Paes, a right-wing conservative politician here in the city, starts to look at the party as an economic asset, as a product. It turns the festivity into an economic commodity. So, in order to sell the carnival, he starts a regulation process that results in the privatization of the management of several sectors of the street festivities. This process of regulation and privatization creates in several sectors of the street carnival, several collective blocks and independent blocks, a rejection to that model of carnival, this quote unquote official carnival. So we have the creation of blocks and collectives that politically position themselves against this process of requesting authorization to be in the street because it goes against the history of Carnival, where people would just go out into the street and have their party and have their blocks without having to ask for authorization, which is different from the process than letting the city hall know that the block will happen. And these so-called non-official blocks believe that it should not be a request for authorization, just a notice. And we will have a return of the City Hall considering this non-officialization of Carnival through repression and violence. And these blocks will become further and further more organized, especially starting in 2013 with an entire social repoliticization process. And in the themes of this political carnival, we will see the right to the city theme. So this theoretical concept that impacted the reality of these blocks in the festivities, because most of them are white and academics and that have contact with the theoretical concepts, appropriate that concept in a political form and adapt it to the context of the street carnivals in Rio de Janeiro. So the concept of the right to the city applied to the reality of carnival reaffirms the street carnival as a space for political struggle done in the city and for the city. So this entire discussion, this entire debate around the right to the city gains many new layers, forming an umbrella concept of the right to the city, a claim to the right of the city for more urban mobility, housing, not only strictly in the sense of claiming the right to be and to occupy the city, but all of the issues that involve the sense of belonging in the city. And within this adaptation of this umbrella concept that will happen in the concept of the right to the city, we have the gender perspective starting in 2014, 2015 in Rio de Janeiro in the street blocks. So we have a di dialectic relationship of an arrival to feminism through the discussion of the city and an arrival of feminism through the discussion of the city. And so when we make this claim to be in the city in a way that's free through a cultural practice, through a carnival practice, if this is done by women, it gains new layers. It gains a layer that speaks to what it means to be a woman in the city, in the festivities, during carnival. So we also understand, starting with the conception of bell hooks, the construction of female sexuality from an idea of passivity, the sexual passivity of women, women as an object to be consumed by men, which is so accentuated during Carnival. So when women claim their right to be in the city and be free in the city, wearing wherever they want and enjoying the Carnival in a freer manner, we have this updating of the right to the city, which is an intersectional form of updating that right that mobilizes gender, but also race, and that makes the concept of right to the city more and more complex in the context of city blocks and street carnival blocks, and creates a series of discussions about the composition of the blocks. So we have this insertion of feminist themes and the creation of blocks that will openly claim themselves feminist. And we will also have the creation of blocks that not necessarily are defined as feminists, but are feminine blocks. So we see the disputes around the use of feminism or feminisms in Carnival. And before the first self-declared feminist blocks existed, we already had women's blocks in Carnival in 2008, 2009, and starting in 2008 with the Mulheres Rodadas block in 2014, sorry, with the Mulheres Rodadas block, we have this more open feminist policy in the blocks. In 2016, we have the Maria vai com as outras. In 2019, we have Bloco C and calcinhas bélicas, which also mobilize feminist themes, but do not self-declare as feminist. They say they are feminine blogs. So we have an entire dispute around what is feminism for these blogs. And we also have several anti-harassment campaigns, which is a theme that's very recurring during Carnival historically. This always came up as a claim by women during the festivities and has become more socially organized through these collectives. So in 2017, we have the No is No collective, which is born in the Rio de Janeiro Carnival, but it's expanded into other cities and also distributes temporary tattoos with messages that reinforce the importance of consent in sexual affective relationships within Carnival. And it is a collective that holds lectures, that has a campaign, an education campaign in the networks, and that expands beyond Carnival. In 2019, we have the booklet, Festivity Yes, Harassment No, which is also an initiative of a Carnival block with the Public Defender's Office of the State of Rio de Janeiro. And it also promotes a debate about what is flirting, what is harassment, how can women who suffer violence during the festivities seek help legally, psychosocially, and how can we educate not only women to defend themselves, but also men to understand their role in combating this form of violence, of gender violence. In 2020, we have the Atenta e Forte campaign, which was a huge campaign that had its manifesto read by over 100 blogs. It created some units to receive women who had been arrested during the festivities, and it debates the limits of violence during the carnival and how to tackle that type of aggressive behavior against women during the festivities. So, in closing, in my work, we see this articulation between the fight for the city and a feminist fight in the city that happens during the street carnival and is expanded from there, a dialectic relationship that retrofeeds into itself, and both feminist and feminine blogs and blogs that have a political stand tend to be safer spaces for women during carnival, and not only for women, but for the LGBTQI plus population. And we also have disputes from different appropriations done by the feminisms, by the party goers. And that's basically it. We can talk more later. Thank you.
We will talk more for sure. Thank you so much, Anna Clara. Well done. Colleagues who are in the world of art, beautiful images of the carnival there. Well done. Thank you. All right. So now we have Glossy. You take the floor. You take it home. You are our last presenter for today, and we are ready to listen to you.
Olá, boa tarde. Eu vou começar comigo aqui.
Hi, good afternoon. We'll start with me. I'm Mariana. Me and Glauci did this work together. And first, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to bring the memory and the legacy of Rosa Cabinda and congratulate LabCidade and the organizers for the event. My name is Mariana Cone. I'm an architect and an urbanist. I am a professor in the Federal University of Juiz de Fora, and I also am getting my doctorate in the University of Viçosa. I will present this work about Rosa Cabinda with Glauci Heri Gomes. She is also a master's student at UFRJ, and with Monica Curi, who's a journalist. We are all members of the Maria Maria Feminist Collective, which is very active and a pioneering collective in the city of Juiz de Fora, Minas Gerais, which is where the three of us were born. And it's also the city where Rosa Cabinda lived part of her life. Rosa was a Black African woman who came from Africa to be enslaved in Brazil. And we start our presentation by emphasizing the criticism to traditional historiography, which is a theme that is very present in Black movements, in feminist movements, and counter-hegemonic movements in general, because we know that historic narratives, in the way they were built, they privileged almost exclusively the protagonism of white, rich, heterosexual men, and in the case of the Brazilian history, also European or of European descent. And this is also very present in the history of the Brazilian cities, and Juiz de Fora is no exception. So we see in the slide the image of Henrique Aldi, a German engineer, and in this hegemonic tradition of writing history, individualizing and personifying the deeds in a very limited manner, we see that history is written based on heroic figures, and Alfred is considered, based on that, our founder, the founder of the city of Juiz de Fora, as if he had built all of that alone. But due to this importance given to him, he names a medal that has existed ever since 1973 to award important figures that do important work for the city's society. And the awarding ceremony is very formal. It happens in the local congress, and it's always been a tradition of the city. And we see in this image that we have below here, the profile of the people are awarded. So it follows this hegemonic logic by privileging white men with higher classes. And in addition to the creation of the medal, Alfred also receives other types of homage, because history is also written in the city through the patrimony that we decide to preserve, the tributes that we pay in the naming of the streets, in sculptures, and all types of symbolic insertion that we see when we go through urban spaces.
Muito claramente na cidade, né? O Alfred e os seus familiares dão nome a ruas e parques muito importantes e muito centrais, né? A gente tem a Rua Alfred, a gente tem o Parque Alfred, que tá, bom, não sei se vocês vão conseguir, não sei se a Gal consegue mostrar o Parque Alfred aí só para a gente localizar.
Just for you to know where we are, this green point.
Ao lado dele a gente tem a Rua Alfred, que é o primeiro calçadão da cidade de Juiz de Fora e é uma via extremamente conhecida, extremamente.
It's a very known street, extremely important. It's the heart of the city, literally. And then we have the statue of Alfred. Of promenades.
Por outro lado, a gente
Vitorino Braga, a more peripheric.
isso também é
Something that's very common. The main streets that homage to women, that's a tradition. The relationship between Rosa and Henrique is strong, because as I mentioned, that is considered the founder of Juiz de Fora.
Solicitou sua alforria mediante pagamento de uma quantia que o Henrique, na época, julgou que estava aquém daquilo que ela de fato valia e negou a sua libertação. E a Rosa foi, então, acionar a justiça e se tornou a primeira mulher negra da região a utilizar a justiça, conquistando, enfim, sua liberdade. E, assim, no entanto, né, como a gente sabe, e o Pierre Nora, enfim, comenta bastante sobre essa questão de como a memória é instrumento de confrontar a história, então, quanto esse passado fixado no tempo, é enfrentada a partir da memória das pessoas vivas e nos permite, no presente, criar esses instrumentos de resistência capazes de reescrever a história. E aí, um dos trabalhos do coletivo Maria Maria, que é o coletivo que a Glau e a Mônica fazem parte, junto com outros movimentos contra-hegemônicos da cidade, movimentos negros enfim, de várias vertentes, tem sido justamente de enfrentar essa história colonialista e patriarcal que invisibiliza as mulheres, especialmente aquelas que estão à margem, periféricas, negras, a partir dessa memória que ainda lateja nas pessoas. E o legado da Rosa foi a grande inspiração e motivação para a criação de uma antimedalha, uma estratégia de reparação histórica, resistência, valorização e reconhecimento do trabalho realizado por
Recognition of the work made by women that are important to the construction of the city. So I'm going to pass the floor to Clau, and she's going to explain how it was created. Good afternoon, guys. I'm going to talk a little bit about this context of the metal creation that started in 2017, in which we have a lot of feminist movements regarding several rhetorics anti-gender from 2015, and it arrived Juiz de Fora, and some movements came from this fight movement, and a lot of unsatisfaction regarding this Alfred Medal, because this award, always white men, rich, the politician, the powerful man of the city, and what happened to this demonstration was the award of 2017, where we can see this stage where we have women that receive it in her own name and one that received it on
behalf of the company, and the one that received was a company, and in this right side, the ones that are receiving, João Monteiro is the owner of a bakery in Juiz de Fora, and it got a manifestation because it was built along with her spouse because of her name, and she didn't got any award. So this is a movement make as Isadora angry. We graduated together. She made a post on Facebook and it went viral. He wrote a letter to the city hall, and it was just the start point in the feminist movements in the city that were unsatisfied. And it was just the start point for this to turn in an action or in something in the next year. So next year we have great movimentation and articulation and another social movement. And we got that on the news, we got interviews, mentioned this lack of recognition, and then it goes through to this award that's called Rosa Cambina to contrapoint the other idea. So the ones that choose are the social movements of the city, and it has this feature to value another narratives. And the idea of building the city, the hands that are on the city, in fact. I don't know if Monica is going to be able to join us because she was commuting, but she was about to talk the experience to given the award because she participated in some of we had that since 2018 in all the years. Just last year we didn't had, but the medal awards 25 women chosen in the city, and the idea is to show the diversity in several ways of women that are acting because of the municipality: Black, indigenous, quilombolas, workers, women from agriculture, the several areas and bodies and women.
So Monica is here. Norma?
Mônica tá aqui, mas ela não consegue abrir a câmera, ela disse, Glaucio.
She was not able to open the camera. Are you able to talk, Monica? I don't think so.
Posso complementar então, Glau?
I can compliment Glau. So the idea is to Monica talk about her experience because she delivered the awards in several. She was present on the first meeting.
Na medalha, não só acompanhado, né, de racismo, classismo, LGBTfobia, e então decidiu-se naquela reunião
And so we decided to create
para que, né, ela fosse mais democrática, coubesse todas as diferenças, uma medalha que fosse pensada e organizada pelos movimentos sociais, como a Glau disse, e eles também assumiram ali o compromisso de lembrar as tantas mulheres que temos e que somos. E a Mônica também havia comentado da importância, né, dessa medalha ser entregue.
and the importance of this medal to be delivered at the same place where Henrique Alpha medal was delivered, and after the ceremony,
Elas também abriram, né, o microfone para que todas as 25 premiadas pudessem falar e serem ouvidas e, né, colocarem ali as suas considerações. Isso foi uma coisa que elas fizeram bastante questão.
one thing that they wanted at the moment. So this first medal, I would like to highlight that Miss Deolinda was one of they chose to be homenaged between the 25 at the first medal award because he was recognized as the one that deserved. So just to show you how was the award during the years 2019, 2020, we had this award, but it wasn't registered. 2021, we are in the pandemic times. It was virtual in a remote way. 2022 didn't have. And 2023, we had it back in the same way. In the social movement, chosen the ones that received the award. So at the end, for you to see a little bit about this energy, what was the delivery of the medal, how this participation is, the face of this woman, Juízo for the face. And at the same year, we got an act, a demonstration, next day of the delivery of the medal. So that's we got a lot of people there showing indignation of the women. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Awesome. Just in time before I stop you. Thank you so much. Excellent. Thank you, everyone who has presented in this session. We're very privileged to listen to such enriching presentations. So, colleagues, now is the time for us to talk about the presentations in the form of your questions or comments, contributions, requests for clarity, endorsements, positive comments, positive feedback, constructive feedback, anything. All right. So who's up first? You can raise your hands, or I think you can also put your comments and questions in the chat. Eh? I think Norma and Priscilla are still here to help us with any technicalities. Paula, yes, your hand is up. Go ahead, please. Are you able to unmute?
Eu não sei se vocês estão me chamando ou não, mas estou com a mão levantada aqui.
Sim, Paula.
I don't know if you're calling me, but I raised my hand.
Perdão, aqui eu estou na tradução aqui.
Yes, please go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Naomi. I talk too much. You have to forgive me. And Eu vou falar em português. Eu acho que o interessante dessa mesa é os
I'm going to
primeiros.
talk in Portuguese. First, I would like to salute and close the seminar with a table about party. And in a certain way, we gather your work about this opening. So I'd like to leave a question for you to talk a little bit more. If you think that the research object of you, the bodies, the parties that compound, are they political, and how they are in each work of you? And leaving that question, I would like to make 3 quick comments. The interesting thing on the research about Rosa Cabina, prostitution work, is to show that they try to raise the prostitutes that historically produce the city. So it's a scenario for the ones that produce the city. They were in the entertainment along with the mayor. I loved Maíra. And also they were threat by urban projects, as we see on the other sessions. For example, the eviction session yesterday. So that's a very important work. So another issue is that they mobilized a method that I think that's innovative, a historical method, very originals. They are going to take a look at the journal, the police files, and they are going to update this story through the pathways. So at the time that Paula Janot describes the pathway, she tells the story from the current perspective. So those works are linked with the urban art, graphics, science. I'm talking about self-representation on the other session, that a way to be the God demonstration, like the ones regarding the street art, linked to way to represent the public space. There is an articulation between you. And the last observation is that we miss works about the queer territories, which was so important. And your last picture about Rosa Cabina, with a lot of women of several faces, several types of women, indigenous. So it's important for us to have LGBTQI plus represented, because we don't have many research on this field, and it was made based on sociology in colonized works, and now we start to build a reading through those bodies. So it's very important to think about a daily basis, the queer, how it happens. And I would like to hear you, Siresha, about the bathrooms. We came from a session that discussed sanitarization of the bathrooms. So how is that in the daily basis in the queer world? Because I think you have a challenge that maybe you can tell me some stories for you. Now I'm sorry, I overtalked.
Thank you, Paula. We forgive you because you have done a very beautiful summary of all the presentations. So thank you so much. Colleagues, any other, before we allow Paula, do you want our panelists to respond to you? Are you expecting responses, or are those comments for us to take home?
Paula, você está esperando respostas? There's a delay for her, Naomi.
Yes, I think so. Yes.
Acho que so, Naomi. She always waits for a
Okay.
response.
Comments.
Comments. Okay, here we go. Presenters, please comment.
Vou começar então, já
Response to
que
Paula. Myra, yes, go ahead.
Myra is going to start. Yes, Paula, I think all the bodies are political, always. Our existence are always political. Our actions that we take in our lives are political. So to look to those women, they could not be aware that they are making political acts, but they are having the rights. I'm researching the past, and women will have political rights in 1932, but they are fighting on the space, on the territory before, and that's a political action. So it's very political. And about the erasing action, they are always going to exist, because I think that women, Black people, LGBT, all of them, and other people like people that are on jails, mental institutions, are always erased. They don't exist in a beautiful story. So the role of the story, the writer, is to bring those memories back. So I think that's it.
Great. Any other response? Thank you, Myra.
Gostaria
Diana.
também de comentar. Bem, obrigada.
Well, thank you so much for the considerations, for the space, Paula, and I agree with my comments. All the bodies has a strong political layer of intervention, and thinking about regarding to the research, in my case, the street art and the women involved on the intervention, I think that when they are facing a wall, but in the back to a street, and they start a group, they are micro political actions that they try to do, and they don't ask for permission. They do that by themselves. It's a way for you to not require permission to subvert this domestication of the body, the control of the body. And the relation, when these women access the spaces, I start to see some talks of the women, because it's a network. The research, when start on these groups, you are part of the group. You not only are there to learn, you are that. So that's interesting that many women says, I had experience with street art that I didn't have if I wasn't for the group. I would never be in places that I wasn't in the group. So that's a political strategy, without calling in attention to doing street art, because it marks a landscape. It's on our front. In a central way, we need to take a look on that and start to seeing them. And another issue that I think, when work with maps and several educations fields here, we work on maps, is how map is a political tool. Who maps, who has the data, who is mapped, how is the access made? So I think the map itself, when you give possibility for the people that are with us doing this work group, we can create subtitles that bring the identity of a group. So it's so important what Paula mentions, and I see that it has a lot of political sides, and I was interested to see how the research are linked to each other very beautifully.
Thank you so much. So we're going to have Shrestha and the other Paula respond as well. Go ahead, Shrestha.
Thank you. Paula, também achei bem interessante o apanhado que você fez.
Thank you very much, Paula, what you talked about. And this political issue, this intervention at the present, it's an articulation, it's a desire to make this current moment can dialogue with the past. And then we would be able, through a public space, to do this mediation and be affected by what happens. In my case, I take people to walk through a pathway and offer a content, but I also open to hear things that emerge there that not necessarily have my opinion, but have a freedom of discussions in a public space, which I think it's very important for us to do that. On that moment, we got the urban interventions, process of production of poetry coming from other issues. It's a big diversity that happens when we can put in this space of sharing and collective construction. And the other thing that has to do with the research, it's our movement. For example, in Maida's cases in ISA, work with these identifications, these registrations, put the women in a situation of silence. So the work here is to try to make a bridge on that and bring the voices in this official speech of the official documents and share that in public and get this other opportunity to give voice to the silenced one. So thank you for your observation, Paula, and I close it here.
Thank you. Shrestha, you had your hand up, so please do respond before we come to Anna Clara. Yes.
Yeah, sure. First of all, I'd like to thank all the panelists and the organizers. This has been a fantastic experience for me. Thank you so much. And secondly, that question, for the everyday experiences of the LGBTQ community in using public toilets or restrooms as spaces, it becomes a struggle because as far as the research that I have conducted, I'm still in the process of learning more about them. And it's basically a struggle for, aligning with which loo they are going to be using. So it's a struggle where if someone who has recently changed their sex from a man to a woman, they are shamed when they're using a woman's loo. And similarly, it's a vice versa process. So the way they want to access these spaces, and they also don't want these gender neutral toilets because that increases their chances of getting violated, either sexually violated or being misinterpreted, or as a means of being scared of, someone to be scared of. Because when girl children, or a male child will be using the toilet, they will get scared of these people because these are usually not, what can I say, mainstreamed. These identities are not mainstreamed. So henceforth, the more we mainstream these identities, the more we learn about these identities, we can make these spaces, accessible to them. Yeah, that's the major agenda for now. So thanks for asking that question, Paula.
Thank you. Beautiful. Thank you. Anna Clara first, before we give the floor to Mariana.
Ok. Novamente agradecer o espaço, a oportunidade
Once again, thank you for the space, the opportunity to present my research, my work, and also to meet you all and get to know your work. So this issue about the bodies and the carnival being political or not is something that's encouraged our work because we like to play around with this concept that carnival itself, it's political. And this is something that in Rio de Janeiro, people say a lot. occupying the street is political and the carnival is political. And we have been kind of wondering about that. It's political, but is it politicized? Are the women who are out in the street, are they aware of the political dimension? They are organized in other movements. We're always wondering about these disputes on the occupation of the street and what is the ideology behind occupying the street. Because when we start thinking that merely being out in the street is political, while the extreme right movements that are occupying the street are also political. But what is the difference between these types of politics? And it's a very important discussion. It's a very fruitful discussion. And it's really, there are many opinions and analysis that we can associate to this discussion. But the fact that the blocks in the context of our research are claiming the occupation of the street from a political perspective adds another layer to what would merely be just a block being out in the street. So this specific manifestation of Carnival as a political act is different than merely being out in the street, women in the street, occupying the street. So that's it. I don't know if Marina would like to say anything else. Can I complement this idea of thinking about politics during the carnival? It also helps us bring some tension to the classical literature about carnival that understand carnival as a party of invention or of the end of hierarchies. And when we think about politics during carnival and thinking about this political aspect, we also criticize this classical biography about the carnival and about the party that understands this movement as a suspension of hierarchies. So, what we think when these women occupy the street with their bodies is that we're also building this idea that the hierarchies and the violences are, and the power does not disappear during the party. So it's present and it's being questioned and debated and put at stake during the carnival party through these themes. So the rest Ana Clara already said, and I would like to take the opportunity to thank you for the chance to be here talking to you and thinking together and about women and made by women. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, I'm aware that Priscilla needs our last 8 minutes to make her announcements, but I would really like to give you all a chance to respond. So Mariana first, and then Isabella, and then Monica. Briefly, thank you.
Olá, eu queria dizer que a medalha.
Hi, well, I would like to say that the medal, Rosa Kalinda medal, is a political stand, and it happens in Congress and in political institutional places, and it provokes this formalized, institutionalized politics as a politics that awards women that are doing diverse actions and neighborhood leaderships, not a president per se, but a woman that has a role as a leader within the community, in urban peripheries, the women from the landless movement, so several political bodies that are acting and that through the medal are being recognized and brought into this moment of visibility within a formal political space. So it's very much a political action that evokes these political bodies. I don't know if I can, Monica just appeared. Perhaps if Monica would like to compliment something. Hi, yes, that's what I was going to say. The Rosa having the medal it is in the calendar of the city, of the feminist movements, the social movements, and it is a very political action, not only because it happens in the municipal congress, taking the history of these women to a very political place, the legislative branch, and women get the mic and tell their stories and their experiences and take to this place everything they experienced. So it is a very political action, and I can even say that it's equivalent to the March 8th march. And these women take the microphone and tell their stories. We make this medal political because it's not just an awarding ceremony. And the social movement picks 25 women from different territories in the city. LGBTQ women are always a part of the ceremony. Black women are usually a majority in the award ceremony. So many different stories that are interspersed. They know each other. It's a moment for them to meet, and very powerful testimonies. And based on that, the regional media of the city sometimes tell these stories because these are women that are made invisible. And we bring these stories forth, and then they appear in the media, or they can tell their stories to other women. And that's basically it. Occupying the municipal government building, it's important for us.
Thank you so much, Monica. We're very pleased that we could hear you finally. All right. Isabella, you were our first speaker. Now you are the last speaker. Please, let's hear your comments.
Bom, então, só rapidamente,
Well,
o que eu
just briefly, what I think is important is that we need to bring the fact that in all of these works, we have LBT women, and in prostitution, the trans and transvestite bodies are very present. So the importance of the political bodies and the layer that this adds. So understanding the violences that these women go through. Priscilla also mentioned in the chat about some practices of dates being accepted or not in the case of the sex shops. But in the case of the prostitutes, I came across testimonies that men accepted the prostitution of cis women, but when we were talking about trans women, it was different. Even in the Augusta Street, when we have all types of women, cis, trans together. So just highlighting that, which is related to all of the works as well.
Thank you so much. Onyx, I think you can agree with me that we have had a feast of ideas in this session. So please, let's give our digital applause for our presenters this evening and this afternoon. Thank you so much for your wonderful scholarly ideas. You are leaving us to go home with a basket of ideas, provocative thoughts that we will be ruminating for the next few days. So thank you all so much for staying on for this session. And what a way to end this amazing international seminar. It has been my honor to host you this evening, and I'm very pleased that I was here. Thank you. I'm now going to hand over back to Priscilla to end it for us. Priscilla, over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Naomi. I'm gonna honor our English speaking audience, and Paula will finish it up together. First, thank you, Naomi. You're awesome to moderate this last session. Eu fiquei maravilhada com essa mesa. I'm enchanted again with this session. It was really powerful, and I'm also marveled by the work of a lot of you from School of Architecture. We discuss a lot about decolonizing architecture and planning schools, and I think it's already happening, and I was really very happy and excited to see this work and to read, of course, and to organize those sessions. It was really exciting. It's for no reason that we had so many papers, because we had incredible, there is incredible material being produced, and we're so excited to have this project going. So I wanted to remind everyone that this is the first of a series of 4 seminars, and we will have 3 face-to-face events next year. First in São Paulo in March, and then in Johannesburg and Dar es Salaam in April. You can find more information on the website of Urban Studies Foundation, which funds this seminar series, but also on the website of LabCidade, and CUBES, which is, if you go to University of Witwatersrand, you will find CUBES as well, or you've seen our materials. We have already materials that have been published, they're having uploaded to our websites in their draft versions, and we will update them. The proceedings of this seminar and the videos that were produced based on some of the abstracts, and we invite everyone to go and see incredible materials as well. And we're super thankful for those that prepare the videos, and we hope to continue to use those materials in the next seminars as well. Again, this doesn't end here. And then maybe Paula, do you want to talk a little bit about publication, Paula, ou continuo eu?
Falo, dando continuidade ao que a Priscila.
So, continuing what Priscilla said, we have a plan of organizing a public call for complete articles for publication. So we should contact you soon. We're very happy because 181 quality abstracts, and the event was very interesting, and it shows that we are producing a lot of material, a lot of content being debated. And I would also like to close with a few acknowledgements, especially the CUBES team from Wits University, who remained with us for the entire event. Marian, everybody, Noma, Clara, Enrique, Danny, a series of researchers from LabCidade and FAUSP helped us on a daily basis. Carolina, the graphic design team from IHS in Rotterdam, in Holland, especially the 2 institutions that helped to make this live stream a possibility, the IEA, the Advanced Study Institute at USP, and the HIC, the Habitat International Coalition, and the interpreters, because in addition, we were able to get in translation, because it's something that we wanted for people to speak their own language. We are still working on an interpreter from Swahili for Tanzania. We weren't able to do that yet, but it's very important to have our South-South exchange in our own language, and not to be tripping on English. And it's very important, and it's 2 women. So thank you so much. I think I mentioned everybody. I would also like to thank the IHS, which is the research center in Tanzania, in the university, who is also a partner in this project. So CUBES, LabCidade, and IHS in Tanzania. I don't know if our colleague Eleonora is here. Mariam.
Yes, I'm here, Priscilla. Thank you.
Yeah, então eu acho que é isso, Paula. Daí
So I think that's it. We thanked everybody, I think. and the Urban Studies Foundation, our financial sponsor. And the main acknowledgement is left for the end, but we did it at first because without them, we wouldn't have had this resource which miraculously unfolds into in-person seminars. And currently the in-person seminar has a kind of a different objective. This one is knowing a little bit about the themes, thinking and provoking theories and methods, and now we will bring the leaderships together and the people who produce in the territory, talking to other people from other territories in a very important mission that I hope to count with you, with your participation, if you can, in São Paulo, Johannesburg, and Dar es Salaam. Did I pronounce that right, Elinarata? Thank you, Priscilla. Okay, so
Yes,
we
you
have.
got it very correct, Paula.
Eu queria falar que essa troca de
And I would just like to say that this
Dar es
exchange of
Salaam.
knowledge
Yeah.
was a demand from the women in an event from HIC, and things are very much connected, where they talked about this need to have bonds between Latin America and Africa, and these meetings of women in the three cities. Of course, it's because we want to exchange knowledge and learn about the territories, but it's also a demand by the women in the Solidarity Network, this global solidarity network, this global South network. So that's it. And thank you so much, everybody.
Tchau, gente. Boa noite. Muito
Bye,
obrigada.
guys. Good evening. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Maravilhosas vocês todas.
Wonderful. You're all wonderful.
Acho que está. Thank you.